from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the crease. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the
myself on display. 1, 2, 3 a day. I'm on my way, on my way. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way.
I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
Something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see that you need help. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change.
I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but man's keep walking, yeah. Dress too sharp with the poise, white girls, let her tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch me, please use caution.
OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you.
You're not a player anymore, Forrest.
What? Well, neither are you, Björn!
I have lied to the NIP Counter-Strike team. I have told them, come to the media day where they're going to be playing a match against the fans. Sooner or later, they're going to discover it's actually Amcal Esports in disguise.
Why are they all leaving?
They're checking smokes.
No way.
They wrote like this. I have to check some smokes.
So the name Ninjas in Pyjamas, I think if I got 50 cents for every time someone asked me this, I would be a billionaire. No, but to be honest, it's quite simple actually. When I was growing up in the early 80s, there was a lot of cheesy ninja movies and martial art movies. Back then I really loved them. I always loved martial arts in some ways, but I wanted a unserious name for the team because I was actually in a team that had a very, very serious name called Omega Force, and I had an argument with the guy, and I said it doesn't matter how serious your name is if your leadership isn't serious. So I wanted to prove a point that if you have a super serious leadership but an unserious name, you will make it further. So we had this huge argument. I told him that I'm gonna start my own team. One thing led to another. It was kind of popular to have this short, you should have either 2 or 3 letters in the clan team, or clan, what's it called, clan tag back then. One thing led to another. I remember my kid sister was watching a TV show called Bananas in Pyjamas. So one thing led to another, and there it was, Ninjas in Pyjamas. It doesn't matter how serious of a name you are, it's the leadership behind it that's more valuable.
Welcome to such an epic moment here, the 25th anniversary of Ninjas in Pyjamas. A little bit of old school mixed with some new school. So obviously we had to bring in the old school OG voices of Counter-Strike, Anders and Vince. So with me, Sam, and we're going to be taking you through such a fun night. Anders, you got to be hyped for this because we've got so many cool surprises, so many fun things on the line for any NIP fan, right?
I am hyped. I'm also not gonna not notice the emphasis on old in old school, Sam. I appreciate that. I'm just throwing us under the bus right away, but yes, I think this is great. I mean, obviously, it's one of the legendary organizations that we have in esports. Been around since forever. Shout out to Party one time. I think in some ways the unsung hero of a lot of early Counter-Strike, and most people who were around at the time would say as much, I think. So it's awesome.
For sure. I mean, Vince, it's an iconic organization. I think that there's certain names in Counter-Strike and in esports that just have so much gravitas. And obviously a lot of stories behind them as well. Some great, some not so great, but it is the gravitas that NIP brings when you hear that name.
100%. I think it's an org and a team, and some of the plays that we're going to be casting actually today and watching that without their kind of meteoric rise, the classic NIP era, obviously, of 2012, I don't think CSGO would necessarily have got to the place that it did. I honestly think that these players and these orgs had such a massive impact on CSGO coming through from obviously Source before it at 1.6. There was all this debate back and forth of which game is going to be the main game, and 1.6 and Source had this weird inner war. No one thought Go was ever going to go anywhere. And I think honestly, NIP and a lot of these players, they are definitely in part responsible for CSGO taking off. A lot of new fans, especially Swedish fans, of course, from that region, falling in love with this game and following it, and it kind of becoming what it has today. I honestly can't really understate the importance of this org.
It's such a big part of all of our history. And I think before we jump into the Legends Show match presented by Rainbet that's coming up, I think what would be really cool for all of us is just to take a little walk down memory lane and learn a little bit about the history of Ninjas in Pyjamas. So check this out.
This is the unbelievable story about how a name that started out as a joke went on to become one of the most legendary names in all of Counter-Strike. This is the story of Ninjas in Pyjamas. A 20-year-old party in Tutsi created the team back in 2000. With no money, no sponsorship, success looked unlikely. With a 17-year-old Heaton joining their forces, against all odds, they managed to win the 2001 CPL event, winning a whopping $50,000, enough to keep their dreams alive. In that time, they went on to play 44 qualifiers and events, winning 20 of them and earning themselves $250,000. But it was unfortunately at this point that their luck ran out. Over the next 6 years, they went on to have countless of roster changes, picking up multiple legendary names, such as Scream, Spawn, Robin, and of course, Wally. Just before they disbanded, a name you know all too well, Get Right, joined the team for a whole 2 weeks, but then nothing. NIP disappeared until...
I like how we got left hanging there. A little bit of a moment. Obviously, if you're watching this, you know the history. You know what's coming. You know what you need to know about. And Anders had a bit of a joke there at the intro. He said that I highlighted old. I am actually quite old as well, believe it or not, Anders. I
We all are.
have so many incredible memories of players in this organization, moments for this organization. So I thought before we get into the show match, because we get to see some of those players, what is your fondest memory, would you say, when you think Ninjas in Pyjamas?
Ooh, there's a bunch of them. I mean, obviously, I think NIP actually winning the major, there was a real chance that wasn't going to happen because they kind of won it after their prime. That's obviously it's such a Counter-Strike history would just have been significantly different if that somehow hadn't happened. Like, I actually think it would have been like the ultimate robbery. But for me personally, I must say, when obviously I was one of the people who helped to start what was called Nip Gaming TV, and I remember the first time I walked into the studio and I met with Exist and Freiburg and Forrest and Get Right, Every Flower, and I just remember. For me, these guys were like, I was really early in my commentary career. Nobody had any idea who I was at all, and these guys were legends. Like, I grew up, I felt like watching them play Counter-Strike. So the feeling of the first time meeting, for me especially, as like a 1.6 player, meeting somebody like Forrest or Get Right, that was like a real sort of fan moment for me. And I just remember, and they were, they are incredible people. So it was just like, that's probably it for me, like a super personal thing. But that changed my career quite a bit. They didn't really have to go play in the studio to help Nip Gaming TV. Like, there's not a lot in it for them. They were just trying to play Counter-Strike, but they're super cool people, so they wanted to help.
How about you, Vince? Do you have a memory that sticks out?
I remember in 2012, before I was casting, but I hadn't really got into any top tier events or anything like that just yet. And I was playing. I was actually like trying to play to a decent level. And I was blown away by Forrest in particular. Like, he was a player that I watched all of his games, all of his demos. Even though I'm older than him, I was definitely fanboying. So it always helped that when I did eventually meet him, he's actually a super sound guy, like super nice guy as well. But yeah, from a player's perspective, strangely enough, not even from a casting or a broadcast perspective, watching these guys was like, it was eye-opening. I hadn't seen anything like that before in CS. Even though I'd watched 1.6, I watched, Heaton and Potty and all these legends of the game. It was kind of when I saw Forrest playing first, I think, and Get Right to maybe a bit of a lesser extent, because the way Forrest played was just, it was honestly awe-inspiring, and I hadn't seen anyone else like really light the server up that way. So yeah, from a playing perspective rather than sort of a casting perspective for me.
It's so funny that you say that, because for me, I obviously grew up in South Africa. We are very far removed from like competitive CS. So you're watching it online, but it feels like it's so far away. And my first big sort of CS event that I got to do, one of the players I got to meet, because he was just accidentally standing in, was Forrest. And I remember just being completely overwhelmed and like wanting to fangirl, and he was so nice and polite. But it is because he is, for me, he's Counter-Strike, right? Him and Get Right, when I think of CS, Those are two names that always come into my head. And it's also two names we get to see today because we obviously got the NIP Legends show match presented by Rainbet coming in here to celebrate this 25th anniversary. And Vince, we have an entire Legends lineup ready to go. You can see them on your screens now. We get to see all of these gents back in the server playing.
Exactly, and it's so it honestly is like a privilege and an honor to be able to cast some of these guys again. It's been a long time since we've casted Get Right, Forest, and Freiburg in particular. And Executor obviously is a guy that a lot of the old school CS fans will remember from the early 2000s. Obviously, he had about a year or 2 years in NIP playing again with the likes of Potty and those guys, and like it's so cool to see them all back again. And then you kind of got like the current NIP roster, so to speak, with obviously Vilger and AIM from the Impact side, and then Kaspersky, Wrinkle, and Shush from the current NIP team that's kind of made this resurgence. And that was kind of another point as well. Like for the longest time, NIP went from being sort of the top flight org in CS to a bit of obscurity. They had a bit of a barren spell, and it feels like maybe we're starting to see them reemerge again.
Not only reemerge, I mean, Anders, for me, this is kind of, I think it's a pretty cool story. So obviously with the change to VRS at the beginning of the year, this was a decision by NIP, which was cool. We're going to build Counter-Strike roster from scratch.
Yeah.
And we're going to grind all the tier 2, tier 3 events, and we're going to prove that you can move up the VRS rankings. It was rough this year for NIP. Like this was tough. No one else was doing this. Everyone else was just buying up cores.
Yeah.
But this is what they chose to do. And now we get to see them at the Budapest Major, which is mental. Like they actually were able to do it.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for making that decision. Obviously, the way that the whole thing changed with the partner leagues and everything else meant that it was time for NIP to prove that they could do it. I think they even went to some of the more local sort of lands in Sweden and elsewhere to try to sort of scrape together these VRS points. And I don't think that's a case of sort of, oh no, they've been reduced to playing at a lower level. I think that's great. That really proves that you care about the sport and that you have the tenacity to go out there and win those points. And I think they did a great job. And I really enjoy the core of this team. I still think Wrinkle is kind of an underrated figure. I think he's got just great personality and is a really strong player in the game. And Shush, for my money, is still one of those players that you can ask to do almost anything and he's going to do it with a smile on his face. So yeah, I think this is going to be a lot of fun, and hopefully if they end up losing to the Legends, imagine that. Even if Forrest and Get Right and Freiburg girls stream a lot and have great streams themselves for the next, so you don't want to be losing to the old boys, do you?
I don't know. I think I'd be okay with losing to Get Right, Vince. I think just being able to play in a server with him, I'd be like, it's chilled. I'll deal. Even if he like annihilates me, I think that's kind of exciting. Do you think that they feel that though? I mean, is it the same for them? They're all in the same org. I'm sure that they've met him numerous times. Do you think that they also feel a little bit awe-inspired when they're playing with him?
I would imagine, yeah, the name surely, like it holds a lot of weight, but he's such a down to earth guy that if they have met him, he's probably put them sort of at ease. I don't know if it will be a look at, oh my god, it's Get Right's on the server, because he is a legendary player, there's no doubt. But another player to kind of touch on here as well, like, is Rez, because as much as we highlight Get Right and Forest, and obviously they were both in NIP for over 7 years, Rez actually was on NIP for longer.
Yeah.
He was just shy of 8 years he was in this roster. And although he's still playing, obviously, now at Game of Legion and actually playing pretty solidly, he was a massive part of this team. He played with Forest and Get Right for a number of years and held his own. So he's not someone to look over either. He could definitely pop off on the server today for sure.
Do you know what's really cool as well is obviously there's a lot of fans in Stockholm today. They actually get to watch this live. They've headed to the venue. We're doing this from the comfort of our rooms, but they'll actually be there getting to see these players interact with these players. I think I saw something online which is kind of cool. So to me, there are a select few iconic photos that kind of represent Counter-Strike. So if I was going to like try and explain to my mom how important this game is to all of us, there's like 4 or 5 photos that I would show her. And one of them is, of course, Anders, that iconic Get Right photo that everyone knows.
I
You
know
can actually, yeah, so we can't do it, but you can recreate that photo. That the fans are going to be able to recreate that photo in Stockholm. They've actually got like a little photo booth set up. So I'm hoping we get to see
Nice.
a few artistic interpretations of what that would look like. And maybe that'll be just a cool way to relive those moments, because I do think that sometimes, Anders, we don't look back and appreciate
No.
those big moments nearly enough, do we?
Yeah, I mean it's tricky because of how fast esports moves. Like everyone is old within like a couple of years or whatever, and the game is moving up, and we got such new talent coming in all the time that it is exciting, and it's cool that Counter Strike is like that. But definitely sometimes looking back, and I just want to kind of reiterate what Vince was saying earlier, because it really is true that for a good moment there, like NIP was the first organization to make a serious go at playing global offensive. And it's absolutely true to say nobody thought this game was going to go anywhere. It sounds so ridiculous when you say it now, but I remember having so many arguments with people back in early 2013, late 2012, where people were saying, well, the future of esports is just exclusively RTS games and MOBA games, and that's it. That's the only thing people will be playing. Shooting games just don't have it. Like everyone thought this. It sounds like I'm just making it up. But that's really what it was. At the time, they thought that shooting games were out of it, and then NIP made this bet, and the sheer star power, I would say, of people like Freiburg and Get Right and Forest and all the rest of them, like, because if in Source, if you Flaren and Freiburg definitely were big names too. The sheer star power of that was kind of what carried a bunch of fans over, and people took it seriously. And without that, it's possible the game would have been slightly drowned out, I think, by other things. It was a touch and go moment there at the start, and it brought other Source players in. Obviously, Very Games, the other organization that they really played against, that had some chance sometimes of beating NIP, although they always end up losing close games. But yeah, it was sick. It was. I think it's worth looking back to think about some of the history, even if we were moving forward really quickly.
We're doing lots of look backs, but let's look forward into the game we're about to watch. This show match is going to be tons of fun, and I do believe we actually have the maps now. So this is what
Ooh.
these teams are going to be playing on. And I like what we're doing here, Vince. We're giving a little bit of a nod to the old school.
It's all about the old school, yeah. I'm super excited for Cobblestone. I'm not gonna lie. Like Tuscan, I've always had a soft spot for sure, and obviously old school train. Some of the players on this server used to be absolute phenoms on it. But Anders, I would love to see Cobblestone back. I know I'm probably in the minority on that one, so I'm really looking forward to casting me some Cobblestone.
Yeah, I know you love that map. Obviously, for NIP, it is a legendary map. The fact that they people forget when we were playing in that major, we had this system where the third map was was sort of randomized, and NIP ended up playing Cobble quite a bit, and they were really great on it. And there were some amazing highlights happening. Also, train, I'm seeing that as a 1.6 train as well. That does make me smile quite a bit. So I don't know. I'm excited for this lineup of maps. Tuscan, for some reason, has never really become popular in Go or CS2, but it's still, the layout of the map works, so there's no reason it couldn't be. I'm excited for these maps.
I'm pretty excited for this as well. So just to let you know how this is going to work, obviously we have our Legends lineup, and then we have the current roster playing. And if this goes to a 2-0, so say the current team 2-0 is the Legends or vice versa, then what we will do is you will still get a chance to see 1.6 train, because what we'll do is we'll mix the rosters up. But I've kind of got my fingers crossed that this goes all the way and we have a 3-map epic show off, because I think that would be tons of fun. Let's talk about those two rosters now. We'll focus in on the current team. We obviously mentioned the current NIP team, but I want to talk about this specific lineup we're going to see, because one of the players in it, I'm such a big fan of hers, and I do want to hype her up, is Vulga. She's obviously the captain for the NIP Impact team. And what a career she's had, because before NIP,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is someone who everyone knows about Imperial, because at the start of the year, the female team was obviously competing at Cologne, but she created that team. She was the person that brought it together. It was undefeated under her tenure. She then is benched, and she's gone on now to set up this NIP Impact team that has done incredibly well. And as I know that you follow the women's league as well, she is damn impressive in her own right.
Yeah, Vilger is an absolute legend, and she briefly even had a chance to be on the broadcast. I think she did a great job there as well. But yeah, she's obviously, her name is really is synonymous with that part of Counter Strike, and for the fact that she built, like you said, the team that essentially couldn't really be beaten. Is such an achievement on its own, and I'm sure that she's a great inspiration to a lot of people who want to play Counter-Strike and get into it. She's a great leader. She really is. And she's got like this, you can even feel it just if you're around her. She's just a cool person, not easy to phase, always thinking quite rationally. So I would say that, there's a reason why teams that she's captaining are going to be hard to defeat no matter what.
Vince, for you, when you take a look at this current team and when we see this lineup, I mean, what are the strengths here? What should we be looking out for in the server?
I think, as you've highlighted perfectly, Vilga has such incredible tenure in terms of a veteran, a real veteran in terms of like being in CS. And we're talking about oh, will the players kind of get a little bit awestruck by X, Y, and Z player? Well, I mean, Vilga is definitely somebody that has inspired generations worth of female players to pick up the mouse and keyboard and to really go at it. But I think what the real strength for me in this team is just the sheer firepower. Like Kaspersky in particular has been so impressive for me since he joined, hopped across to NIP. Obviously, he's on loan from Ents right now. Aimed a really solid rifler as well for Nip Impact. And then Wrinkle and Shush. I mean, I agree with what Anders said. Shush is like this Swiss Army knife player that can do kind of anything. And Wrinkle's this crazy talented AWPer from Ukraine that we've been expecting to see explode. Maybe hasn't quite got to the level that we were hoping for, but there's no doubts he possesses that kind of ability. So I look at this roster, I think this is damn strong.
I agree. I mean, Anders, for me, Kaspersky was such a banger move when
Yeah.
Nip got him, and I'm excited to see him play today.
I agree. He's just got you can tell from the way that he plays the game. He's one of these people who won't back down from a fight, but he's still, I think, really smart. So I think it's a solid pickup, and with him and Wrinkle and just like even that core of it seems really strong to me, and I've got no doubt that they are going to be continuing to build. I've been excited about this NIP project for a while. It is a really hard world to live in right now when the VR system dictates so much what's going on, but I think they're on the right track for sure.
There's such a big conversation that we need to have about VRS. I'm not going to do that here because it's probably not the right time, but I feel like it just comes up way too often, and it's a conversation that needs to be had. Not today, though. Today we're going to talk about who this current team is going to be playing up against. It is the Legends. We've been hyping them up so much, but I mean, now you actually get to see them on your screen. Do the old dogs have some new tricks, Vince?
I honestly think they can win this. I genuinely do. I think that I'll be completely real here. I understand Forrest's reason for retiring, and I respect it a great deal. I genuinely believe he can still play at a tier 2 or even a tier 1 level. I still think he has it. I'm going to be completely real. I think he could have gone on another few years. He still had a ton left in the tank in terms of his individual performances. Oftentimes when a player retires, we're like, they probably should have done it a year or two earlier. I think Forrest still could have kept playing and no one would have really batted an eyelid. And then you look at the fact that the 3 core players in the center of your screen have played together so damn much over the years. And like Anders said, they still play in stream teams. They're still actively playing Face It. These guys aren't coming into this with a bunch of ring rust. Like, they're coming in here to win.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You're in agreement, Anders? I mean, do they still have it?
I think yes. I think the core of it, as obviously Rez, as we said, has been looking really good on its own. So I think it is going to be a really interesting fight. And it's all show matches. They all start with people laughing and it's all a good time. But once you get a little bit into it, everybody wants to win. Do you also want to give like a bit of a shout out to Executor, just for people who don't obviously started his career in IP, but this is only really for the boomer crowd who care about this stuff. But just if I read out the names of the teams that he's been in, apart from that, MTW, it's SK, Eolithic, T9, and then NOA. So those are names that if you've been around for Counter-Strike for a really long time, should send some chills down your spine. Like that, it's so crazy to imagine that he was in all these different teams. We're going all the way back to sort of early 2000s to 2006. It's really like a ancient Counter-Strike history, but the sort of stuff that I think is just exciting that it's still there, and that's also a part of history that I wish more of. I get right. He's a streamer. I know how it works. It's already playing at the camera.
I love how Forrest is like in the venue and everyone gets to watch it. That's pretty cool as well, Vince.
He's a fan favorite, isn't he? And he's never really gone away from that. I think he definitely enjoys being around people that are cheering him on. Obviously, streaming in his own right now, being a content creator for NIP. Yeah, he's in his element, Sam. I think he's going to love every set.
Okay, so I think while we're looking at Legends on the screen, what we need to do now is actually have quite a serious conversation about how we think this is going to play out, because predictions are important. Obviously, all your Counter-Strike knowledge is based on these predictions and whether you get them right or wrong. Every analyst knows this. So why don't we have some predictions here? We've seen the maps. We know who the 2 lines are. Vince, how do you see this going?
I've got to go with the Legends, Sam. I wouldn't feel right if I didn't. It might be the last time we get to get right Forest, Freiburg together. I've got to go. Full all in on the Boomer train.
I mean, I'm with you because I never thought when my Counter-Strike career started, those three had retired. So I just never thought that I would be in a position where I'd be here hosting a match that they're about to play. So obviously my loyalty, my fangirl loyalty had to come out. So I'm kind of with the legends. But what I'm enjoying, Anders, is that you are not swimming upstream with us. You've gone in a different direction.
Yeah, I'm appealing to the Zoomers. You know, they are the future generation of viewers, so you know you gotta give it a try every once in a while. No, I mean it's a tough call for sure. I think some of the players, somebody like Kaspersky, I think it's just going to be a bit of a demon on the sort once things get going. But it is, I think, genuinely a hard call to make. So yeah, and I just wanted to be different. You know, I wanted to fight against a little bit, but I think there's a chance here that the modern day NIP squad are just going to be a little bit ahead. Just to be honest as well, the game just has changed a lot. I kind of agree with what you said, Vince, that there's a chance that Forest could have kept on playing. I still feel that way too, but some of the youngsters when they start playing, it's such a different world that we're in from what it was 5 years ago. So I could see a world in which they're just going to be a little bit sharper this time around.
Completely
I think
fair.
Yeah, I think also, I mean, Vince, the I don't want to call them the youngsters, the current team, I guess, is also all in the middle of competing. I mean, 3 of them are prepping for the major, 2 of them are prepping for Impact finals. So they're like super in the zone. They're getting mad hours in game, which definitely I think will help them out a little bit.
I definitely would imagine that's the case, right? And I agree with what Anders says. Yeah, sure, it's all a bit of fun and everything else, but as soon as they get on the servers, at the end of the day, every single player on this server is a competitor, first and foremost. They have that drive, that hunger to win. They don't want to get rolled over here. So I do believe that is a very fair point that you've raised in terms of them actively still playing. Plus, Executor, like, we don't know how much he's been keeping update with Counter-Strike. You know, we know that Freiburg and those guys are streaming a lot and playing a lot of CS. Has he been on the server much? I would imagine he's been at least trying to get ready for this game, but like, has he been in it for the last few years? That could be a potential problem as well. As good as he is, more of a tactical mastermind he was back in the day rather than a star player, so to speak. So I'm going to be very curious to see how he performs.
So remember, if you're watching, this is an opportunity for you. You can also do your own predictions at the dojo today. So go sign up and go and make those predictions. Let's see. Maybe you align yourself with Anders, or maybe you're on the side of Vince and I. You can do that and let us know in the chat as well. And now, gents, I actually have the opportunity to interview an NIP player from NIP Impact. Zana is with us, and I'd love to chat to her. So Zana, welcome to our show match, the NIP Legends show match by Rainbet. How are you doing? How's it been going competing in the Impact circuit?
Hello. Is this question for me? I was kind of I joined middle question.
The question's for you. Yeah, I was kind of just throwing it to you as you jumped in. How's it been going?
It's been amazing. I mean, it's quite sad that it's gonna end soon now that I joined such a strong team, but it's okay. We will keep grinding, but I'm really grateful for to play in this circuit.
I think even though Impact's coming to an end, I really feel strongly that NIP Impact is going to keep on going and performing incredibly well. What is it like playing in this team for this organization?
Oh, for me, it's everything. To be honest, it's everything I dreamed and worked for. I can't ask for anything better because I have such an amazing organization. Always helping us and being there for us. And thanks to them, we can do this on our daily basis as our job, basically. And also, the team is just amazing. I love everything about this team. I have nothing bad to say. Everyone is just grinders. We have the same goal and we all work really hard for it. It's just everything is perfect, to be honest.
I love that. So there'll be lots of NIP fans watching today, and maybe they haven't watched any Impact. So they get a chance to see Vilga and AIM in the server. What should they expect from these 2 players?
Well, they can expect really aggressivity from Mia and Vilga, but especially Vilga going a bit crazy, always going forward. I think it's going to be really fun. They are really funny players, and they will play with no fear. That's what they can expect from them.
And who do you think, if you had to make a prediction, you've seen the Legends lineup, you've seen the current lineup, who do you think wins this show match?
I will go. My guess is the current team from NIP, where my girls are. Of course, I will back them up.
You think that the old boys don't have it? They're not going to be able to beat them?
No, that's my guess.
I like it. What is if you have to think back, because it's 25 years now to go back on, what's your favorite Ninjas in Pyjamas memory?
I mean, of course, from I would say the win streak that they have. Like they have. I think they have. No one else got their win streak, right? Like they have the highest win streak, like 87-0, something like this. That's such a huge accomplishment, and that's every time we talk or someone talked about NIP, that's what I would think about. So it's really amazing.
I love that as well, and it's so special for you getting to wear that jersey. I mean, this is quite a difficult question, I suppose, but you mentioned there that it's like the dream and you get to play Counter-Strike, but is there anything else any other emotions you feel when you put on that jersey and get ready to compete?
Yeah, I mean, I love wearing this jersey. Little me would never expect to wear this jersey because throughout my whole career, I always heard about NIP, right? It's such a legendary org. And now that I put this jersey, it just feels unreal. I will for sure put it on my wall someday. But yeah, it's just an honor. And I really just work really hard for the team and for the organization that support us.
Donna, thank you so much for chatting to us.
Thank
Good
you so
luck
much.
with Impact Finals coming up. I will definitely
you.
be cheering you on. And now I'm going to say goodbye to you, and I'm going to bring Anders and Vince back. I think this is something that fans feel it because they put the jersey on, but it's also something that is so difficult to put into words, is like what a big deal it is as a player when one of these historic organizations, you sign to them and you get to wear that jersey, Vince.
I love the passion and also the loyalty as well, saying that she's got a back of girls, of course. But no, seriously, you could see how much it meant to her. And that's the kind of passion that I think is often lost. You watch a game and you assume, oh, this team lost, they don't care, they just can't be asked. It's like, no, that's so garbage. Like the players live and breathe this game, as you saw there from Zana. Like, and speaking about the fact that Impact's coming to an end and maybe there is an uncertainty about their future, like that's awful, right? Like you don't want any young player to have to go through that and not know what the future holds. So yeah, getting picked up by an org like this, I think has given her an amazing opportunity, and it's great that she's super grateful. You can really hear that she's very appreciative for that chance. So all the best to her and obviously the rest of the NIP female squad going forward. Hopefully they can land on their feet, but I mean the future's uncertain, right? Like when it comes to the Impact side of things.
For sure. I mean, the future's uncertain, but the finals are coming and hopefully they can do well there. You mentioned that passion, and I want to award some passionate NIP fans now. I do have to read this off my screen because some of y'all have the craziest usernames ever. So I just want to give a huge shout out to our NIP Haunted House winner, Romere. And now I need to shout out some of the participants. This is where it's going to get difficult, but I'm going to do my best to read some crazy names in my South African accent. So just those shout outs to Big Ol, Smoke at 45, Slouker, Pete's, Jen, Axelson 06. Oh, this isn't as bad. I'm getting through it. We're okay. Sermits, Ultra Beaming, Slitra 1. I hope I said that right. And Just for Fun. There we go. If I butchered your names, I apologize. But you don't spell them properly, so that's all I can do, right? Anders, getting
Yes.
hyped for this. I mean, we're being very nice and we're being so positive and happy. But let's be honest, someone's going to troll in that damn game. You know it's coming, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's going to be some crazy trolling and some cheeky stuff going down.
Yeah, I mean, both Forrest and Get Right are just funny people to begin with. Like, they're not going to resist having a bit of a laugh there. So yeah, for sure. Like, if there's an opportunity, they are going to take it. I've got no question about it. But again, I imagine that's going to happen mostly at the start of these games. Like, once you get a little bit deeper into it, then the competitive nature will take over. But I think it's fun. Like, I hope that we see a little bit of trolling. If you get a chance to knife or sue somebody, this is your time to take it. Just do it for the audience and for the fun of it. I've no doubt about it. It's also possible, like we don't know, like I said, how good Executor is going to be. So maybe you throw him in as a bit of a more of a human decoy or something like. There are lots of ways to play when you don't really know what the outcome is going to be. So I think it's going to be really crazy. And I'm always a fan of a couple of Knives or Seuss's in there. I hope we're going to get to see a couple of them.
I got my fingers crossed, man. I do have one more shout out. This is for the dojo users. Let me try and not butcher those names as well. David, Barberham, Billy Buck. I actually really like that name. Jen, the Crypto Phil, Floken, Post Tenobarus, and Barberham. Congratulations. We're just giving you a little shout out for being those cool dojo users that you are. We're going to get ready to take this very seriously and for our casters to get ready. But I think before we do that, it would be really awesome to hear from the CEO of NIP on this very special day.
Hey NIP fans, Hisham here. I just wanted to say a quick thanks for tuning in and supporting us. This year has been incredibly long. We've been grinding our way back to the majors and we finally made it. The boys are busy preparing hard for the event and we're all crossing our fingers we do a deep run. Next year will be even bigger and better. The minimum aim is to be consistently playing against top competition and looking like a team that will be contending for titles again. Thank you as always for your support and we'll see you soon.
Damn, I love that. That gets me so excited. Fighting talk. And as next year NIP wants to be contending for finals, do you think that this young lineup has the potential to do that under the leadership of Snappy?
I actually think it does. Yes, I think Snappy kind of came out of Falcons being maybe a little bit done dirty by the whole story around that. I don't think he had much of an opportunity to really build something there, but I definitely think he's the kind of leader that can bring this forward. And like I said, I still think Wrinkle has a lot more to show. I could see this really working, and I think a lot of orgs have proven that you don't have to buy the ultimate superstars to make this work. You can do it with just a lot of passion, a lot of dedication, and kind of having the team be on the same page. I don't see a reason why NIP couldn't do it. And it would be cool. It would be absolutely awesome to see them fight their way back to the top, from this position. I think that would be really fun. And it would be a lot of credit, I think, to the sort of history of the organization if they're able to do it one more time.
I also think Vince, I mean, I can bring this up because they themselves have spoken about it in interviews, which is maybe in the past, the organization was a little bit too involved in their CS rosters. But they have been somewhat hands off now. They've given a lot of power to Exist and to the management of the Counter-Strike team to make those sort of decisions and figure out the lineup that they want to build, right? And that gets me really excited because I think that they have given them autonomy to do what they've been doing, and they've had the year. And now, of course, they're in the major. So it's exciting for the future if you're an NIP fan.
Oh, no doubt. And, Exist is another one of those players that we could easily talk about in sort of the legendary status for NIP. He, of course, was part of that very golden era of the 2012 guys, right? He was there with Flaren and the rest of the boys. So he knows what he's doing and he knows what he's talking about. And I completely agree with Anders. I'm going to say it straight up. I think Snappy was scapegoated at Falcons.
Oh, for sure.
I really feel like he was given a really raw deal. I still think he's capable of leading to a very high level. I was super impressed with his tenure at Ents. And so, yes, I also believe that this NIP squad can get back on track. Sure, maybe a few players do need to step up to that next level. Main looking at Wrinkle, this would be a great opportunity for him to do just that. But I definitely see where you're going, Sam, and I do agree with you. I think allowing someone like Exist, who has a great mind for the game, who's been there and done it several times over, is only a good thing for this roster.
For sure. And I mean, I think what's kind of exciting is if they do have a deep run in the major, it'll set them up really well for next year. And that's like the positive and the negative of VRS all rolled into one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm someone who's going to be looking for how they do really early on in the tournament there. But you're right, it is all about scraping together those points. And again, I think there are every major. There's always a couple of teams that sneak in where I think I don't really know what they're going to do, and suddenly they blow up and they run through all the stages. Legacy obviously did it in Austin, unexpected I think by most people, and I think NIP have all of the qualities of a team like that could sort of be flying a little bit under the radar and just surprising. I think that's definitely possible.
I also actually think that NIP Impact, the women's team, could do really well at the finals this year. They had such a great run at Impact Dallas. Obviously, there was a time where there was one team kind of leading the charge. That team's had a roster change now. The Imperial lineup is not as strong as it used to be. We saw them not even make the grand final. So there's a really big opportunity for Volga to take that team to a grand final as well, Anders.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. And it's cool. Like I think that the Impact scene or the women's scene is become more interesting now because there really was that one team that was just dominating everything. It seemed like Anna at one point was completely in a league of her own and nobody could sort of get to her. And I think that's not even necessarily true anymore. There are definitely more talent out there. And so I think that there's a diversification there that's really exciting. But yeah, I mean, we talked so much about, the back in the day kind of stories. Like I remember, so some of the first CSGO events I went to were Copenhagen games, and they always had female tournaments. And I was actually standing behind somebody like Vilga. I remember, so you talk about sort of passion. It's a passion that stretches for, close to like 13 years or more now. And I remember even then, where the stakes were so much lower, but you don't play Counter-Strike this long without being just absolutely bought into it. So I would say holding on to something like Vilga, hopefully the female scene can restructure. It always seems like there are like some things that might be coming up. I hope that's the case. But yeah, like she's someone with so much experience that I think she's going to be just an absolute rock for any future team that you want to build. And I could see her kind of having the determination to call that team really far into the Impact finals. Yeah, a lot of respect for her, I think. Yeah, again, we don't end up talking enough about it, and I wish we had more kind of videos or stories from back in the day, because it's crazy how many of the women have been playing for just a really long time. And I think people maybe just don't, we end up talking about, Forrest and Get Right and all the rest of it, and for good reason. But all of the women were there back in 2012 and 13 as well.
She's kind of a legend in her own rights. But I mean,
Yep.
Vince, I think this is obviously we're celebrating NIP, so I'm going to go on about this, but I think this is something kind of cool about the organization as well, is the fact that the older generation is still there and they are developing this young talent. So for example, in NIP Impact, Vilga is allowed to sort of bring in young talents and build them up. You've still got the likes of Forrest aligned to the organization. There's opportunities, I'm sure, for some of the current roster to chat to him, to speak to him, to get insight from him. Like, that's something that's also really cool, is building community, I think. And obviously everyone watching at home that is part of that community, it's really important, and maybe something that newer organizations, I don't know if they forget or haven't learned yet, but there's so much more to this than just competitive Counter-Strike. Like at the end of the day, this started off as a clan, and it's kind of in the name. We were all coming together, and that's something that I hope we don't forget. The more sort of commercialized our sport gets.
Yeah, I really respect it. They don't forget where they came from. They don't forget the players that have kind of built their empire, so to speak. The fact that Executor is in here, having not been like an active player since 2002 for NIP, kind of says it all, right? Like they've gone back to like the proper OGs here, and I really do have to respect that as well. And on the Vilga situation, she's a legend in her own right, and I think that she is going to attract players to want to play with her because of the tenure she has, because of her attitude towards the game. If you're a younger player, an Aim, a Kiara, a Naomi, one of these kind of players, you want to play under Vilga. You want to play under a player of this kind of stature and this kind of caliber. So I completely agree and see where you're coming from, Sam. Like having that bedrock, that foundation there to bring in the new blood of players is massive.
You know what? The game is ready to go. Let's jump into our NIP Legends show match presented by Rainbet, boys. I'm excited for this Counter-Strike.
Yes, thank you, Sam. Appreciate it. Let's get right into it. We're here. It's the show match that we've got going on. NIP Legends versus the current NIP lineup. And I am excited for this one. We're going to be starting on Tuscan, and it looks like it'll be the Legend starting on the T side.
It most certainly will. And as I can't fully express how excited I am to actually watch these players go head to head. And Tuscan at that to kick things off. Pretty strong A stack from the main position. Vilga needs to fall back. Does spot multiple players, going to relap to the teammate, but there's so much time left, Wanders. They can easily wrap around back onto mid if they so choose. They're going to go into the underground area, and now Forrest is going to be leading the charge of Freiburg.
It's Ringgold to get the first kill of the show match. But yeah, this underpass position is potentially quite risky as well. You could see they want to open it up, but there's a chance that Vilka could just try and close the door on them. Oh, she's just in the corner hiding, but they do jump out. Glock's ready to go, and it looks like the Legends team are actually fighting back a bit here. Bomb going to be planted. They are fairly boxed in at the moment, but the round is definitely still on. Get right, trying to get a bit of elevation up on the box here. Kaspersky getting close to it. He knows there's someone in the corner. Wants to swing straight for it, but he's missing the shots. The bullets are going nowhere, and Forrest and Get Right are fighting their way back instead. Wrinkle on his own. Just the USP and running out of time quickly. He's going to get another headshot. He's actually running for the ace at the start of it. He's so close, but Freiburg will take him down.
We were talking about, is there going to be trolling? Get Right 360 spinning, trying to finish off the low player nearly through the round, but they don't care. Smiles on the faces as far as you can see. Get Right's proud of himself. And like you said, if we had any concerns that this was going to be sort of like a steamroll with the young blood just running through the Legends, they stand their ground and they do deliver some really crisp headshots.
You love to see it, don't you? There was a chance there for the ace. I thought maybe he was going to end up picking it up, but yeah, good call using the underpass that only the boomers anyway would know about. But it is kind of a significant part of the map for sure. So lots of good kills in that round, and the Legends off to a nice hot start. I mean, I do think they might have I don't know if they're the underdog team, but they might be a little bit more rusty in the current lineup. So they're going to need to really fight for this one, and a good start for them winning the pistol.
Oh, no doubt. Going to be buying straight in, of course. Interesting to see what NIP current rosters will be looking through. And also a question as well, there's like, who's IGLing for both teams? Are they just kind of throwing ideas? I mean, I would imagine Vilga probably the IGL of the current squad for Legends. Maybe Executor. I don't know how much he's been keeping up to tabs with everything. One fun trade, though, early doors.
I reckon with the fact that we're playing Tuscan, Executor surely going to be able to remember some of the CPL day strategies. That would be interesting if they could bring that up. That might even be fun, honestly, just for the NIP Legends team. Just kind of the historical aspect of it, saying how did you guys play, back, sometimes even before somebody like a Get Right showed up, because that's just how long Executor's been in the game. Rez actually going to get a kill this time, and a couple to add to it, so not bad. Aim her, she's on her own for the minutes, and unfortunately not going to be an easy retake. So a couple of casualties there, but ultimately a great round.
Yeah, and Rez is really, we kind of touched on him earlier when we were looking at the two rosters. Obviously, currently at Gamer Legion after being at NIP for nearly a decade. He was there longer than any of these Legends. It is absolutely absurd. But he's had a really big kind of shot in his own individual performances over there. Like, it has been a resurrection for him in his career. And although Gamer Legion have faltered a little bit in their previous couple of tournaments, he is still up there posting big numbers.
Yeah, he's such a tremendous talent. There's just no question about it. And it's wild to imagine that he actually ended up being in the Order longer than some of the other guys. It's sort of hard to imagine, but he really was. This round looking fairly done for. Just going to be a couple of upgraded pistols here for the modern day NIP squad. See if they can do some more damage here. I'm sure that the AWP is going to play a bit of a role here. Kaspersky, that's a pretty good headshot to at least do a little bit of damage, but yeah, it's just blind fighting through the smoke at the moment. So that's something else that probably for someone like Executor, depending on how much he plays in a modern day, there are so many mechanics that are going to be, a bit alien to him, perhaps, just the way that the smoke interacts with everything else.
Sure. Yeah, the way it plumes, the way it kind of expands. And especially a map like Tuscan, when you consider how many bottleneck sort of like close-knit areas there are, it feels like all these alleyways are incredibly shallow, incredibly narrow. It's so easy to block that out. So you're going to see a lot of these kind of chaotic spams and sprawls for middle control going into the A main side. Wrinkle, meanwhile, though, gets absolutely smacked by Get Right with the AK. And that's going to open up business. Vilga is here, however, with the Galil. She may be able to hold on. That smoke's not going to affect her.
Yeah, a bit of a grenade going over. Do they have a flashbang? Not at the moment there. So she's got a good high ground position, but they all peek at the same time. And it's Executor to take her down. Kaspersky's real far away. Get Right in a bit of a mood, isn't he? Does get Molotov out of the corner, but the bomb's planted. So it's all kind of a show. I don't think there's anything he can really do. I actually don't know about the wall banks on this map, so I'm not even going to comment on whether or not that one's possible. Okay, good headshot. Get right. Getting a little bit too advanced at the moment, but okay, look, he knows how to take the peak still. He's definitely still playing the game, you can tell.
Yeah. Yeah, that was fast. That was nippy. Not too bad at all from Executor, and the Legends moved through, I should say, to a pretty straightforward 3-0 lead. Blowing open the smoke, and see that Kaspersky had some momentary success. The Legends still on track. To put it in perspective, by the way, Anders, Rez was with the Orc for 2,768 days.
It's a rare thing, isn't it, in modern day Counter-Strike for somebody to keep that kind of loyalty for a long time. There we go. Orps in play. Freiburg wants to take that wide swing towards the A bomb site, but just gets completely rocked instead. It's good to see Wrinkle. No surprise he's picking that up. Trade is in. Shush. Couldn't get away after getting the kill on Executor, so 3 versus 3 with Rez and Get Right. Very low on Hellfear and Vilga. That's a great spray down. Double kill to drop both Rez and Forest, and she's not even really holding back. She wants to take up the next position here. Smoke right on top of Get Right. He almost has to commit to it, but Vilga with a headshot. What a sick triple.
Yeah, great work from Vilga. A couple weakened players, but nothing wrong with that crosshair placement. The aim on point, giving NIP their first round. Their economy not exactly ideal. They're going to have to think about where to go from here. You can see a couple players around $100 to $500. So the Legends will realize they'll be able to suss this out, but their money's not great either. A couple of Deagles picked up for the two Legends of Get Right and Forest.
Yeah, already suffering a bit on the economic front here. Wrinkle, all right, that's incredibly aggressive. Not sure I'm loving the spray down there. Freiburg is going to punish it. That was so many bullets missed out, but Vilga, I think halfway through the smoke, she finds Freiburg. Kaspersky's here. That looked like a dead-on headshot onto Rez, but somehow the Galil is a bit quicker and actually defeats him. 2 versus 2 now. 1 minute and 20 seconds. And Rez trying to find an opening here. Let's see what Shush and Vilga can actually do to get the modern-day NI team being back in action. It's going to be Vilga again. She's kind of getting warmed up now.
Yeah, I can see she's very comfortable and confident on this A side. Obviously, has played the map a lot in her long career. To spot the final player. Information will be called across. Smoke also placed down, waiting for the cavalry to arrive. And Rez decides to push through the Molotov and the smoke. Gets the kill, but Shush figures finds him and puts him down. There will be no clutch here just yet. Close, though, but Vilga again, Anders, like really going above and beyond.
Yeah, absolute rock solid there. Punishing Freiburg, stopping him at the double kill, and then just continuing on afterwards. All right, it's a great setup for Freiburg. I love it. I need more cams all the time. Just a couple of pistols here. Oh, speaking of Freiburg, I have a shirt still that I stole from him back in 2013. We were missing one for a broadcast, and he had an extra one, and I was like, right, I'll borrow his one. So I have an old school Freiburg shirt somewhere that I just never return. I'll bring it back one of these days, though.
Wow, that's going to be worth a fair chunk of change at some point. Collector's item, maybe.
It's possible that it's just, you know, it's all vintage at this point, you know. Maybe that's the thing to do. Maybe I sell it instead, you know, throw it up for auction at some point. Ooh, that's just a nice headshot. Aim, finding the last one there. Rez goes down, so everyone's kind of getting activated. I don't think we're missing out on anyone on the scoreboard at the moment, which is great news. But I think you can almost feel that the seriousness is starting to kick in a little bit more now. There's not that much trolling happening. Get Right is had his moments of trying, but overall, it's you know, already the competitive atmosphere is starting to kick in.
Oh, no doubt. I think it's also because Tuscan just lends itself to like hyper aggressive plays up on middle in the box room as well. You know, like there's not much pause for thought. It's just all systems go. Vilga hiding in the smoke here, perfectly playing it. He's looking to try and backstab. He's going to get that opportunity as a spray comes through, but it's just the one kill.
Yeah, that's a really cool idea, though. They threw up the smoke themselves, and then she has to hide inside of it. It still caused a bit of a chaos here. Kaspersky's got a couple of kills flanking from the back, finding himself in an unwinnable position, trying to get that instant 180 spray down, but it is too much to handle. So right now, the CT side continuing on. Once they've got rifles out, it's looking a lot better once again. I must say, this is shaping up pretty nicely at the moment. See if they can find some more luck here on the Legend side. They need some rounds.
I saw glimpses of classic Freiburg there with that spin around. Obviously, he was the MVP of the major that NIP won back at ESL 1 Cologne in 2014. Often overshadowed, I think, in terms of the plaudits, but he was a huge integral part of this roster in his own right.
Yeah.
Obviously, more of an entry frag component.
Yeah, one of the more difficult roles to really shine in entry fragging because, you know, you just need to create some space and all the rest of it. Safety Flaren as well is one of those players that, I mean, it makes sense when you're playing next to legend names like Get Right and Forest that it's going to be hard to steal the headlines a lot of the time. All right, that's a headshot. But Fifaren's contribution, I would say, to the tactical side of the game, this is something that people maybe don't think about too much because there's no way that people would have known outside of the team, but Fiflaren really had a lot of a voice in the team, especially when they were struggling later on after their initial success of trying to sort of rebuild the team tactically, and he deserves a little bit of credit for that too. So definitely, you know, yeah, I mean, the whole team in some sense are legends, but it's just hard to outshine Forest and Get Right is the case.
Oh, and you pick up 87 maps in a row and pretty much set the record for Counter-Strike. You're obviously doing something right, and every player in that team needs their credit and take a bow. However, at the moment, they are being beaten by NIP, who were 3-0 down, out to a 5-3 lead. And although the Legends are getting up close and do get a 1-for-1 trade, that smoke is going to block them out. Big spray from Kaspersky, and he will deal with Forrest, who pushes through. Pop flash, Kaspersky's up for the call, gets another one, and puts it into a 3-on-2 in favor of NIP.
Yeah, he's so comfortable, Kaspersky. He knew instead of reloading, he's just going to pick up the gun, and they are going to come running through because they thought he was reloading on the other side. Missed shot from Wrinkle, unfortunately. Could have been a bit of an opportunity there. Aim to take down Freiburg. It's a very nice shot, Vilga, though. She wanted to be aggressive on the other side of the map, and unfortunately, it was too much. Now running through the middle, Rez, making all the footsteps. I'm pretty sure Aim has heard him on the other side. So, yeah, Rez aware that he could have given a little bit away, but the fact that she's in such a forward position, I think she's walking up behind him even as we speak. This is great play. Wrinkle's going to get the kill, but look at Aim. She would have been right behind him anyway, and there would have been almost an automatic kill there.
Yeah, I think you're starting to see some of that flow that current players trying to set up for a major, the Impact Finals will be finding off against the Legends. You know, they're playing daily, on point, hitting the servers hard, hitting scrims hard, and it's kind of starting to show a little bit. Vilga's had a couple of massive plays individually, but Kaspersky's been on point. Even those rounds they were losing, Anders, he was landing a bunch of 1-deeks. So a constant threat, and starting to see that maybe it's a little bit too much pressure for the Legends to contend with. Wrinkle has popped off again with another AWP opening pick. That is maybe a problem that the Legends are going to find, by the way. None of these players really are an out-and-out AWPer. That could be an issue.
Yeah, that's a good point. Didn't even think about that, but they are missing that role. We'll see if it comes back to haunt them, maybe especially being on the other side of the map here. Get Right is going to end up going down, but they've planted the bomb in the meantime over at the B bomb site. Nice swing from Kaspersky. Forrest trying to get up on the scaffolding. He's going to take the first kill there, but he's on his own. It is, in fact, a 1 versus 4. Sneaking around will find Aim. That's a free kill with the Galil and still has bullets left. Vilga showing herself on top here. He's going to pick up the AK instead, trying to see if he can land another shot. It's going to work out for the first one, but Wrinkle is right there in front. It's a nice double for him and a 13-5 scoreline individually, but that's Forrest almost winning the 1 versus 4.
And tell me that they're not trying. You saw his expression as soon as he doesn't pick it off, head in the air, looking up to the heavens. He so desperately wanted that clutch. That competitive element of these players is still very much there. I can see from the body language. Get Right's his big grin has turned into a bit of a frown at this point.
He wanted it. He's got the pressure of the audience behind him as well. For us, don't forget, you know, there's always that to add to it. But still, it's seven rounds in a row as well for the current modern day NIP lineup. That's crazy to imagine. The NIP Legends need to do something. It's actually Executor that's going to bring them back into this round. Finding Vilga. Kaspersky's trying to bring it back here. It's just a fight for the smoke, and not sure who's actually coming out on top of that one. Executor ends up going down to Shush, I believe. So 3 versus 4, and it's another man advantage this time for the NIP lineup.
Oh, the timing. Kaspersky catches Freiburg and Forest from behind, and Wrinkle will seal the deal from 3-0 to 8-3. What a turnaround. 14 frags for Wrinkle on the AWP, just the 5 deaths, and 14 for Kaspersky, who's really been the spearhead, getting in the face of the Legends and through those smokes. And it has been a rough one so far. It started so well, though, Anders. It looked like they may even run away with this one, but then NIP really just stood up, and it feels like they've left Legends in the dirt.
Yeah, they're showing up in a big way. Very, very hard to stop them at the moment. You can tell some of the individuals there. I like the game plan they came into it as well. You saw both Vilger and AIM in certain rounds were pushing aggressively on the CT side, and I think that's a big part of Tuscan anyways. If you can start to get down to those T hallways that's in front of the bomb sites, you can really start to wrap around. Like, it's a great map for CT aggression for that reason. So good understanding, good stuff overall. We need to see more out of the Legends squad. Where are they? I mean, maybe Forrest would have had that clutch. That could have really propelled them back into it, but they need to lock in right now.
Yeah, no, I was kind of one of the other reasons why I was a bit more concerned for the current NIP winning this is that you would assume that in terms of how long the careers of the Legends have been, they've probably played a lot more Tuscan over their like lengthy careers than you'd expect the current day NIP squad has. And yet the way that the current day NIP squad is playing is like they're just toying with their food. They're pushing the smokes perfectly. They got the timings down, as we saw from Kaspersky's double from the backstab coming through. The way that Vilga's played, obviously she is a veteran in her own right, so she's played a lot of Tuscan over the years herself, I'm sure. But yeah, I have been very impressed, I've got to say.
I think it's hard to explain, but since NIP with the Get Right and Forest, when they were at the absolute top, there are so many micro things in this game that have been added since that even I would say sort of modern day but slightly older players are having a harder time adjusting to. Like some of the youngsters, the way that they are peaking angles and the way that they're sort of optimizing the game in every single moment. And like you said, playing around the smokes and all of these different things, it's very, very hard to keep up with. Like there are so many things that you have to be on top of that. I wouldn't be surprised if even if Forrest and Get Right and Freiburg still all play the game a lot, it's still probably hard to really be as sharp as someone like a Kaspersky is going to be.
Sure, like there's levels, right? Like you can be in a stream team, and I mean no disrespect to this, and playing competitively, but also kind of for fun at the same time. It's not your entire life. You know, pro players put in an unbelievable amount of time, effort, and just raw energy into keeping at that level. There is a big difference. And when you consider that like Kaspersky, Shush, and Wrinkle in particular are playing against some of the top players in the male side of things, and you've got Vilgrain playing against the very top players on the female side of things in Impact, like as Sam mentioned on the desk, like they are playing day in, day out to be at the very top level of their respective leagues, of their respective tournaments. That is a difference. Now, sure, you've got Rez on the server, and he's been playing pretty well, but it does feel like Executor in particular is struggling a little bit. He had a couple of entry frags early on. I think he finished this half on 3 kills, and we were both kind of curious and potentially even concerned, like how much he's been playing. It does look like he's been playing the game. It's not like he's completely out of his depth, but he is struggling a little bit, and that seems to be a bit of a difference maker right now.
Well, listen, if we get him on 1.6 on train, it's all going to change. Like it's all going to come back in that moment to him. It's so crazy that we have people like this around, and I think it's one of the most charming and just awesome things about Counter-Strike is how many people kind of like they get touched by it at some point in their careers, and then they don't let it go. They stick around forever, and it just becomes a part of their life in some sense. And I think Executor fits within that group of people. The list of teams that he's been on, like I mentioned some of them earlier, but I think the first one that he was in was a Danish team called Spirit of Amiga. For anyone who's super old like me will remember, with Executor was on there at one point, but they had a lot of famous players. Crash Jack, in my opinion, the old time sort of name on that team. But yeah, just fun to see that the game really sticks with some of these people for their whole lives, it feels like. So here we go. Second half is coming up. It's not quite. We've gone into 12 rounds. I was going to say, how do they have weapons already? But that's just because I'm lying to the audience already. Forest going to get the kill. They do need this round, Vince, though. They need one more round here on the T side.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. AIM, though. Looking to try and push the outside. That smoke, and this is the little differences that can make a huge impact as AIM splatters Freiburg. And although there is a post plant in, it's going to be a difficult one for the Legends to hold on to. They just don't have that much utility. Forrest, though, is going to give them a real chance, but Kaspersky answers back.
Trades back and forth. Bomb is planted. Aim with another headshot. She's doing great work in this round. See if he can open up towards Get Right. Rez up on top. There's 2 players left here. They do need this round. Rez on a crazy mission. Gets the jump down, gets the kill, but Get Right panicked. He's not sure if anyone's defusing it. They've already tripped it up a couple of times. Now they're going to go for it. Bodyguarding. He's trying to get through with 4 bullets left, and it won't be enough. Kaspersky takes him down. It's a brave mission there for Get Right, but unfortunately, it's not enough to win the round.
And that's one of those kind of things that you touched on beforehand, is where it's like the game has changed quite a lot. If you remember way back when in CSGO, and I know you remember this for sure, you casted a bunch of his highlight plays over the years, his spray control was pretty much the best in the world, or it was at least in the top 3 for a long time. Spraying in CS2, not that good. Like, it really is a significant step down. So you saw that he was trying to spray through the smoke, but just nothing was really connecting.
Yeah, I think it's hard to fully explain to people how wild it was back in 12 and 13 and 14 to see Get Right and Forrest on servers with the rest of the opposition. Just because, like, one of the things I remember, and especially from a casting point of view, there were so many positions where, you know, it would be Forrest or Get Right in a 1 versus 3 or 4, and you just had this assumption that they're probably going to win. Like, they probably can win these every single time, and they did a lot. And like you said, a lot of it was down to the fact that Get Right just had such crazy spray and really invented, in some sense, the whole lurking role that still exists to this day.
Well, we'll see if they can carry that going through into the second half, as we are going to be jumping to a break.
All right, we go. We're good to go. No breaks needed. I'm glad.
Oh, never mind.
Want to be slowing down the action. Let's see, 9-3, round number 13. And Rez waiting on the steps towards this mid position. Going to try and fall back. It's now the modern-day NIP team on the T side, and the Legends are going to be on the CT side. Executor's already picked up the first headshot here. They are so far behind. They kind of have to win this round.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way, doesn't it? But what we do realize is it was pretty CT-sided in the first half. It started 3-0 off the back of the pistol round, so maybe if the Legends can get their hands on this, this could get close yet. Shush, though, is going to dice down Rez, and in doing so, opens up business onto B. Now, there is a flanking contingent in play, trying to wrap around the side as Get Right catches Vilga. She had a knife out. Shenanigans were afoot, and she gets punished.
Oh, I love it. And if she could have knifed Get Right, I mean, that would have been a highlight right then and there. So I appreciate the attempt, but they're going to fight back. Modern day NIP team are crushing it at the moment. Kaspersky with 17 kills. And all right, Get Right, you didn't get stabbed quite, but still, you're losing the game a bit here. What's happening?
Yeah, you've managed to dodge one potential calamity, but you still have a 10-3 deficit to try and deal with. It's, yeah, out of the fire into the frying pan. Or the other way around, depending on which way you look at it, I suppose.
Yeah,
NIP...
one's bad. I think that's the whole point, isn't it?
You don't want to be in either position. They are trying to get aggressive down onto middle, but it's kind of backfiring. I say that, but Rez and Forrest with a 5-7. Just shredding aim. Kaspersky and Vilga. That's more like it from the Legends.
That is great. All right, Forrest picking up some massive headshots there. There's is it an Edward highlight on this map, I believe, from back in the day? Maybe a Neo one as well from Tuscan. So for anyone that wants to go and find that, I'm sure you can. But great work with the 5-7. That's the pistol that I must say in 1.6, unfortunately, was, in my opinion, completely trash. But in modern day Counter-Strike, it's a sick pistol.
Oh, yeah. In fact, I think the position where he actually killed them is called Edward.
Yeah.
Classically,
so.
Because of that highlight. Yeah, we're really rolling back the years here, aren't we?
That's part of the beauty of it, though. We don't get to do this nearly enough. Obviously, for tournaments, so many things to talk about regularly with, you know, new rosters and new talent and all the rest, which is super fun. But sometimes it's nice to just spend a little bit of time thinking about how some of this even got started to begin with. Executor is going to be taking down aim. Vilga and Kaspersky left here. Vilga actually with a headshot. That's a wallbang as well. Don't know how that happened. Must have been right through the edge. We'll take her down in 2 versus 3. So Kaspersky sneaking on through. I think Forrest heard the footsteps, but it's not going to help him. He's still dead.
Advantage still surely in favor of the Legends, though. We're very weak in Vilga. Kaspersky's going to get aggressive and gets the drop on Get Right. Had no right to get that frag. And yet here we stand, and Freiburg tossing up the Molotovs, not going to affect Vilga. Waiting for that smoke to clear. There is still time on the clock, and he has a kit at his disposal, but there's so many angles he needs to try and cover here, and Vilga is just hiding in plain sight. HE up and over, doesn't finish her off, and that may bait Freiburg into a false sense of security. He's staring in the position, but Vilga's not budging. This is where all of that veterancy shows itself, but unfortunately she peaks a little bit too soon. She gets put down, and the defuse is forthcoming.
Oh, you could tell she's so close to hitting the timing there, but she just had so low health that it was also tricky. If she could have had 100 health there, I think she can just escape back behind the wall, and Freiburg probably lose the round. But that's a very, very nice attempt. They were never going to even get close to winning that round to begin with. That was a 2-on-4 or 5, I think. So very, very close. But to be honest, the Legends team, they need some rounds like this. 10-5, they're really far behind. But now they've gone into the next round, double AWP on the CT side. So Forest AWPing, I mean, that's something that he's probably going to be able to do. Get Right AWPing is a bit of a different look.
Yeah, he was a player that was capable of using every weapon pretty much. I can only assume that he's just not used to the map. I think he assumed that you couldn't get up close there on the right side. I mean, I don't want to speak for the man, but there's no way he's pushing forward if he knows that guy's to his right-hand side, right? Like, that is a massive oversight.
Yeah, it definitely is, but really funny. Forrest getting run down, trying to do a bit of a quick scope there, and is aimed to get the kill. She's been doing pretty well, up to 10 in total. Rez, fortunately, real far away. Shush, hiding like a troll in the corner with the Bison. He's going to be able to take off Rez, so unfortunate way to go down. Just as their luck was turning, they just get crushed on this one, so unfortunate times.
You know, it's not necessarily the up that you used to sing with Get Right, but one of my favorite highlights is actually a play that you casted, Anders, and I can't for the life of me remember which event it was, but Get Right was hiding in Shadow and Inferno, and he had an auto sniper, and he aced. He just wrecked everybody by themselves, and you lost your mind. It always sticks in my head. Your reaction is almost like bewilderment and just pure ecstasy all at once.
That's one of those weapons that has never really made it into CS2 the way that it had in early Go. And there were certain maps, you know, I think Train was one of the ones where the auto sniper really had it, like a sort of it's a life of its own, with Exist sometimes playing sort of the B-bomb side with an auto sniper alone. Super interesting stuff, but we haven't really seen the weapon come into play. I'm sure it could in theory, but right now it's just out of the meta. But yeah, you're right. It's not normal that we see Get Right with an AWP. Want to see with the rifles. Forrest, though, doing great work, but just as well, returning into the round. Kaspersky with 3 quick kills.
Executor now is going to be called upon to go above and beyond. The 1v3. Beautiful first headshot with a deagle, showing that he's still got it. You never really lose that ability. It may be rusted over time, but he's still able to pull it out when it really counts. But aim is going to put him to the deck, salvaging the round. It would have been something spectacular from Executor, but not quite good enough. He's going to be frustrated by that, Anders. That first shot was lovely.
Yeah, really great work. Like you said, once you kind of get your Counter-Strike game warmed up again, it's always there somewhere in the back, especially when you're playing as many high-level tournaments as Executor has throughout his career. I'm secretly kind of excited that I even get a chance to cast somebody like this. I mean, even if it's a show match, I've been collecting some names. Obviously, I've got to cast Heaton and Potty in the back. For a brief moment during E-League, we had Kogu standing in. It was the Brazilian 1.6 legend, so I got to cast a little bit of Kogu myself, and I was a huge fan of his insane AWPer from way back in the day. So I'm slowly collecting more and more of these people that I grew up kind of watching. That's just a side bit of enjoyment for me personally, that these people are still out there.
And still kicking ass as well on top of it. Rez will be called upon to go huge. He does have the perfect angle, this door. It's going to become unstuck in just a few moments' time. That Deagle trained to it, but he's second-guessing himself. The timing here, now he knows they're going to be lining up. This is where the Deagle can do so much damage, and it's actually causing a team kill in amongst all of it. A 3-on-3 as the Legends are still in with a shot.
Yeah, that was a potentially an absolutely insane position, but Deagle hard to make it work. Executor, they snuck through, but the bomb does get planted. It's a great idea. Now, Forrest with a scout. But this position here for Vilga already boosted up. She should be able to win this one. A lot of damage, but Freiburg snuck around in the back, and now Vilga's under some pressure here. She's going to end up going down, leaving Kaspersky in a 1 versus 1, and Freiburg looking for the headshot. He's got the 5-7 in hand, just needs the headshot, but he can't get it, and it will be the modern-day NIP team to win on Tuscan.
3 HP left as Freiburg using that monkey business, the king of banana, of course, and it nearly comes full circle. Smiles on the faces of everybody, including the legends. After a pretty solid start, things went pear-shaped, but that is only map 1 done. Up next, Anders, I'm so excited. It's going to be Cobblestone, man. Let's get it done.
Nice.
Okay, we have to talk about this. I was super excited at the start of that. I was like, here come the legends. And then the current NIP lineup was just like, sit down, old men, sit down. That was the best way for me to wrap this one up, Anders.
No, it was impressive, and I think they even had a bit of a game plan coming into trying to take the fight there on the CT side and push them. So I enjoyed that. Kaspersky was fully locked in. There was no part of him that I think even realized it was a show match. He's here to win, and you got to respect that.
I do always laugh with show matches because it starts fun. So you saw that there, Vince, like a couple of giggles, everyone's having a good time, and then you can just watch everyone's face change. There's like a moment where you go, oh, okay, we're taking this seriously now. And I kind of feel like that's what happened there.
100%. I mean, you saw Get Right in the first round doing 360 spins in a 1v3, which nearly lost them the round. And then it seemed like that was a bit of maybe a shock to the system. Vilga tried a knife as well into Get Right. We saw that, and a PP Bison was picked up. So they were having fun. But at the end of the day, if you've ever been a professional at anything, you are going to have that competitive edge to you. You're going to have that hunger that realistically you want to win. It's a show match, have fun, absolutely, but they still want to win the game. So I think that really shone through. Yeah, Shush as well, like, was very serious. Every time the camera went to him, he was just deadpan. He's like, let's put these old people down as fast as possible and get to the next map. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the legends, they were just overwhelmed. A couple of cool moments from players here and there, but like the current roster was on point.
I always laugh, Anders, because I've had this conversation with many a pro player, and they always say that they hate show matches. And the reason that they hate show matches is because they say, you come in thinking, we're going to have a good time. This will be fun. We'll fool around. And they're like, it just takes one try hard in the lineup. So if you had to choose the try hard in the Legends lineup, who was the try hard?
Who was the tryhard? Man, that's a good question. I feel like maybe Forrest had more moments, but it's just hard to imagine. Like, Forrest's whole career has been him just laughing his way through at a top level of Counter-Strike somehow. Like, it's always been the most almost enigmatic thing about Forrest is that he seemed to be just the best player in the world without even trying. It's so crazy. Obviously he was, but he just never had that feeling about him. So, but I think he was, he towards the end you could tell he wanted to try and clutch some rounds there. So maybe it was him.
Vince, are you in agreement with Anders?
I think that's fair. I also think Freiburg is typically, whenever I watch their streams, and I do actually watch a lot of their streams when they're playing together, I like the Boom Demons and all that kind of stuff that they've done. He's normally one of the more serious guys that kind of gets pissed off if they start losing. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was him on this occasion.
Let's take a look at the scoreboard now so we can get a feel for who is the MVP, because we'll have to make that choice very soon. So here we go, taking a look at this. Any surprises for you here, Vince?
Not really. I mean, like at the end of the day, Kaspersky's been in incredible form for NIP. We even discussed it coming into this. He's been a fantastic pickup, obviously from Ernst on loan. Not that surprising. I would say it's surprising to me the nature and how he dominated, though, because he was pushing smokes. He was being incredibly aggressive on both sides, and his aim was just too good. Deagle, AKM4 didn't really matter.
So, Anders, I think we're all in agreement of who the most valuable player is for this particular map, right?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that there's any debate.
No, there's one name that stands out about all the rest of them at the moment, so we can't really disagree with that. I mean, shout out to Executor as well. You got to remember the end of his career is a really long time ago. So sitting down to play at a high level, I think it's going to be super hard. But he had some good highlights. I just appreciate that. I think it's great to see that he was out there fighting. So yeah, but Kaspersky kind of just try harding a lot, we can say, which is great.
Let's take a look at that MVP now. The try hard Kaspersky, such a cool pickup. I mean, I spoke about this in the pre-show, Vince. I feel very strongly about it. I think that this player was such a good pickup for NIP, and I'm so excited to see him develop in this roster.
Yeah, I can't really add anything to that, to be honest, Sam. I think you're spot on. He just adds so much aggression. Like, he is more of an entry fragging component, but he can also be really solid in the clutch. He's just an incredible package that they've managed to pick up. And I think the future is bright if he sticks with NIP. To put it in perspective, though, just to go back to what Anders said about Executor, he was winning tournaments from 2001 in CPL Berlin and London. To put it in perspective, Wrinkle and Kaspersky had not even been born at that point.
No way. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
that's
When
so
you
sick.
say it like that, it's a little bit mental. It's
It
a
puts it in
little bit
perspective,
mental.
right? Like, so for fair play to Executor for getting on the server, getting some kills, because I mean, he is literally a generation apart from some of the players on this server.
Yeah.
That's it. Wrinkle was not even born yet, Anders.
Yeah, I mean it is sobering kind of factor about all this. But again, I think it also speaks to the fact that Counter-Strike is sort of more than a game or a sport or whatever. It is really a lifestyle, and it has this effect on so many of us that once we kind of get wrapped up into it, then that's it. Like just a lot of us have been playing for a long time. Myself started in '99. Never got to the level of somebody like an Executor, but I think I did play his old team SOA in some online qualifier at one point. We got absolutely crushed at one point, but I did play in a couple of tournaments way back then. Never ever able to make it to this level, of course. But you live vicariously through. You kind of imagine, oh man, if only tried a little bit more, maybe I could have. I still feel that way sometimes. Completely delusional, of course, but you got to.
It's okay. You keep being delusional. You have to believe. Were you surprised? I mean, Vince put this up during the cast, but it was something that I was kind of surprised by, is that the fact that, like, the current NIP roster, they're not exactly playing on these maps right now. I mean, Vince, they're practicing for big tournaments. The map pool is where they're at, and yet they looked really comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, like, I wasn't expecting to see sort of set plays or any crazy executes or wallbang positions or any of that. I think what they were utilized really solidly, and I was kind of curious who was IGLing, whoever it was, or if it was just a case of everyone was kind of chipping in with ideas. But what I loved is that they just basically said, screw it, we're going to just take the fights down middle. We're going to just get into like the box room. We're going to play around the smokes. We are the better players in terms of current day sort of like reaction speed and, in form. And it felt like they just ran with that, but they look very comfortable. Yeah, I agree, Sam. I think Tuscan's kind of interesting because it has some of the same kind of hallmarks as like a Mirage in terms of how it operates with these kind of like periphery side pushes, but then middle is such an integral part of the map. So although it is different, absolutely, I think there are some similarities that these pro players can adapt to very quickly.
It's a fair point. I mean, for you, Anders, if you have to think back, like, what was your favorite thing about Tuscan? And obviously, we had a chance to now see it, so I suppose tying it into there. But what was the thing that you loved about that map the most?
I mean, it's a map that plays out, I think, super differently from a lot of other ones. I think that long underpass position, which is it really is a lot of time that you have to dedicate to going there, and obviously in previous versions of the game, like in 1.6, your grenades would damage through the walls. So there were a lot of different sort of weird plays that you could make, damaging people through the walls over on that side of the map. But I think, I just think that it is an iconic map, and it's one of those maps that's always been in the conversation for CS:GO and into CS2. People say, "Man, I wish we could get Tuscan back in some way." And I think the layout of the map still works as a legitimate Counter-Strike map. So I don't see any reason why we couldn't. But for sure, the feeling, I would say, even of playing Tuscan, it's fun being the long lurker in that underpass position and cracking open that door and kind of getting a sense. So yeah, we've got there's a reason why people remember it so fondly,
Can we have a very serious conversation around the thing that obviously everyone cares about, predictions?
Ooh.
It's not looking good for us, Vince. We need the old boys to bring it back in a big way. Otherwise, you and I are going to have egg on our faces.
I'm just holding out for the mega copium, the cobblestone, is it, Sam? Like, if you look at the stats as well for Forrest and Get Right in particular, typically two very good cobblestone players alongside Freiburg. Don't really know too much about Rez's stats. I mean, he has played it a couple times. He's had a fairly long career at this point, but I'm full cope. Cobblestone's it. Let's go.
I mean, Anders, are we drinking the NIP Legends Kool-Aid? Do you think we have, now that you've seen, I mean, you've got a chance to see the team you're backing perform.
Yeah.
Do you think we have a chance to bring it back?
Honestly, I kind of do because, this is the map that saved NIP for the major that they won. Now, why wouldn't it be the case again? What does Kaspersky know about playing Cobblestone? Probably nothing. So, like, I think there could even Executor, Cobblestone in 1.6 looked different in many ways. But still, I can't see a reason why they wouldn't be able to turn it around. So I wouldn't give up hope just yet. I think there's a chance. I hope so. It'd be really fun to see them go on and play Train with these lineups. I think we're going to get Train out of the way, which, by the way, the 1.6 version of observing is crazy as hell. So good luck to whoever is doing the observing here. It's not easy to do.
So that's important. Just remember, no matter if the score is 2-0 to the current NIP lineup, we will still go to a third map. What we'll do then is we'll just mix and match the team. So we'll have like a complete mashup. So you will get 3 maps tonight. That is the most important thing you need to know. You're getting all the CS. And then we got CS after that as well. But I was just thinking, I mean, Anders, you've been part of some of the most iconic moments. And we've spoken a lot about NIP. But when you look back on your career, you've got to have like an NIP story that sticks out. You shared one in the pre-show that was very wholesome, but I'm presuming you have a few others. Any that you're allowed to share with us that you think we'd enjoy?
I mean, for a brief moment, I actually got to live. I say brief moment. I think it was like a couple of weeks almost, where I lived in what was one brief moment was a NIP gaming house with the NIP League of Legends team, and then later on during the week, like the Counter-Strike team joined in. And that was a great moment for me to sort of like, pretend to be much younger than I am, living with the boys, all that. Like, that was just a funny moment. I think the gaming heist died ultimately, but yeah, it was a special kind of environment for sure. I think luckily we've gone past gaming houses. They don't exist anymore.
We're going to find out why you were in that gaming house. But first, we do have a quick break. Make sure that you don't go anywhere if you want to find out how Anders found himself in a League of Legends gaming house. That's coming up after this.
You already know what's coming. New logo, new team, same legendary name. In 2012, Heaton brought NIP back to life, building a roster that would go down in history. The lineup: Fifflaren, Exist, Freiburg, Getright, and Forest. From their very first event, they would kick off a legendary streak. 87 maps in a row. 87-0 on LAN. Until they finally fell to a Russian Virtus Pro featuring the sex god himself, Dosia. At the first CSGO major, NIP reached the final only to be upset by Fnatic. The second time around, they lost to the Plow, also known as Virtus Pro. On the third attempt, they finally were able to lift that trophy, leading to one of the most iconic images of all of Counter-Strike. After years of dominance, change was needed. Fifflaren stepped down and Mikelele jumped in. Finding a consistent fifth was always a struggle. Despite the changes in the team, the trophies slowly kept coming. But little did they know, their biggest challenge was yet to come. You're not a player anymore, Forrest.
What? Well, neither are you, Björn!
I have lied to the NIP Counter-Strike team. I have told them, come to the media day where they're going to be playing a match against the fans. Sooner or later, they're going to discover it's actually Amcal Esports in disguise.
What the hell?
Why are they all leaving?
They're checking smokes.
No way.
They wrote like this. I have to check some smokes.
I'm truly grateful for all the fans we had from back in the days. I think that fans are the ones that make both players and teams make history. Without the fans, you're nothing. And I'm truly blessed that we had so many fans, both back in the days when we founded and started NIP, from the rebranding in 2012, where another legacy began. And NIP is so blessed with so many fans that's been there through the hard times and the good times. Everybody wants NIP back to the glory days, even myself. And obviously it's getting harder and harder because of the way the competition are nowadays, the salaries, the money involved in the not everyone is there for just building legacy, because it's also a full-time job for many people nowadays. So there's another layer of professionalism nowadays. So obviously it's harder and harder to build that kind of legacy we did back in the days when it was mostly pure passion and money came second. But hopefully we will see NIP back in the glory days soon.
Welcome back to our NIP Legends show match presented by Rainbet. And if you've just joined us, you're in for a fun time, because we've got some esports lore coming up. Anders is going to explain why he found himself in a Ninjas in Pyjamas League of Legends gaming house. What made you move in there for like 2 weeks? Explain.
So this was Nip Gaming TV, which is sort of a lost relic of Counter-Strike history in itself. But I think the idea was that we were going to be doing some sort of broadcasting, from the house and sort of sell that whole idea. It was just a really bizarre adventure in my life. Like I just remember this feeling, because even then I was past the point in my life where I really was going to be able to play CS till like 5 a.m. So I was just like the older guy who was there hanging out. But it was fun. It was I'm glad we don't do gaming houses anymore, but it's still a part of the NIP history in some sense.
Nice, cool little story for us. I do believe our second map is now live. Gents, this is it. It's the big one. Cobblestone is here for Vince.
Yes, Sam, let's go. Give me some Cobblestone. It's been too long. I am curious on what version of Cobblestone it's going to be, though, Anders. If it's going to be the newest one, it does look like it's one of the newer ones, yeah. It wasn't received very well, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, at least it hasn't gained real popularity yet, but you never know. I'm sure it's got enough of a name brand recognition that people are going to be getting back into it. They've already jumped up at Rez with the opening. Shush with a good return here. And let's see if they can find more. Oh, picking up the USP and getting caught by GetRight, who finds himself with just a USP backing off and dropping in to the middle of the map here. Kaspersky wants to hunt him down, but GetRight is punishing them at the moment. 3 headshots for the legend.
He's keeping up that form as Shush going to try and deal with Freiburg and does pass with flying colours, but his position is now compromised. He moves away from the Dragon Lore area. Of course, this map in CSGO used to have a way more expansive T-side spawn. Much more closed in now, faster rotations as Shush picks up another one. This time it's Executor and GetRight, who's picked up 3. Can't get a 4th for the time being. Forrest hiding, though, on the alcove on Platt. He had a knife out, but he's probably going to just shut down Shush. If he's not careful, he's going to get shanked here. And Forrest pulls out the blade and digs it deep.
Oh, for sure, GetRight and Forrest were communicating about that. Look at that laugh here. That's how you get some revenge. And like we said, there's a chance for the Legends right now to get a bit of revenge, because this is a map that they are going to be well drilled on. They're going to know all the angles. Even if the map's changed a bit, a lot of the core angles here are very similar.
Even had a round of applause from the crowd. Loving that. Bit of knife action. And yeah, there has been a lot of changes, like especially like there used to be a room called Danger, which was to the left of this middle portion, which has now been removed completely.
Yeah.
Just behind where Executor is playing right now. And it did have a pretty solid rotation element to it, where mid was kind of hard to control for the CT side. It's a lot easier now, I'd have to say.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that area is gone. It was also an easy way to get kind of stuck out there when you're on the CT side. Like if the T's wrapped around through middle, then suddenly you had to cover way too many angles. So I think it's, you know, in a way for new players, it's probably easier to play the map now that you don't have to think about it that much. And it also simplifies the map layout a bit. Forest, I noticed he had a smoke at the start of the game through the little window in the middle, and now he's wall banging into the middle, so he's obviously a super nerd that's really played this map and knows what he's doing. Executor has already taken down a player grenade on top. It's some good damage, but Vilga is still going to be able to drop him.
Yeah, no, but now the reinforcements are coming over. Freiburg's also using that box at the center of the bomb site, a position that used to be known as cannons. As Forest gets up too, and then Rez chimes in for his own. It's going to be all on Wrinkle, but not for much longer. And yeah, another big change here as well is where Forest got that couple kills in that sort of alleyway on the wooden panels. Used to be these big cannons that you could stand on top of. Behind that was a platform, and that's actually where you used to plant the bomb. The bomb position has changed on the A side quite considerably behind that sort of coffin area.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where some of the big clutches in the NIP major ended up happening, was up on that back plateau of the A-bomb site. But I do think, again, they've simplified the map a little bit, and I think that's probably good news. Forest, again, really in it with the utility. Unfortunately, they're going to lose Executor. It's AIM. She's going to pick up the kill on Executor, and they're going to keep on going. It's a game plan right out of spawn coming in from the modern-day team. Freiburg's flashed in Forest. They're on top of each other. This is not necessarily good news. Rez trying to follow it up here, but Vilga lands a good range shot. Rez fighting back, and it is still a 2 versus 2.
Forest desperately trying to claw an advantage through here. Wrinkle's so low. Let's get right. He's just sat waiting with the XM. Used to, of course, be a little half wall here as well. You could hide behind. That tree still in place and lands the headshot. A weakened Wrinkle gets splattered alongside Shush. And there's some of that get right BS as he moves up to 5-0.
I don't even know. The XM is such a weird weapon. You just have no idea what you're getting, even at sort of medium range. But somehow these were both headshots. And now he's bought an auto sniper to really give us that old school feel. That's beautiful.
Dare I say vintage get right. And he's going to be going on the long side. In fact, they're going to go for a boost. Oh, you nerds.
Okay. They absolutely love it. Let's see. This is one of those boosts that's probably going to be punished a bit, but anyway, also the bomb is making its way over. Did he fall off? Okay, they're putting Rez instead. He's going to want to take a bit of a look there, but the bomb is making its way towards the B site, so let's see if they can figure it out. The auto shotgun is in fact still alive, but now it's on Executor instead. Oh, there we go. Get right through the smoke. Takes down Vilga. A nasty surprise for her. Auto sniper. It's a rare thing.
It's a costly investment as well, but it's yielded success so far as Freiburg gets on the outer perimeter of the smoke and sprays down for one, but Shush will deal with him. Executor down on the drop with the XM, and here comes the auto sniper once again, but it's only the one kill from the coop. And now Shush has a chance to try and close the gap with the bomb in tow. They still find themselves a player behind, though.
Legendary chicken coop to the back. Such a great call out. AIM, nice shot. He drops Executor. Forest now 1 versus 2. But he seems to be in rare form on this cobblestone map. He didn't clutch this one out. He does get trapped in the corner. Unfortunately, it's the Molotov. Yeah, he's not too pleased about that one. It's a good round for the T side.
You really do see the roller coaster of emotions from elation and jubilance when he got the knife off to in deep thought. And they've been here before, Anders. They were leading 3-0 on Tuscan, and then everything fell apart. So they'll be hoping that lightning doesn't strike twice. This is where that very costly investment as well is going to start to hurt the Legends. As Get Right's picked up another auto sniper, by the way, but he's down at $100, and no one else is faring much better. So they lose this. They are flat out broke.
Freiburg with the opening, but really quick returns coming in. Rez going to be taking down Wrinkle. They are so fast in this middle position. The drop where now, of course, you can jump up on your own. In the past, you would have had to have been boosted up there. Vilga, it's a good return. Executor, it's a very open position. It's not looking good. And between Kaspersky and Vilga, they actually clear out the A bomb site. And the bomb is going to make its way there. Yeah, right. With the auto sniper, you thought maybe some wall bangs could have been coming in. That's kind of one of the benefits of it. Kaspersky, okay, we said he didn't know the map so much, but that's a great boost here. Up to get right. No scope with the headshot. Can he clutch this one? Moving forward, trying to get one for the box. It's another no scope headshot, and he's going to complete it. An absolutely ridiculous clutch from the legend.
That is vintage get right there, ladies and gentlemen. Ridiculous. A well-deserved smile on top of it, winding back the ears. That first headshot was disgusting. And yeah, there were pretty cool moving parts, like that fluidity of the boost up into heaven to wrap around from Kaspersky. Looked like that was the round done. And this is a map that historically was very hard to retake the A site with. You've got that sort of door area with the wooden panels, murder hole to the right-hand side. It's so closed in. But Get Right does not care. And putting that auto sniper to use, showing that every single cent he had to pay for that was worth it.
Turns out I don't even need the scope. Maybe he is reinventing Counter-Strike past his retirement. We've said for a minute here, someone's going to surely find a way to get that weapon into use in modern-day CS2, but didn't expect it to be in a show match like this. Rez has picked up an auto sniper as well, inspired by Get Right, and we're going to see if they get a bit closer here. On the plateau at the back of B, Wrinkle, though, that's a very smooth shot. Takes him down, so defeating the scope at range. And Rez is going to fall. It's just Forest on the site, out in the open. It's so uncomfortable. And AIM, she's not going to delay. We'll take down Forest and turn it into a 2v1.
Yeah, AIM having a solid half, even though her team are currently getting dispatched pretty comfortably. Freiburg in a 1-on-2. Awkward positions. Chicken coop and drop. He expects the player to be behind the doors, and he could be on the receiving end of a knife of his own if he's not careful, because Wrinkle is coming through. He does spin around, so stops himself from that humiliation. He gets his head taken clean off. And it kind of makes sense as well with the auto snipers, because you're not really expecting that the NIP are going to have any set plays on a map like Cobblestone. They're not going to know how to smoke off these areas. And that is going to leave you to these open areas, as we're seeing here, like Get Right and Rez picking them off at range. The downside, though, is if you do concede the bomb plant, it's so hard to retake with the auto snipers. There's not much mobility. Not everyone's a Get Right. Let's put it that way.
Certainly true. They've actually stolen the auto sniper as well. Wrinkle's now in charge of it. Flying Mac 10 to the face of Freiburg. He's getting kind of bullied over on this side of the map here, and they're really pushing that A side of the moment. Get Right. Flash on over. Deagle's out, but counter flashes in. He should have been dead. I don't even know how he gets the kill there. It's still Forest, unfortunately, here in a 1 versus 3. And I don't know if they recognize exactly where he is, but either way, he's really boxed in.
Yeah, I think the one thing going in his favor is they don't know he's in this position, so he may be able to get the drop onto AIM, but she doesn't have control over the bomb, and there's still enough time. If Shush goes back to the B site, Forest is basically screwed. Instead, though, walking slowly, I say slowly, picking up the pace, and Forest puts him down, but there is AIM. Getting the last laugh. It seemed like half tilt, half kind of like just laugh it off. Full cope.
I feel like the pressure is getting to them slowly but surely here. It's a really nice attempt from Forest, but probably always going to be quite tricky. Oh, also sniper. I mean, like you said, the other downside to it is just the tremendous amount of money that it's going to be expended there. So you're not going to have a lot going into this round. Some upgraded armor, some pistols, but modern day NIP fighting back with everyone pretty much doing super well at the moment here. It's actually Kaspersky who's a little bit lower on the board at the moment. We've got a Zeus coming out. It's one of the things I requested at the start, and what a great position for it. Shush, he might just get completely roasted. Oh, it's unfortunately a bit too early, and it backfires on Get Right.
Yeah, he's playing off that timing. He was maybe concerned that an incendiary and a couple of HEs would find their way. Freiburg, though, hell of a deagle shot. I'm not sure if it'll do much to save this round, as Rez has also fallen down. I know they know exactly where Freiburg is. However, they may not be aware that he's picked up the auto sniper. And now he's going to be putting that one to use. But shush! A Bison headshot from that range is filthy.
Yeah. Another gun that doesn't see very much play the Bison. But It's got its moments, and this is one of them here, and just so many bullets, doesn't have to reload at all, keeps it going forever and ever. It's good work. Did he get 4 kills at the end with the Bison? It's pretty disgusting. Wow.
Get right, 12 and 4, Anders. Like, you know, to put it in perspective as well, by the way, I was doing some stat digging earlier on. Back in 2014, he had a 1.22 rating on Cobblestone. Only 6 maps played, but 90 firepower. I'll get back into that in a second because we are actually, maybe Legends can pull this round back after all.
It does kind of feel like there's an opportunity. At least they take down Rez in the B bomb site. And now Freiburg is coming in from the one side. Forest with a very deep flank all the way through the middle. So he's going to be coming through the T hallways leading towards the drop in the back plateau here. Freiburg looking to create a bit of space, but he's being read. Wrinkles got the perfect idea, and we'll take him down. So Forest, this flank is no longer as efficient. It's a great headshot, but he's got all of the work still ahead of him.
Yeah, also low on HP, and that bomb is ticking away ever so fast. Builder just below him does get nuked from orbit. Oh, Forest does pick up all the frags onto the current NIT squad, but the problem is he still has to deal with Wrinkle, and there's just not enough time. He's not going to be able to defuse this. It's a valiant attempt from the Legend, but ultimately NIP will prevail.
Yeah, shout out to Wrinkle for giving you an opportunity. You know, that's good sportsmanship. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I think you mentioned it in the pregame too a little bit, but some of the stats for NIP, you know, back when they had that big run, obviously, I mean, they must have been ridiculous no matter what, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Like I was talking about from sort of 2014, which was a little bit past their heyday. They still obviously won the major, but he had a 1.22 rating. And to put it in perspective, firepower 90 out of 100 for HLTV includes kills, damage per round, etc. He had a 20% round multi-kill. That is an absurd statistic. So 20% of rounds, he's getting more than 1 frag back on Cobblestone. Insane.
Yeah, that's something we don't do nearly enough, going back and sort of comparing some of those older stats. I mean, obviously it's not going to be exactly apples to apples, but still, that is damn impressive. Freiburg out here with a max 7, hoping to see if he could rekindle some of his form a little bit, but he's going to miss some of the bullets there. Executor trying with the Deagle, but aim will take him down. 5 versus 3, another great start here. Modern day NIP team looking to really get some revenge, but Forest, again, the only roadblock for them so far. Him and Get Right have been playing a great game, and now it's on to Shush. He's got the health for it here to potentially win the clutch.
Especially considering that both the Legends are incredibly low. 11 HP between the two of them. And Shush is not playing this one passively whatsoever. He's picking up the pace, smoke out, banked off the wall to land on the top of Flower Bed. And that is going to plume out. There's one of the differences with the volumetric smoke that we didn't used to have on Cobblestone. It does fully extend, and that's going to force Forest to make a move. He moves into the smoke, still 30 seconds left, but they're going to have a good idea that he's fully committed to this one. Oh, he strays prematurely, preactively, and Forest goes down, and now Shush definitely can pull off this clutch. Big nade damage, but sprays down onto Get Right and takes the Legend, slays them.
Oh, I would love to see the Forest reaction to that. It's such a cool move from Forest. He heard the drop. He really wanted to go for it. And then he just gets shot through the smoke. Gut-wrenching, but great moves, obviously, from Shush. Showing again what a class player he can be. Never really Shush, I would say, in his career. He's never been in a position where he's been the primary star of a team, but he always just seems to be doing every single role. I have so much respect for his kind of Counter-Strike.
Executor is going to get pushed in. Shush does take the shot to his leg, however, so he's not fully healthy at this stage as Forest gets out aggressively, but aim will punish. That's going to put a lot more pressure on these A-site duo. In fact, they're going to start to wrap around over onto the B site, but Wrinkle has been found and fragged, and that may put a bit of a doubt into the back of NIP. Do they decide to back off back to A? No, it seems like they're going to still pressure forward.
Executor now with the AWP. That's definitely interesting. He's had a really rough time on this map. He's 1 in 10 at the moment, playing that long position. Nice grenade, Freiburg. That could have been so sick. It's already great with the triple, but looked like he was about to spray every single one of them down. And in fact, the bomb is now further back. They've dropped it on that T side, so they're running for it here. Okay, Kaspersky almost making his way to space at the moment.
When he took off in the first map, but that's a little bit too much, mate. He's been brought back down to earth with a bang. Smells
wonderful.
for Wrinkle. So it's 6-5 now, a much closer first half than what we saw over on Tuscan, which is obviously great for us watching in this spectacle unfold. Freiburg with a really important double. Good to see Executor get on the scoreboard again, like you highlighted. He's had a bit of a rough one here, but can still turn it around.
Yeah, of course. Let's see how they do on the T side as well. Legends, when they get there, might be a little bit easier, I think, in some of these show matches to play the T side, because you just can make more of these out of spawn holds to say, let's just all go here, and it's probably going to work out. So I think the pressure is more on the CT side in a lot of cases. That's a very deep grenade. Vilga kind of taking the brunt of the damage there. They are still working the long position over at A. You can see Executor, he's got the smoke up right now, but this is a very tense position. If he dies, then the bomb site's going to fall right away.
Yeah, and you just never feel fully confident in this spot. I mean, there's so little cover. You're playing off the basis of the smokes and kind of Molotovs, keeping the enemy at arm's reach. Nice shot, though. Nails aim. Play at the left-hand side may catch him off guard, however, but they also have a crossfire established. As Forrest is also here. Executor's gone down, and now Forrest needs to try and tap his way into a bit of success. Nice frag onto Wrinkle, but the floodgates opening behind him as suddenly he gets pincered in from Shush.
Really nice attempt. Rez in the back. It looks uncomfortable, but so does that. Kaspersky with the bomb in hand, trying to just run on there and get the plant immediately. Flank is in, though. Shush doing fantastic work. He's up to 18 kills, and now it's up to Freiburg. See if he can roll back the years and clutch it on Cobblestone one more time. He's got a couple of kills already in the game here, but we love this 1 versus 2. Walks into it. A little bit of damage onto him, but Vilga goes down. Now Shush, they know that he's back there somewhere. Freiburg not sure if he's been boosted up already, so he's checking every single corner that he can. He's got the right idea. He's going to tap the bomb once, trying to put Shush on notice. Peeks out into it, and it's Freiburg with the spray down. It's a classic Cobblestone clutch from Freiburg.
You never lose it, man. Game sense still on point. Where the bomb was planted, it stands to reason. Realistically, going to be on that back plat area. There's not many other positions you can realistically play off now. And gives the Legends a real shot at this. We're tied all even, 6-6 going into that second half. Now, Anders, a bit of a quiz for you here, not to put you on the spot, because obviously this is a long, long time ago. If I were to offer you the statistical best map for Forrest in his career, which map would you guess?
Forrest in his whole career?
Yes.
Damn,
in CS and CSGO, of course.
In CSGO? That's such a hard question. I don't even know if I even ever thought about that. I would be tempted to say something like something like just a plain old Dust 2 or something like that. What's the real answer?
Solid guess. Statistically speaking, it's Nuke. 352 maps. He averaged 82.5 ADR with 9,171 rounds played and a kill-to-death ratio of 1.3. Unbelievable stats.
That's so interesting. That's one of the maps that was so contested as well early on in Go, because Very Games were really good at playing Nuke, and they constantly ended up losing 16-14 back when it was MI15. They constantly lost Very Games, that is, to NIP on that map. But a lot of the Danish teams, like Copenhagen Wolves and so on, were also pretty good at, like, the Danes have always been good at playing Nuke for some reason. So it's a map that NIP played a lot back then and always sort of closely won, but they were one of the closer games. But I guess that also means that they played a lot of rounds for Forrest to get those kills in. Here we go, second half is on. Get Right and Executor have already gone down. Vilga has fallen as well. Aim, looking to see if she can land a headshot here at range. Doing, I think, a respectable job at falling back and just calling in a bit of a backup before Rez can run up the ramp.
Have fending them off for the time being, though. I'm going to have to wait until the strength in numbers to push out. They're still not entirely sure about that long position either. And in doing so, they get caught in the back. There's a fast flank around the back as well now, up on middle. And those shots at range going to be a real problem. But Rez is going to pass with flying colors. Needs to replenish that magazine before going back in. The bomb drops down in an awkward spot, but it's going to be Wrinkle that puts down Rez with the dig. That could prove to be a really important 1v1 clutch going in favor of NIP.
Yeah, there's such a close game right now, so winning the pistol here in the second half absolutely makes a difference. Close as it could possibly be. Okay, we're seeing a Mag 7 in the auto shotgun, so they are feeling they're feeling like they've got the extra bandwidth here on the CT side to maybe have a bit of fun with it. Lots of deagles picked up, though, on the T side, so let's see what the Legends have got for us. Already setting up. If Ringle wants to do this, he's going to run into a whole host of deagles.
Oh yes, and I'm going to riddle him with bullets. A Wrinkle with the M4 and Kaspersky with a Max 7 being so cheeky, just leaping across. And Wrinkle having no chill with a double. This looks like this round has been put to bed pretty quickly. Kaspersky now just a case of finishing off the rest, and it will be Forrest who is encircled by CTs. And Vilga's going to put him down with the MP9. I thought for a second they may all charge him with knives, their Anders, but they will spare him that for the time being.
Yeah, that's a kindness that I feel like, you know, maybe it's the legend status. It would have been fun to see if they could have all tried to stamp him, see if he could afford his way out of that one. Not impossible, I suppose. But that's a very powerful round. The aggression, the fact that you can get up onto the drop there towards the B side of the map alone with the shotgun like that, it does change the dynamic of the map so much.
Out aggressively to kick things off, and understandable. I mean, they've been boosting into the sky drop room area a couple of times here on the CT side. So fending away the aggression on middle, at least with a smoke. Nade blows it open, and there's Forrest with the quick fire headshot, giving the Legends a player advantage.
That's very nice. CT side. How do you do this one? Flash on over, Vilga. Very nice idea. The flashbang is so good, but unfortunately, I think she had to run for the smoke a bit further than expected, so they weren't quite blind when she came out on the other side here. Auto shotgun to take down Rez. That's huge, but the bomb is still in the middle. She's going to steal an AK and try and look for this cross fight, see if he can actually get the kill onto Freiburg. It's very close. That could have maybe changed the round, but now Shush is miles away.
Yeah, has to sprint just to catch up a little bit of ground, but already a third of that timer has ticked off. He does have a kit and an incendiary to his name. And there's not a huge amount of kind of sneaky alcove positions here that he has to contend with, and Get Right's going to get caught. Oh, he's biding his time. He's going to try and line up a couple of players, and now does snatch the life away. Smoke going to be going down onto the site right now. Has picked it up off one of the corpses. Molly also tossed in, and Freiburg missing out. There is a chance now we can just hold this defuse. The knife coming up for Forrest, and Shush has got off the bomb. So the Legends will win the round, but with a sigh of relief, because Shush nearly picks up the 1v3.
I really thought he was going to go straight for it. It looked like he had time as well, but maybe he thought he was going to get caught either way. That's a very close round. That's what we're here for. Cobblestone delivering once again. I know you love the map, Vince, so you know, is it scratching that itch for you still?
It is, but I have to admit, I do prefer the classic CSGO Cobblestone rather than this sort of rework version. It's still super fun to watch. Like, it still hits that nostalgic sort of itch. It scratches it, but I do love the sort of original one. However, look at this, Anders. We're going to have some super aggression. And who else but Freiburg? A classic. One of the pioneers of entry fragging in CSGO, but it's Rez that gets put down first. Oh, and this is looking like a fantastic hold.
Yeah, Vilga back by the chicken coop. They need some stronger calls coming out, and Shush playing that close position. That hole in the wall is just so hard to get by. Nice shot from Get Right, though. 1 versus 4. The flank is coming in, and he's not going to be ready. Wrinkle actually waits until Vilga is dead. That does make me laugh, but still, good work. Good hold on the B-bomb side.
It's like the Drago. If she dies, she dies. As long as we get the round. That's all he cares about, the Bionic Man himself. 9-7. Starting to pull away again, our NIP. Sam and I may be about to eat our words. We said 2-1 win to the Legends. Well, it could very well be a clean sweep.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe this Cobblestone map would be a bit different. And it is, I suppose. It's a lot more fair, but or a lot more close. But Shush and Wrinkle have really stepped it up on this one. Money looking tough here. Shush with a headshot to begin with. Freiburg kind of getting silenced. Rez, good shot in return. Aim, though. She's found a kill on Forrest almost immediately to return here. And the Tech 9 close Kaspersky. That's too much. He did get the kill on Rez, though. Actually, the grenade landed.
Oh, Shush with the lead. That's so scrappy, man. I don't know if he panicked or what happened, but he was just jumping up and down. And Get Right will happily oblige with his 21st kill, by the way. Even though his team are behind, he is second top behind Shush and having one hell of a game. Executor, though, going to try and close this round down and make it just that little bit closer. Get Right is low. 4 kills to Executor. Make it 5. And make it 8 rounds now to the Legends.
Okay, we're starting to kind of get back into it a little bit now. That was an important round. They were running low on funds. They were starting to get way too far behind. And honestly, this round looked so good. I think, unfortunately, like you said, Shush just having way too much fun in the middle of the map. That probably is what did here. This fight against Get Right is just too wild. But it's another round. 8-9. Getting closer all the time. And the money looking weird now for the CT side. So a big opportunity at the moment here for the Legends to maybe still turn it around and prove that they have what it takes to win on cobblestone. Certainly all set up in the middle, going for that A-bomb site.
That's why the deal's going to be so inviting, though. Vilga is rattling off shots and does connect one to the Dome of Res. That boosted up position from Kaspersky on the FAMAS is proving to be such a problem for them to contend with. And now the wraparound begins to take shape. Bombs also drop down in a horrible spot for the Legends. They just clawed their way back into this, but they're being smitten down once again. And although Wrinkle has fallen, the player advantage still heavily favoring an IP. Sure, their firepower is not ideal. Still some time to play with. The flash is so good, and Vilga's there for the follow-up damage. It's Scrappy, though, and she will go down. She'll be bitterly disappointed she couldn't get that kill, and it does give the Legends a chance.
The setup for it is kind of sick, isn't it? But unfortunately, Eagle, not the most impactful weapon in that position. Would have loved an MP9 or somebody to just get rid of Forest really quickly. Time's running low. He's still stuck on this side. And AIM, she's not going to wait. She was doing this as well on the opening map of Tuscan. Just very aggressive on the CT side. And you could see that Forrest was not ready yet right now. Unfortunately, he's going to be found here. Even if he finds the kill onto Shush, who's playing up on the A-bomb site. You know, he can actually see under the cart. That is a sick position. Shush to take down Get Right. Oh, dear.
Second best map. Anders, you guessed Dust 2? Was that correct? It's Train is his second best map.
Okay, that also makes sense. Another one of those maps where they were... I mean, they were in trouble on all maps, really, but but still, yeah, a lot of crazy highlights. That's fun to think about.
And of course, that will be our third map as well, so we'll see if he's still got it.
Well, that's going to be 1.6 Train. I'm so excited to see people forget to buy ammo in 1.6 now. There's a chance that some of the younger players will just buy a weapon and just only have the one magazine, like the Deagle with 7 bullets, and that's it. And then the fact that you can crouch under the trains and it's actually a legitimate strategy is obviously another huge aspect of the game.
Shush has got to work once more. The Legends are struggling. Their money in the bin. Res down to 1 HP, and once again, this boosted up position. Of course, you used to need a second player to boost up and drop on the CSGO version of this map, or the kind of one that was most played, the most popular version. Rough spray, Vilga will get punished, but realistically, what can the Legends do about this? There's still 4 players alive, and they both have to shimmy out into the open, and Kaspersky just swivels around and takes them both out of the equation.
Once he's really feeling it, he is such a crisp player. Impressive mechanics. He read it, he saw it coming. And they are marching towards victory at the moment, aren't they? Modern day NIP team looking pretty sharp.
Oof, just the Eagles. Another thing as well about the 1.6 element is like everything is super wall bangable as well on that map.
Yeah.
Or in that game, I should say, as opposed to CS2 and CSGO. So that's going to be really interesting to see. Like, who has the sweaty, nerdy lineups?
That, and then just the movement aspect of it with the ladders and the fact that you can bungee jump in a very, very different way. So yeah, there are a lot of potential changes here. Kaspersky kind of struggling a bit. All right, there we go. Wrinkle, Shush, and AIM have all picked up kills at the same time. It's just Get Right here in his castle, kind of surrounded, under siege at that moment. It will be the NIP modern day team to pick up another round here. Make it 12 in total. I think Shush also landing his 30th kill there, so he's definitely doing well.
Oh yeah, Shush is having a great game again, as you'd expect. I mean, Kaspersky was really the standout player, the MVP from the first map. I think Shush is pretty much dialed himself in at this point. Get Right, though, has had a couple of valiant attempts, obviously a clutch. He's got a Bison in this one. He's going to try and return the favor. Shush did get a bunch of kills, to be fair, on that first half with this very weapon.
Here we go. Going to be speedy towards B. They don't want to slow it down. Wrinkle with the Zeus. Oh no. Get right as well. Known to be kind of a troll. But unfortunately, he's on the receiving end this time. Forest will take one down. Still a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, some serious problems. Freiburg, though, is going to try and alleviate that. And they do have control over B. All the remaining CTs are pushing through, and Forrest has definitely heard the footsteps, but can only muster up the strength for one. However, he would have heard both players making a move through the D-Law area, and now Rez and Freiburg both staring at the platform.
Not necessarily an easy retake here. There's a very interesting smoke there to stop the incendiary from pushing anyone out. Some flashes being set up here. Freiburg at the back by the chicken coop. He's going to get one kill, but aim is still out there. Gotta be careful. It's very wall bangable here. Nice headshot. And another clutch coming in. Second one on the map for Freiburg.
He still got it, man. He had very low ammunition left in the magazine, so he switches to tapping as opposed to spraying to conserve the ammo and nails the headshots. A lovely clutch. Keeps the Legends just about in it. Of course, when it comes to Freiburg, one of his best maps, Inferno. What else would it be? The King of Banana, after all.
That just makes so much sense, right? It kind of had to be. What an absolute legend, just to own an entire part of the map for himself.
Here we go.
Long elevated position. Gonna get the first one. They were not aware of it. He's gonna pick up another kill. I can't believe he's still allowed to live. Your Executor just maybe waiting a bit. Knife is out. He wants to stab him. But that is too much. That is asking way too much. Forest alone now.
Just trying to lop off a couple of toes. And then Shush puts down the frag, and now Forest would have to wind it back considerably to have a chance, and it won't be happening. So the 2-0 does come through. NIP crushing the Legends 2 consecutive maps. It was closer on Cobblestone for a while, but eventually NIP were just a little bit too good.
They were indeed. That's absolutely massive. I'm surprised that Kaspersky and Shush looked as comfortable as they did on this map. I just feel like there was a chance they weren't going to be quite as ready for it, but they definitely know what they're doing.
Yeah, some glimpses, some moments, but ultimately it was a bridge too far. And we were kind of concerned, going into that. Welcome back, Sam, by the way. We were concerned about whether they would have any idea on Cobblestone. Well, they did. They performed really well.
They did perform well. I'm disappointed for us, Vince, and for anyone else whose prediction was that the Legends would take it. We were very... We were brought back down to earth because it is the NIP current roster. But can we just go back to the start of that map when we got to see Forest with the knife? We saw a little bit of Get Right's tricks coming in as well. I had a good giggle, and that was a good time for me. Then I got sad, but at the beginning it was a good time.
I mean, the no-scope clutch from Get Right, and I think Freiburg had a couple of great clutches as well. There's a lot going on there. At the end of the day, they're clearly also having a good time, and that's also what we're here for, to just kind of remember the great old days and all the rest of it. So I'm not too sad, really. I think they're having a good time, and we still get to see Train, which I'm really excited about. 1.6 is such a different beast, and I think for people who played enough 1.6, it's somehow second nature. The game just feels different. We talked about so many other things. I mean, the one thing we haven't mentioned is the grenade throwing aspect of 1.6 is dramatically different, shockingly different from anything you've tried in Go or CS2. So that's probably going to be a real surprise to some of these players as well.
I do like how Anders said there, Vince. He was like, "Oh, I'm not too sad," and I was like, "Of course you're not too sad, Anders. Your prediction was that this was how it was going to play out. Let's not pretend that you're not lording that over us," in a very polite way, I must say. But I think it speaks a lot to the current players, Vince, and the level that we're seeing coming out of these players, the ability that they have, and what we can expect from them in the future.
It just goes to show that the current day NIP is in good hands. Both on the Impact, the female side, and also with NIP with Shush and the rest of those guys. it wasn't just a case of Wrinkle or Kaspersky carrying. Shush had a great map in his own right. Vilga and Aim were also really on point and had some big moments themselves. So yeah, I think you look at that, and it's not as if the legends were trash. It wasn't as if they're washed. They actually showed some really good aim, some really good game sense, some big clutches, like Anders mentioned. They weren't completely outclassed. They still have it, but the current day NIP squad was just too strong. And I think realistically, that's the way it should be, right? Like, I think Tech Girl, Sam and I were both kind of hoping for the nostalgic elements of it. We were maybe a little bit won over by the names on the server. I know I certainly was. I'll speak for myself. But ultimately, at the end of the day, current day NIP should be winning. Like, let's be honest.
I call it the Forest fangirl effect. So you can just own that one, Vince. There you go. You're speaking a lot about Trey and Anders, that's coming up. But what is kind of cool is now what we're going to do is, because the modern day NIP lineup 1-2-0, we're actually going to mix these lineups up. So there's going to be a mix of the legends and the current players. And I think that that'll make this quite, I want to say, interesting and a little bit I'm curious to see how this plays out, because you're going to have lots of different opinions in these teams trying to figure out how they want to play this.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it. Kind of like just to, get a bit of a feel for it. Maybe get some of it'd be fun to see for us and get right on opposite teams on this particular map. This map is sort of the home to a bunch of highlights, but a lot of them with especially players like Forrest and Neo. Some of the joy of watching Train was just the mechanics with the ladder and the movement that was going on. So I hope we get to see Forrest kind of dancing on some of the ladders like he did back in the day.
That would be fun. Let's take a look at the scoreboard from the map that you just watched. We're jumping around a little bit to the past, to the future, to the past, to the future. But we're going to see how the players have done on Cobblestone. I mean, this, for me, if you have to think of one standout performer, Vince, who would it be?
I think it has to be Shush, right? Like, in terms of the amount of kills he picked up, this is for the overall scoreboard, as we can see. But even that, with that being said, Shush dropped around 30 kills, I think, on Cobblestone. Like, he was a real force to be reckoned with. Special not to get right for some of the clutches he picked up. I think he was doing some big work, and you can see there 91.2 ADR over the course of 2 maps is not too shabby at all. But for Cobblestone, at least, I think Shush is the guy that's really at the top of my mind.
For you as well, Anders?
Oh yeah, no question about it. But I still like some of the personality that AIM was showing in some of these fights. She seems to be sort of like very aggressive by nature on the CT sides as well. And it's actually catching the opponents off by quite a bit. So I just enjoy that aspect of it. I think that's worth kind of earmarking a little bit. Good. That's really good stuff. But yeah, Shush probably the MVP for the second map. It's got to be.
Let's focus in on the legends now. I mean, so you've had a chance to see them over 2 maps. I think I know the answer to this question, Vince, but I'll ask it anyway. Any surprise? Who was your surprise standout performer?
You know what? I'm going to say Executor. Like, he didn't necessarily have the best in terms of stats, but keep again in mind, he was playing in the early 2000s. He is about, I think, 43 years of age at this point. He hasn't been in pro teams for a very, very, very long time. I'm sure he's kept up to date with Counter-Strike, and he still plays it from time to time at least. But I've been impressed, man. Like, there's a lot of really good players. Like, let's not sugarcoat this. You're against some like top flight players, some tier 1 opposition like Kaspersky, Shush, Wrinkle, Vilga, and AIM. Like, every single player can hold their own. So the fact that he is still getting on the scoreboard, he did still have a couple of really impactful kills. I want to give him a shout out, not in terms of the top of the stats, but the fact that he's here and he's actually pulling some form of weight across. He is doing his job.
Let's take a look at your MVP for the entire series. This is our most valuable player coming up on your screen. It's fair to say Kaspersky, Anders. Andy.
Yeah.
I just added a Y to your name there.
That's fine. I do need a nickname, don't I? So that's not bad at all. Yeah, I think it's hard to argue. He's even on Cobblestone, even though he wasn't top ranking, he still had so many insane moments where he's lightning fast. Like, the mechanical aspect of this player is one of the things that just makes it a lot of fun. So yeah, I don't disagree, and the stats speak for themselves here.
For sure, he's been a standout performer. I do actually have the 2 rosters now, how we've mixed them up. I don't know, Vince, if you had a chance to see what these lineups are going to look like, or am I surprising everyone?
You are surprising me.
Okay,
Yeah, hit me
cool.
with it.
So listen to this one: Kaspersky, Get Right, Rez, Freiburg, AIM. That's team 1. You can figure out who's on team 2. I was looking at both of these, trying to figure out which one I think is the stronger lineup, and I think both of them have mad firepower in the mix. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. I love the fact that Forrester get right again opposite teams. I think that's good times. And Executor, I think this is his chance to kind of prove that he can turn it around and just be sort of the get back into the 1.6 feeling. I'm sure that's something that's top of his mind, to kind of prove a little bit here.
Well, I think it's pretty cool. I mean, he's got Forrest and Volga. They're both quite cheeky, I would say, and a little bit aggressive in their style, which would be quite fun. Paired up with Wrinkle and Shush, I think that this lineup could possibly give the other a run for their unevens.
I think this is super tight to call because you also have the two sort of top fraggers on those previous maps against each other, Kaspersky and Shush going head to head. So in terms of players in form right now, it's super close. In terms of, I honestly think that they couldn't have done a better job of mixing these teams up. This is super close for me. I actually don't know who I'm going to go with.
No, you have to make a decision. You got to lean one way or the other. It's all for fun. Come on, Vince.
I'm a Forest fanboy at heart. I'm going Forest.
You're sticking with Forest. Fair. Anders, how about you?
Yeah, Forest in 1.6, 100%.
So I'm just gonna say it. I'm going with the other team, boys. Sorry, Forest. It's been fun. But Kaspersky's just impressed me too much. I think him and Get Right, Rez, Freiburg, Aim. That's a scary lineup, man. That's gonna hurt some people.
But can they play 1.6? I feel
Well,
like
it's so I need to clarify. It is actually trained from 1.6, but we're still playing CS2.
Okay, we're still playing. All right.
Okay.
That's even crazier to imagine. Actually, I'm in a way it's good because, like I said, observing in 1.6 is so wild, but that is still going to be very interesting. Presumably, crouching under trains is a death sentence in that case, but we'll see.
We will see. We got a little break so we can mix up the teams, but please don't go anywhere because when we return, you get to see some really good fun going down as all of our NIP superstars battle it out on the server to give you a good time. So make sure you get back here very fast.
Every dynasty has to end. For Ninjas in Pyjamas, that year was 2019. The face of Swedish Counter-Strike, Christopher Getright Allison, stepped away, and soon thereafter, Forrest followed. With the old guard gone, the game was changing. Astralis, Liquid, Vitality, new titans came in to reshape the game. And just like Counter-Strike itself evolved, so did NIP. 26 roster changes between 2017 and 2025. Everything from young talent to international experienced players. Even signing superstar Device ultimately failed to meet the grand expectations of NIP. Then came CS2, a new game, a new clean slate, but the results didn't come right away. Fragadelphia instead of Majors. The Ninjas, once feared, now saw themselves at the 176th ranking in the world. But the story doesn't end there. The grind began again. Land by land, match by match, rebuilding identity and fighting to bring Ninjas in Pyjamas back to the place where it belongs. You're not a player anymore, Forrest.
What? Well, neither are you, Bjorn!
I have lied to the NIP Counter-Strike team. I have told them, come to the media day where they're going to be playing a match against the fans. Sooner or later, they're going to discover it's actually Amcal Esports in disguise.
What the hell?
Why are they all leaving?
They're checking smokes.
No way.
They wrote like that. I have to check some smokes.
So back in 2000, when I founded NIP, I couldn't even picture or imagine it, what it is today. I mean, I had hopes and dreams of creating something really big, but to be honest, I would never expect it to turn out this big in my lifetime. I remember back in 2012, well, Emil had this idea of reviving NIP. I just loved the idea, and he did a great job. The timing was perfect, and obviously he put together a legacy dream team back then that did something no one has ever done after that. So great job to him, and the timing was perfect. The legacy and everything, the rebranding, it's in the history books.
I'm just so glad we have these legacy orgs in the scene doing what they're doing. Obviously, it's fun to watch competitive CS, but also like this event, we're talking to you, you're watching online, but there is a bunch of people who have gathered at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in Stockholm, hanging out, just chilling. I said this in the pre-show, but I'll say it again. The community vibe of CS is what is so vitally important. And I do think some of these legacy orgs like NIP allow more of those opportunities to build and grow together and just have a damn good time. Because sometimes we forget, Anders, this is just a video game. We're meant to just be playing and having fun.
Yeah, but I think that's one of the things that's so special about Counter-Strike. It's sort of moved across whatever barrier exists from being a video game into being this sort of cultural artifact, which it is so interesting. Like you see it with, regular sort of sports play, football players. That's turns out they play 20 hours of Counter-Strike every week. Like there's that feeling that it's ingrained in the cultural sort of mesh somehow, which is just really, really interesting. And I mean, even someone like Potty, we just saw an interview there, right? Like, sure, he's not playing actively anymore, but I think is it called Esports Arena, his project in Sweden, where he's basically, doing a lot of work still with Counter-Strike. Like, even though he's not actively playing anymore, it just stays with people for a really long time. Threat still, out there. So like, it's wild. And I think it's one of the things that makes it fun to be part of the community is that it's an investment. There's so much history. And it's going to keep on going. I think we'll still be playing Counter-Strike, 20, 30 more years from now.
No doubt in my mind. Vince, seeing as we're just walking down memory lane and we're talking about these like incredible moments and fun times and good memories, is there one that's been in the back of your head while we've been chatting and while I've been asking Anders that you kind of want to share with us?
Oh, there's honestly a lot that I could probably pick from, but from a purely sort of like special moment that's nostalgic in my mind. I remember casting DreamHack Marseille. Actually, Anders was there as well. DreamHack Masters Marseille, and Forrest picked up this amazing clutch with a pistol on train, and I was lucky enough to be casting at the time, and it's always kind of resonated with me ever since then. Like the fact is that these players have. They've made so many amazing moments for not just people like myself that are fans of the game, but also the people that are going to these events that are experiencing this firsthand, that can really kind of connect with other people and friends and family members over these amazing things that have happened. Like Anders has said, this really has transcended past, like when I was a kid, if you played games, you were a nerd, in a negative way. Now it's embraced. Now it's like, I'm a nerd. That's great. Things have changed. The dynamic has changed significantly. Like, to put it in perspective, I just brought this up. Executor, who had a pretty successful career in his own right, won a bunch of events, his approximate winnings as a player was $55,000. That's like a month wages for some players right now. That's how far CS has come along. That's how far esports has come along. And so I think it's really important to look back and realize some of these guys pioneered what we know esports as. They set the foundations and the groundwork so that the current day professionals can now fly. They can soar. They can make ridiculous amounts of money at the very top level. And I always have to remind myself of that. Like, it's a really cool thing, this kind of journey that we've been on in Counter-Strike in particular.
It's kind of crazy when you think about it, because that is something that we forget. Is there was a time where people were doing this for the passion and the love. I mean, Anders, you used to commentate for like maybe some free, for I presume a box of pizza. I presume sometimes you didn't even get the pizza box, right?
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, it was a Wild West for sure. The first LAN I ever went to, I think I got paid 500 Danish kroner, which is like, I don't know how that much that is. It's like, it's not a lot, less than 100 euros. And I slept on the floor with all the players that were there. And it was the first time I met Dupree and Device, I think, and some of these. It was the small Danish land, but yeah, for sure. Like it wasn't really about getting paid any money or anything else like that. It was just you kind of felt like you were part of building something, and certainly I had this crazy belief at the start. Like whenever people would say to me, "No, it's all about StarCraft and Dota or League of Legends," I remember thinking like, "You guys have no idea what's coming." Like I can't explain why. I just knew, even in early 2013, I just knew this is going to be something else with this game. It was so obvious to me that it was going to blow up in some sense. Obviously, couldn't have predicted the skins thing would take off and that they would become sort of that much of a thing. But definitely, I think Counter-Strike is just here to stay. It's got a certain formula that I just think you can't defeat. So it's here for life.
There's no doubt if we look at the evolution of Counter-Strike that is the case. So obviously we get to see Train now, Anders. It's an iconic map. We are going to see Train
Yeah.
1.6, but played in CS2. I mean, for you, why do you think that that Train specifically has just become what it has? Because it is iconic. That there are moments on that. There's so many moments that we will live in
Yeah.
our memories forever.
Yeah, I think for me, my two most favorite maps of all time probably are Train and Nuke. And I think Train has just some. I mean, back in 1.6, it was fun for a bunch of other different reasons that are kind of hard to explain. Like the fact, I know the crouching under the trains thing doesn't seem like a big deal, but but it really was, and it made for some really funny interactions. That all of the crouching stuff is impossible in CS2. It's like if you had to crouch with events on Nuke, if people forget. If that was the case today, then nobody would ever go through the vents. You would die every single time, basically. So there are a lot of differences like that. But I think Train as a map has just always been an interesting map. Like it provides a lot of dynamic play for the C connector and some great long range fights that also were happening in 1.6. So yeah, I think it's a great map for a lot of different. And it used to be one of the all-time massively CT sided maps, which made for spectacular comebacks whenever people managed to get to the CT side.
How about you, Vince? Anything that you want to add to that?
I think like because Train has just been around for so long, but also it's one of the more strategical heavy maps as well. Like you really need to know your protocols, your executes. It's not to say like I'd never really liked this idea of Dust 2 being a puggy map. I think that's doing it a disservice. It is still a tactical map, but I always view Train as like the most tactical of maps. Like for you to get out onto either of the bomb sites, like you said, Anders, being a CT-sided affair, if you could get that 1 or 2 rounds, that could be so massive. And I think it's just stood the test of time as a result of that. Obviously, we've seen it go through kind of a roller coaster with ups and downs. It was removed from the pool. It's come back fairly recently because it just wasn't picked that often at pro play, and certainly not in like matchmaking and things of that nature. So I think it's maybe lost a bit of its spark. I'm not the biggest fan of this latest version of it either, if I'm being completely honest. I think there's a few things that do need to get altered. I know Anders and I have talked about this while casting before. But I think it's just a classic. Like when you think of CS, I'm thinking of Train, I'm thinking of Dust 2, realistically, are the two maps that instantly pop to my mind. I think if you speak to someone that's not a CS fan, they can probably rattle those two names off, if nothing else. So it stood the test of time, really, I think.
Can we please just nerd out over CS maps right now? Because seeing as we're here, so you brought up the whole Dust being, people say it's puggy, and I recently was working a job with Yanko, and he responded to another analyst being like, why does everyone say that Dust is not an analytical map and it's a Dust 2 is a puggy map and it doesn't take a lot of thoughts? He was like, because if it was like that, why aren't more people winning on it? Like, and he brought that up, and it was something that stuck with me quite a bit, where I was like, I think there's just there has to be a different way to play it, but there's still a lot of analytical stuff that you can look into it. But part of that as well, when you were mentioning Train, I mean, I am curious because now you've brought it up for both of you. And just what would you change about the current Train?
I mean, I think most people that I know complain about the way that Ivy is set up at the moment. There's something about the fact that on the T side, you are volunteering yourself into sort of a three-way crossfire position, that's just very, very hard to deal with. That's definitely one of those things. I still think there's so much emphasis, like there's so much gravity in the map right now that's pulled in towards the pop dog hallway position and that back B hole position, that it means that whoever controls that pretty much wins the round, or at least controls where the T's can and can't go. So maybe there's just like too much happening there. But there's the other thing is, though, it's tricky sometimes to make these judgments when a map is still somewhat new. And I do kind of respect the fact that Valve sometimes take us some time before they start making really big changes, because some things just kind of fix themselves over time, to be honest.
We're going to take a quick break as we mix up the teams and get them ready to play. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be back in game right after this.
from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the crease. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the
myself on display. 1, 2, 3 a day. I'm on my way, on my way. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way.
I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
There's something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change.
stop that. I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but mans keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls, let tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch me, please use caution.
OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW.
You're watching the Ninjas in Pyjamas Legends Show match presented by Rainbet. We are getting ready for our third map where we've mixed up our legends and our current NIP superstars. They're all going to be playing together on Train 1.6. It's going to be quite a lot of fun. I think very chaotic and just all-round fun Counter-Strike, Anders. We're getting into the game, so tell us what we're looking at.
Well, we are going to be watching a bit of 1.6 train, but in CS2. So this is going to be wild. We've already had the NIP modern lineup kind of winning the show match, but now we've mixed the match everyone in, so it's going to be a bit of chaos here on the final map. I'm excited.
I am too. It's a bit of a head screw to look at the graphics already. It's like it very much is 1.6. Those bricks, you can count the pixels.
Yeah. Oh man, the amount of hours some of us have spent here. But let's see, we're out in the A yard and running straight towards the C connector here. It's Executor with the opening. Like we said, he's surely he's going to be better on this one. Just knowing the layout, it must feel like home to him. Kaspersky looking for the opening, and he's actually going to get it here. But Executor still found 2 kills, taking out Freiburg second.
Yeah, one thing they're not going to be able to contend with is all the crazy wallbang spots from way back when. But Kaspersky, who's been in fine form throughout this best of 3 series, is going to keep it going as he plants down the bomb. Joined alongside Get Right, Forrest and Wrinkle up against him. Wrinkle going to be called upon, and he will put down his teammate. And in doing so, Get Right now has the back of Wrinkle, but a lot of damage inflicted, but more importantly, no kill. Trying to play and reposition, but those pillars giving so many areas to try and cover out from. He's hoping that one of the CTs pushes him, but that's not going to be the case anytime soon. And this just feels like he's living on borrowed time. They've done such a good job of bypassing him. Frag will come down, and now Forrest is up against him. 16 HP, surviving just about, but the time itself is ticking away. And Forrest will put him down, but not quick enough. Get Right clutches.
All right. That is actually really interesting. Oh my god. The burst fire attempt there. That's a lot to deal with. I'm kind of shocked by that. Nicely done. It will be an intro. I don't know. I feel like the ladders work differently. Surely they work same as in CS2, but I feel like a lot of the ladder movement there looked and felt very 1.6y. Again, like that, it's such a core feature of the map on in 1.6 to play with the ladders. So I'd be excited if there was a way to make them work like they did in 1.6 on this map. I don't know how much they've changed it. Ooh, shush, not aware that Freiburg could be there very, very quickly. So here we go. They are trying to duck under the trains a bit, but Forrest is going to be finding Kaspersky.
It's a point that you also raised. There's a lot of little dirty angles you can shoot people and shoot their kneecaps from, but does get caught from Pop Dog. And Alvilga, try as she may, has done a lot of damage, but will be falling prey to Get Right's AK. And now up onto the ladders, Get Right will leap into action, and Kratos! Oh, no!
Oh, man. The knees, they aren't what they used to be, Vince. You know, it happens with age, unfortunately. That is too much. One of the boomers has fallen, unfortunately.
Quite literally.
Fallen, they can't get up.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's so funny. I love it. Executor here sneaking through. 1 versus 2, but the grenade would have got him either way. Yeah, not quite on point with that one. But Freiburg, nice shot. He's looking locked in, Freiburg.
Oh, yeah. No fun and games. He wants to make sure he doesn't lose 3 maps in a row. 2 is more than enough as far as he's concerned. Now that we have the teams mixed up. Aim on your screen, keeping herself hydrated. A wise decision. And ready to jump back into the action. NIP, obviously, Legends and NIP now doesn't really make too much sense because the teams are scrambled, but the CT side going to have a pretty rough economy as they look to try and wall bang, and it's Get Right that does open up his account. And Freiburg looks for more. Bit of damage has been inflicted to the CT side here.
This main position for the T side is so crazy back in the day. Because that wall is so paper thin that you can get wallbang trying to run up to even into the yard. But yeah, good spray down, good wall, good angles. You could just see that they kind of recognize them. Executor up here. Get Right's hiding or looking for him in the smoke. I'm not sure. Knife is out. He just stabbed him. That's mad. He should have been dead one way or another to Get Right, but ran out of bullets, unfortunately, on the CT side. So now a knife has been introduced.
And so has an AWP. Executor's going to pick that up for himself. So I'm using it a couple of times on Cobblestone. Had a bit of success with it, but yeah, this is always rough. You got a Deagle against you. You know those bullets are going to run dry sooner rather than later. And he does shank him down. But yeah, it looks like this connector sort of peak is going to be hotly contested for most of these early stages and around. This time, though, the CTs are coming out ahead and maybe can put that AWP to range to a bit of use, but Rez does just decapitate Wrinkle in the process. Only 2 of them left, and Vilga is going to go down to Rez's hand as well. There is a way forward now for the T side.
No one's made it up into that heaven position. Obviously a classic part of the map, but Shush going to find that one. I guess another interesting idea is that there were no Molotovs in 1.6, so the whole idea of having a Molotov on this version of training itself probably dramatically changes how things will play out. But I'm just casually enjoying the aesthetics of it. It's so weird how, like, I feel like if you're a player that's never played 1.6, like if you're one of the younger members of the audience, it's probably a lot more jarring to see this kind of stuff. But for me, it just feels so normal. I'm just like, immediately I'm like, yeah, it just all feels like, yeah, this is what Counter-Strike is most of the time. But maybe the texturing, like you said, the resolution on the textures is something that's a little bit more jarring for other players.
To old men like us, this feels like home, Anders.
Yeah, it's just like that.
Taken a trip 20 years in the past. I did also notice that there was a smoke that plumed at the top of the map, so the lineup's just not the same, obviously. That's another problem for these potential executes, but not that the T side has struggled too much. They may in this round, though, but look at this wrap position from Kaspersky.
Yeah, he's so stuck in here, but he's going to see the feet. Oh, it's working out. It's Get Right on the other side, getting them. But he's so hard to clear up from under the train there, so somehow able to do it. Gets a headshot onto Shush and leaves Executor with not enough time here. He's real far away without the kit, so he can try and look for the kill on Get Right, maybe. Looks like they both kind of want to find it. That's all right. This time it's on purpose, Get Right. I see your game.
Yeah, decided gravity rather than the explosion. Second crate to death. Executor, did he go down with the bomb? I didn't actually notice. He was on 47 HP. Did the bomb kill him?
Don't know what the blast radius is. That's a good question. I guess not. He's got the orb still, doesn't he? So probably fine. Okay, well, 4-1. Looking pretty good here for the T side. They are trying. Surely they don't actually know the lineups for this version of Train. I feel like it'd be so absurd if they had been practicing, but maybe they do. They actually did smoke off that Ivy lane, so that's kind of interesting. Shush, though, wreaking havoc on them from underneath the train, which, by the way, is also where you plant the bomb back there on this version. Trying to get up towards heaven was Forest, but he's backing off already.
Kaspersky now making moves. Here's the last player standing on NIP. Just getting around the back end of the trains and these longer range affairs. You would favor the AK to triumph against the M4, and it's going to be a solid first frag. He does get spotted, but still has 100 hit points remaining. Kaspersky could feasibly pull this one off, but Wrinkle will deny in kind. And the CTs get themselves that little bit closer. 4-2, still in a deficit, but whittling away the money of the T side.
Okay, pretty good stuff there. That did look like, I agree, it looked like maybe he had an opportunity, Kaspersky, to turn it around. It would have been a sick clutch. He knew the heaven angle there, so he's not completely unaware of what's going on. Again, it's one of those positions that obviously was removed at one point. It's so dangerous to any new players that position exists, because you're just going to get shot in the back all the time, but it's really fun to hang around. I miss those angles, even on the new version of Train. On the CT side of heaven there, I wish we could go back up into that little room just for the fun of it.
Oh, slow peak. Executor will be disappointed. He didn't do better with that. Didn't get either of the kills finally, though. Does finish off Freiburg. So forces a tease away from Ivy. Popping up and taking the kill onto Kaspersky. And Forrest is going to return in kind. Good shot from Get Right, but there'll be no second where that came from. So CTs closing the gap now to just the one round. We are getting a close game, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's what we want here. We mixed up the teams. We're on the final map, and we've got those 1.6 vibes out, or at least some of it. There are so many weird things that could have been different. I don't even know how easy it is to set up a 1.6 server today. I didn't even think about that, but it's possible that just logistically, it's a nightmare to get 10 people on a 1.6 server today. So I don't know how much of that's lost to history. I feel like at one point there was a client that allowed you to play even like 1.3 or 5 and sort of like different versions of the game. I think all of those things would be fun to do at some point. Here we got Pistols on the T side, and already getting a kill onto Vilga. Very nearly taking out Shush.
Executor has spotted a couple of players just bobbing back and forth, weaving up on the ladders. Forest with one does get put down from Rez. There's the backstab as well. As Wrinkle will stab away Kaspersky, and Rez left all alone. And it kind of goes back to what you said as well, like the way that the smokes and nades just generally in CS 1.6 worked is so different to CS2.
Yeah.
Or CSGO, of course, that like executes and set plays would just work an entirely different way.
Rez, he really wanted that shot. That would have made a difference there, but Wrinkle's going to find him. Yeah, I think you saw it with Executor. He was trying to land like a Molotov at the back towards Pop Dog, but in 1.6, an HE grenade would have just hit anyone who was back there. Like, it just, for those who don't know, it just did damage through walls. So, you know, if you're throwing it on one side of the wall, it would just damage people through the actual wall itself, which made it a lot easier to grenade people, but also didn't necessarily do a ton of damage. But still, it's pretty efficient.
Renko just charging straight into Ivy. Vilga in the meanwhile through on the Z connector. Ooh, I thought for a second she was going to get shot through that smoke, but does push out just into the arms of Get Right. Wrinkle, though, does snatch the life of Aim away, and now Shush in a deadly duel against Freiburg will come out swimmingly. No damage inflicted across to him. CTs have the advantage, but the T's are up close and personal, and they put 2 players down. Suddenly down to Forest in a 1-on-2.
That was such a nice peek from Get Right. Wish we could see that from his point of view. He was very, very fast to get that one. It's hard not to have a smile on your face just seeing names like Forest and Get Right. There are so many 1.6 frag videos out there if people want to go and find them. Obviously, you know, probably most famous of all is Frag or Die for anyone that doesn't know. But I'm assuming most of you guys do at this point. But there are so many movies out there that people can go and rediscover and kind of, you know, get a taste of what things used to be like on some of these maps. Maybe this is what you need for inspiration. Forest in a clutch now. 1 versus 2, and Rez might be an easier kill. See if Forest remembers to check this deep angle. It's one of the things that's very hard to do. Oh, he's not quite doing it, and Rez would love the knife, but he's going to be denied. Forest turning around still. It's a nice save for Rez there, but he really wanted to stab him.
Get Right's like, bruh, because he just got sacrificed to the CS gods. Rez a big smile on his face. I saw Forrest type something. I wonder if he was mentioning the fact that Get Right just got baited super hard.
Yeah,
guess we'll never know. Probably knowing Forrest, though he did.
It's worth it, you know. You gotta, you just got to. You got a chance. How many opportunities are you gonna really get to stab Forrest? You know.
So aggressive out already is Freiburg. Wrinkle is going to pick up the first, but he's already on the E-box. It's a solid position. You get that funnel way down, long range. The problem is that you are up against a couple of AWPs here. Executor and Wrinkle both occupying one. And you are kind of just out into the shooting gallery. There's not much Freiburg can do as he tries to leap back across. Rez has picked up one. Get Right once again up on the green train. Looking to try and rain down some hell, but instead it's Freiburg and Rez that somehow have just pulled this round out of the hat.
Executor back here. Open hand, but that smoke has made it like very tricky. Vilga coming in on the other side, crouching through. She can't quite find that kill, and that smoke is just such a nuisance for Executor. He's hoping to find somebody to battle here. That finally is gone, but I don't know if their job is going to get any easier right now. Rez with a kill, and now it's all on Vilga here. She's already tagged up quite a bit, having to make her way down, out into the open. Get Right. Oh, she's out of bullets. He's going to find the kill there. I do want to point this out. This is some niche history on Train, but that sound that you heard at one point of the plane going over, that sound was triggered by an in-map event when people walked through Ivy. So the sound itself became a sort of big tell for when players were making their move in there. So it's very interesting to think about how, you know, a map trigger like that would sort of would actually tell you something about where the T's were or the CTs were or whatever. So very strange kind of phenomenon, not something that we have a lot of in the modern day, but
it's a cool way though to like reverse psychology the opposition. Would you be down for something like that in current day maps?
the problem is, like, if it feels like it's a kind of a gimmick that once it's figured out, maybe it wouldn't have much of an impact anymore. But it is fun to imagine that you could do it. And I guess there are, in a way, we just do it now with grenades instead, where, you know, you try and throw a grenade or you shoot out a window or you do, like, there are ways to manipulate the audio like that, but we just don't have the map trigger events like that anymore. But I guess if it was done in a smart way, I wouldn't actually hate it. I don't think it would destroy the game or anything. I think it could be done in a funny way.
This game is pretty much back and forth, super close between the two teams. I mean, we discussed before in the past how Train was super CT-sided. It's not really been that case here, but of course that's in a completely different game altogether, different mechanics, different hit reg, whole different environment. Executor is going to get super aggressive, though. We haven't really seen this from the CT so far. Already pushing into Pop Dog, trying to wrap around the back, but Forrest is holding the fort by himself for the A1S. 2 kills go down, and the crossfire should be way too strong. So we are going to tie this up at 6-6 come the second half.
Yeah, not bad. This is kind of what we wanted, to see as much of the map as possible. Real good news. And yeah, we'll get a chance to see if everyone can rediscover themselves for the second half. I will say it was good to see that Get Right and Forest County. You can tell that some of the angles are just second nature to them, and I think they even use smokes for some reason. I don't know why that's a thing that they've been spending time on, but maybe they really want to win this map.
Yeah, they're in it to win it for sure. Players locked in, waiting for that second half to start. I've been really happy to see Executor also getting some more kills here, Anders. Like, we kind of expected that maybe this would be his backyard, his sort of home playing field, and so far he has delivered.
Yeah, it just has to be a fun time to get to be brought back in and hang out on a map like this one just after all these years. Like I said, I still think there's reasons why you'd want to try and do it in 1.6 in the future, but you know, I'm sure we'll have more opportunities. Obviously here celebrating the very, very long history of NIP as an organization, and it's cool to see that we are able to find so many of these players to come hang out with us. Shush to take down Get Right to start with here in the second half. Kaspersky making his way up, trying to be real quiet with the ladder, but they're losing the bomb site. My God, it doesn't matter how quiet he is. Shush will find him. Rez in a 1 versus 4 here. It's a really nice shot, but the flank is coming in. Oh, he's rare at Rez. He read that so well. Forrest had snuck through the hallway. What an absolutely absurd play so far. See if he get the 1v1 against Shush.
It's really going to be working against them, though, isn't it? You've got no kit. You don't necessarily know where Shush is. He's guessed correctly, but Shush has no real reason to peek for the time being. Going back on it now, fully defusing, comes off it once again, but Shush holding his back towards Rez. Doesn't even fire back. He's decided, I want the bomb to do the work for me. And then Rez tries to get up close with the blade, and Shush will deny. Such a valiant attempt from Rez, but Shush just playing with his food.
Did jump up with his back turned just to make it impossible to shoot him in the head.
He did. It's such a dick move, isn't it?
Yeah. It's actually something that we're starting to see more and more in regular sort of Counter-Strike. Like, I've noticed a lot of teams now are doing it on Nuke, where they rush ramp on the pistol rounds, and the first player is back turned, head down, just a human flashbang, just impossible to deal with. It's really funny. Aim to get the first one. That's a nice shot. But Kaspersky's going down in return. So still a very close game here. 7-6 the scoreline. Nice spray down. It could have been even sicker. Great round from Aim, though.
Yeah, showing that she is more than capable of packing a punch. And now Freiburg with the scout in hand. Not really a weapon that you would say he's commonly associated with. And Forrest will put him down where he stands. Up to 13 kills for Forrest in particular. And by the way, I was looking at some of the stats in terms of Executors, you know, previous endeavors. I talked before about how those 2 big tournaments he won, CPL Berlin and London, were before Wrinkle and Kaspersky were even born. I was looking through. I was curious, like, were any of those wins on Train? I didn't see Train, but I did see another banger classic, DE Prodigy, Anders.
Prodigy.
Now that takes me back.
You know what's so insane is that I think I could draw you the entire layout of Prodigy from memory, like completely useless information in my brain that I just have for some. Yeah, but Prodigy, what a legendary map. There are so many more maps played back then as well, which is kind of one of the things that's maybe hard to appreciate. I once played in a tournament online, Vince, in 1.6 or maybe 5, but it was, I think the map pool was 21 maps. So some of the maps you just didn't know. You just, I mean, maybe you'd been on them once, but there was just no way to really figure it out here. Rez looking for a bit of a clutch just as we're catching up here, but doubtful that should. Oh, can he do it here? Actually, we'll get the first one. Rez, 1 versus 1 now.
Both players all weakened. It almost feels like whoever sees the other first will win, and that's exactly what happened. Shush on the elevated position will punish in that 1v2. We said before how it's going to be super close between the two teams. You have the two top fraggers from the previous map performing, and Shush is at it again. Forrest will feel like he did enough to win that round, but Shush had other ideas.
Not that this was a competitive map, but one of the maps we played a lot in my circle of friends is a map called Arab Streets. CS Arab Streets, which is but yeah, just a lot of crazy maps out there back then. There's a map called Survivor, which is like a big snow map, with a plane that was crashed and everything. Great times. Anyway, bit of a trade at the start here. Wrinkle with the AWP gonna get. Oh, Kaspersky. Yeah, I was gonna say if you don't die for that, then you're probably going to clutch the round. That was almost certainly a death there. Freiburg's going to be taking down Vilga. So it's a 2 versus 2. Ooh, not aware at all. Freiburg goes down, and now Get Right. Looks like an unwinnable position, but not if he gets that one for free. Well, unfortunately, he was not ready for Forrest to be sneaking around the back. So first time, it's unfortunately Get Right that's going to be coming up on the short end of that one.
Friendly fire on the other sense of the term. Forrest on to Get Right. Teammates for so long, so much success, but not this time. No love lost on that one. A map that just sprung to my mind, by the way, and is not necessarily for good reasons. I'll be curious of what your thoughts were. Aztec. Were you a fan?
Man, I played many tournaments with Aztec in the pool, and it's a nightmare map to play competitively. But obviously it's got the nostalgia, especially with the grenades doing damage to the walls. You can throw them into the CT house, and it was just a wild time. But yeah, no, I love Aztec. Just for the nostalgia. Oh my god, Wrinkle.
That'd have been gross. I'm kind of glad it missed, to be honest.
Yeah, well, listen, now that we got scripting back in CS, we can maybe have maps like Jeepathon back. Jeepathon 2K was a classic, ridiculous map for the vehicles.
Oh,
I want that. I need that.
I think a lot of people will be on the same page. It was with the some of the changes allowed surfing to be a thing again, I believe, right? I was never a big surfer personally. Hello.
Here we go.
We're back.
Glad we got us in the picture a little bit. Rez and Get Right are playing super well. I feel like Rez is he's probably the kind of player that would, know these maps more than maybe we're expecting in spite of the age difference. I'm sure he's been nerding out about the history of the game, so no doubt he's aware. He's certainly playing very well at the moment.
Yeah, his first team was Cringe Gods, amazing name, back in 2016. So he's been around for a while.
That's sick. Sekida trying, but failing to find that shot, unfortunately. So CT side picking up another round, and it's going to add quite a bit to their money.
Yeah, that serious look I was talking about, and he's a competitor at heart, man. I can't fault him at all. He wants that W.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the question here, with Rez and Get Right playing the way that they are only 2 rounds down, but looking like a B rush here. Rez has already set up the smoke, and he's so aware they're coming for him. Wrinkle, that's such a nerdy shot. Good job on that one. Bomb is down by Ivy, though, so some part of this plan was lacking a bit.
They can try and fight their way out of it, but yeah, they're going to have to come out of this one with Deagles all guns blazing. They have plenty of time on the clock. It's more the fact that they're 2 players down. They're not sure if they're being wrapped around on right now. So trying to play with the level of verticality at the top of the trains. Freiburg, though, will deny Forest any future part in this round. Executor is slowed down a little bit on the second half. Most of his kills coming from that first, from the AWP at longer range. Being toyed with from Kaspersky. Uh-oh. In come the rest, and Kaspersky only wanted knife. He had nothing else in his mind but scumbag kills instead.
Well, for Kaspersky, maybe it doesn't matter that he's playing up against Executor. I feel like I couldn't knife a legend like that. I'd have to be more respectful somehow, but fair enough. Let's see. They're getting locked in now. Can they actually make the full comeback here is the question.
Definitely a much closer affair since we've scrambled the teams up for sure. And it's been really interesting to see how the players have kind of fit back in like almost an old glove, you know, like fits perfectly, seeing the players really utilizing the little ratty positions underneath the trains, using the ladders to jump up quickly and really maneuver around the back. Get Right had tons of success on top of the trains in the first half.
I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised that people haven't got punished more for crouching under the trains. I just would assume that that was a death sentence to try and do that now, but it feels like they're kind of getting away with it.
Yeah, I think it's because like the wall banging elements of this map maybe don't transfer over as well to CS2 as they did in 1.6.
Yeah.
So you just don't get splattered as quickly. Oh, we have missed a bit of the round here. 2v4 to potentially tie us up. NIP on the CT side have the advantage, and Rez is about to come face-to-face with Forest, who just gets nailed by the AWP. Not much that Wrinkle can realistically do, although he's making a real go of this. Rez struggling down at 13 HP, has to back away, but the problem is that they dropped the bomb out in the open, so Wrinkle had to go back into the firing range, and it is 10 apiece, neck and neck between the two teams.
Yeah, all tied up. That long range in the B-bomb side is just... It's so barren compared to CS2. It is just literally a firing range when you're here on the CT side. So, yeah, big open view, nothing to stop you. It's also one of the reasons why the auto snipers were potentially effective on this map at times if you had the money for it. Rez wants to run. He's just ready to go, but there's no one really going to be showing up here. Instead, it's out in the yard. Forest and Wrinkle on a bit of an opening. Kaspersky gets one, drops down, tries to mask that with the sound of the shot, but they are not going to be surprised. Wrinkle with the kill. Rez and Get Right. 2 versus 4. The bomb is momentarily delayed. Need to pick that up and go and plant.
Stuck behind the smoke for the time being as well. No real hope for Get Right to get through there. But it's all a ruse to allow Rez to explode into the action. Misses the first shot, but does get the second. A trade back and forth, though, will give Rez a 1-on-2 opportunity to get another clutch underway. But Wrinkle's going to stab him from above. He nearly just got the one-tap stab, but instead he needed a second go of it, but plunges it deep and takes the round out. Rez has been humiliated.
Okay, I'm glad we get to see a little bit of that. We had already a knife kill. We had some Zeus kills coming out as well, but you know, it is a show match after all, so got to keep the people entertained there. Oh, brutal stuff. It's good work. Puts it at 11-10. And again, they're so fast in the yard here, but this time, CT side seems to be ready for it. Incendiary to try and really slow them down, and that is a lot of damage. Vilga, she's going to burn alive.
Oof, so claustrophobic. Like, you can see from Forrest's perspective, he wants to get out there. He wants to try and take the fight to the CTs, but he's just kind of stuck behind that Molotov. And although Wrinkle does nail the shot, that looked like it should be a kill. He's about to get pincered in. He got the HE as a parting gift onto aim, but Kaspersky will not allow him any further say in this round. So 11-11. Will we end up hitting OT?
Well, that's it seems like it. It's definitely on the cards right now. The way that this has been playing out feels like Rez is determined to try and see if he can win this one. He's doing a lot of damage at the moment. 11-11. Yeah, Rez on 26. Get Right on 24. They figured out the grenades early on the CT side, I think, to try and slow this down and maybe stop it. Kaspersky will drop Executor and looking for Wrinkle. I didn't think he had the gun out there at the time, and this is just a cleanup here for it. He was hoping to catch someone falling back from Pop Dog, but that's not going to be the case, and doesn't... Oh, knife is out again. Vilga, she saves a couple of bullets. That's great. Glock out. See if she can do this. They're all trying to hunt her down, and so far... Oh, she gets stabbed at the end, but not bad at all.
That's what I was expecting to happen to Forrest on Cobblestone, you know, when he was encircled by 5. Just run him down with the blades, bayonet charge. It's good to see that Vilga can see the funny side of it. Yeah. It does seem, though, that the CTs have figured out a Molotov and smoke to just stop this initial push through main. And there's not much the T's can do about this. I wonder if they're going to change their tune and go B site and just try and hit B fast.
I feel like you're right though. They have some of the grenade utilities kind of figured out. Took its time, but they just need one more round here. Get right. Actually, aim in the back. She's going to be able to pick up the kill on Shirt. That's great assistance. Rez has gone down to Vilga. So one of the heavy hits is gone, and Kaspersky caught as Forrest just waiting for him. That's a bit lackluster. Freiburg only on the 1 kill there, traded up by Executor, and it's a 2 versus 3 to look for something more.
Cool adjustment. Nice way of adapting and keeping versatile here. Not fully rushing, but just waiting for that like kind of prolonged push. Stagger it a little bit. Aim though with a second kill. Hugely impactful right now. As she gets Molotoved off, but can hold position. And Get Right has made a move. Shimmering through Pop Dog. Is going to find himself 2 Ts and taps his way to victory. As Aim gets a 3rd. Huge round for her. And that will be the CTs taking the W.
Especially that second kill for Aim looked really impressive. She was going to get shot in the side of the head, but there was some great mechanics to take that kill. And wow, they managed to actually clinch it at the end. I definitely thought that we were going to go all the way to overtime here.
How much fun was that to watch, especially that last round with Aim and Olga?
I love it. I think this is, again, just the feeling, even if the weapons are a bit different and some of the mechanics are a bit different, just being back on this version of Train is a lot of fun.
It made Anders happy. Vince, what did you think about Train?
I had a great time as well. It really did kind of catapult me back about 20 years. I'm feeling my age a bit right now, Sam, but at the same time, it was a lot of fun.
A lot of fun. What did we think about the matchups with the teams changing up, Vince?
Very close. I think it was kind of as competitive as we maybe expected when we saw the 2 rosters kind of get announced. It felt incredibly close back and forth and kind of CT-sided overall. But I think towards the end, they started to figure out like the lineups to the Molotovs. And at that point, it felt like it was only going one way. So kind of the nerdier team won in the end, which is sometimes the way it goes on Train.
In agreement, Anders, the nerds won out?
Yeah, I think Rez has been doing some studying. But they were on the T side as well. They had some grenades, some smoke. A lot of fun to see. But yeah, great job overall on the CT side there towards the end.
Can we do a little bit of a room review for Rez? Because obviously we got a chance to see these players in their natural habitats. Did you notice the candle? He had a beautiful little scented candle behind him burning. I don't know if you guys saw it while you were commentating, but this was the thing that caught my eye. That was not a player I expected to have a little scented candle in his office to keep him calm while playing Counter-Strike.
Hey, you know what? We've had a lot of crazy things that have worked out over time. Like at one point, the chewing gum meta was a thing. Everyone thought, having chewing gum during a game would somehow calm you down. So I don't see why scented candles couldn't be part of it. Like it makes sense to me.
Okay, so Rez is trying to make scented candles come back. Chewing gum was the meta. I feel like now if you watch competitive CS, Vince, it's those nose strips.
Yes.
That's like the thing now, right? Everyone's got one of those.
I remember, I think it was Chopper did that first, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And some people I remember saying, has he broken his nose? Like, no, he's just trying to open his airways, guys. Oxygen's pretty important, it turns out.
Okay, let's take a look at the scoreboard. There's an entire debate on whether or not those work. Anders, what do you think?
You know what? Placebo is a powerful thing. If you think it works, then it works. That's true for everything. So, we live in a strange world like that. So I'm not going to criticize too much. I haven't tried it myself, to be honest. So I don't even have the first-hand experience. But I feel like if you've got, if you've got the right anatomy or the wrong anatomy for it, then maybe it does.
What a great way to remain politically correct and not offend anyone who does or does not use a nose strip. Very impressive, Anders. That is why you are the GOAT. There we go. There's your scoreboard up on your
I
screens
appreciate it.
right now. Obviously, the standout performance pretty damn obvious, Vince.
Yeah, I think you're looking at Rez, but also Get Right, who's been really consistent over the duration of these maps, to be fair. Even when his team have gone down 2-0, he's been up there. So great to see that he's still got it. Wrinkle, obviously, on the other side doing a bit of work, but ultimately Rez just had so much impact and did also kind of bait Get Right a couple of times. So that's got to give him a couple of points.
Okay, so it's been really fun. We've had a chance to see our legends back in the server, which has been mental. We've got to see some of the NIP players joining forces with them, playing against them, and showcasing how good they are. And we've obviously been able to feel a little bit of nostalgia, Anders, with Train 1.6 in that CS2 setup. But would you say that was your favorite map so far?
Oh yeah, like I was living the dream, just kind of remembering a bunch of things that you kind of half forget, but seeing it kind of play out, I just think it's fun. I really enjoyed it, and again, some of us have spent way too much of our lives on these like playgrounds that have kind of since been abandoned by the internet. Sort of an interesting idea that there are these sort of digital worlds out there that are now they're just kind of empty. So I'm glad we can fill them up every once in a while.
Okay, so I think what's really important is if you're watching right now thinking, okay, well, now it's all done, we've seen the show match, on to something else. One, no, there's nothing else for you to watch because the time zones are weird. So you obviously
True.
need to stay here for your fix of competitive CS. And we're going to make sure that you get your fix of competitive CS because we're actually going to be doing a Wingman 2v2 tournament that's going to be coming up where we're
Ooh.
going to mix up the players once again, have a little bit of fun. And I'm excited to see this go down, Vince, just because I always think this brings in a little bit of silliness and fun.
Yeah, but I think the silliness and fun is definitely going to be one aspect, but the players are still going to be competitive and want to win.
As we've
So
seen.
yeah, exactly, as we've seen many times over. So I don't think it's going to be a complete troll fest. I think the players are actually going to give it a try, and I believe not to jump ahead, but I think we also have a fan playing, so that's also a different element that we haven't had so far.
Ooh.
An actual fan is going to be joining Forest, so that's awesome.
So you just mentioned the fan. Turns out the fan is actually with us. So I'm going to get a chance to talk to him. Axelson is the fan's name, and I do believe that we're going to have a chance to talk about this entire experience and what this looks like. How exciting would it be for you to get a chance to play with Forest? That's mental, Vince. That's basically you and I's dream.
Yes, absolutely. I believe he's here now.
He is.
Yes.
Axelson, welcome to the show. My guy, I am so excited that I get to chat to you because when I heard that you had won this opportunity, I was like, this is basically everyone's dream. How stoked are you that you get to play alongside Forrest in this Wingman tournament?
Yeah, I can't even explain. Like, I'm really happy. I've met him before, and I was like, never I'm going to get to actually play with him, and now I get the chance. Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, so how good are you at Counter-Strike? Because that's the question we got to ask. You going to be able to hold your own in this lobby?
I don't know. I'm 2.5k elo, but we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, explain to everyone watching at home, how did you win this opportunity?
Yeah, so it's the like NIP dojo. You do quests, you get points, and yep, I won.
And you won. That's pretty damn cool. So who are you the most excited about playing against today?
Probably Wrinkle or Kaspersky.
Why is that?
Well, for my latest birthday, my friend got like a birthday wish from Kaspersky, and I've always been a big fan of Wrinkle ever since he joined NIP.
I love the idea that you're such a big fan of Wrinkle that you want to go into the lobby and shoot him. That's
Yeah.
cool. I like that.
I
That
want to
works
try
for
to
me.
win.
You want to try win? I got that. Have fun. Good luck. I'm going to be rooting for you. And of course, anyone
Thank you.
watching at home, there's a lot more of these cool prizes going around. So make sure that you get yourself to the dojo, like Axelson told us. We're going to bring Vince and Anders back in. because they're going to chat a little bit more about what's coming up. Anders, imagine he does get to shoot Wrinkle. That's kind of that's the bit that I like, right? Is if he can take down Wrinkle, that's how you make sure a player remembers your name.
Yeah, I don't know if people do this anymore, but I think in the past people would do this thing where they would put someone that they had killed, like a celebrity, they put it like on the Steam profile page or something, and there'd be like a screenshot where you did it. I feel like it's a great opportunity. I appreciate that kind of idea that you can sort of get a trophy like that where you get to knife or just headshot someone who's like got an important name. I think that's worth it for its own sake.
I love the fact that he also had the NIP jersey on. Of course, those new 25th anniversary ones are coming, Vince. I do believe we're all going to get them, so I expect your Instagram photos to pop off. Lots of selfies coming. You can also get them as well. There's more information if you go check out the NIP socials. They explain how you can get your hands on it. Vince, where will you be modeling your shirt when it arrives?
Well, I don't have an Instagram. I'm like a proper boomer in that way. So yeah, probably on Twitter or maybe another cast like this. It would be a great place to showcase it, of course.
Okay, I'm going to hold you accountable. I want a crazy Instagram influencer ripple photo from Vince in his NIP shirts. Right, we are going to take a quick break to get all the teams ready and all the players set up. Please don't go anywhere. I think this is going to be tons of fun. We're actually going to be following Forrest and Axelson, our fan, on their journeys, and that's going to be kicking off right after this.
You're not a player anymore, Forrest.
What? Well, neither are you, Björn!
I have lied to the NIP Counter-Strike team. I have told them, come to the media day where they're going to be playing a match against the fans. Sooner or later, they're going to discover it's actually Amcal Esports in disguise.
Why are they all leaving?
They're checking smokes.
No way.
They wrote like this. I have to check some smokes.
Show matches are always super fun. I remember when we played the classic, like historic 2012 lineup. They have to hear about it because we actually won. I remember me and Heaton showed up. We were a little bit late. I catch the flight from my work, and I haven't touched CS for like 8 months. We showed up. I didn't even bring my own gear. I don't think Emil had his gear as well. So we were like basically counting on getting a beatdown. I know that they have a story about, oh, it was 1.6, so that's why you're better, but they were actually pros in 1.6 long after we quit, so they should have an edge in 1.6 as well. So I'm not really buying that excuse, especially when we didn't have a gear. But yeah, somehow we actually pulled it off. I think that they also saw them winning it quite easily. Yeah, but we kind of made history because we were the first one to beat the 2012 lineup, even though it was 1.6. We showed them that sometimes old school is old school. But for the new lineup, I know people are wondering why I'm not going to participate. And to be honest, if it was 8 months I haven't touched CS then, now it's more like, I don't know. Well, actually, I tried a little bit CS2. And I have to admit that normally I always have easy way of getting into the FPS games and become quite good at it. It doesn't matter what kind of game it is. But for the first time in my life, I felt like I really, really suck. So to spare any embarrassment and not to be a punching bag in the show match, I will sit on the bench and let the rest do the shooting for me.
from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the
myself on display. 1, 2, 3 a day. I'm on my way, on my way. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way.
I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
Something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see that you need help. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change.
I hear 'em chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear 'em chat with the boys, man so tough, but mans keep walking, yeah. Dress too sharp with the prize, white girls, let 'em tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch me, I'm please use caution.
OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW.
Welcome back to the NIP Legends show match presented by Rainbet. We've done the show match. You've seen that action, but now we're having a little bit of fun. We've got a mini wingman tournament underway. And I think what's really important for anyone watching at home is to understand how big a moment this is for one player. Axelson is in the server. He has
Nice.
partnered up with Forrest, his hero. He won the opportunity to play with Forrest in this tournament. And now he gets to go up against all the NIP legends, all the current NIP players, Anders. And this first round is going to be pretty tough because him and Forrest will have to face off against Volga and Kaspersky. Not exactly who I'd want to play against in my first round, I'm not going to lie.
No, me neither. But then again, he did say he really wanted to play Kaspersky because he's apparently a big fan and he wants to defeat him, which I think that is the ultimate expression of sort of fandom, is to say, I wish I could beat you in a server. Like I completely sympathize with that view. So I think it's going to be tough, but I wish him good luck.
Okay, so Vince, what's the game plan? If you're Axelson and Forrest coming in here, what do you think their game plan is? The conversation they're having right now.
I think with Wingman, with it being a 2v2 and one bomb site for those watching that maybe you've never played Wingman before, be aggressive, play together. Like that's the key point here. Is we want to make sure maybe Axelson goes in first, he gets traded out, lets Forrest kind of set up and do his thing. I will say though, Axelson, we actually have the stats from his Faceit account. 2,560 elo is no joke. Like that's actually a very high elo, not quite pro level, but not far off. So he's not a scrub at all. The situation may get the better of him. He maybe get nervous playing with Forrest. That's a possibility. But in terms of the stats, he's played over 600 games and he has that elo. I'm telling you right now, he is legitimately a solid player. So I don't see him getting body bagged too hard here. Maybe he can't go toe to toe with like a Kaspersky because Kaspersky's insane, right? Or a Vilga. But I don't think he's going to be dropping 0 kills either. So that's something that maybe gives us a little bit of hope for our fans' endeavors through this tournament.
Okay, let me explain how. Sorry, Anders, I just want to jump in and quickly explain how this is going to work. So, we've obviously got all our first rounds happening at the same time, simultaneously. We'll be focusing in on the game we just told you, but there is another game going on. If our game finishes early, we'll jump in and take a look at that. But then we'll move into the semi-finals and we'll be showcasing one of those games as well. And then, of course, the final. So, that's just to remind you what the format looks like. I hope that you were able to keep all of that in your head. And I did interrupt you, Anders. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I can't believe you're trying to do your role as a host while I'm talking.
Damn
It's
me.
unbelievable, Sam.
Can't believe it.
What are you thinking? No, I was just going to say, I feel like in terms of the nerves, having somebody like Forrest on your team has got to be a massive boost, though, because he's just he's a warm person. He's going to be funny. Like so I feel like to calm you down, like if there are other pro players I could imagine where the tension is going to be a lot higher, but I feel like with Forrest is probably going to be pretty chill. So I think that's a good advantage.
That's tons of fun. That's what this
Yeah.
is going to be. I'm expecting a lot of fun. And I just keep going on. I mean, I've said this already and I'm just going to keep going on about it. I'm kind of like low-key jealous of this guy because I'm like, what a cool prize to win. You get to come here, you get to team up with Forrest, you get to play against all of these pros. Like, that's pretty sweet, Anders.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is sort of a really rare price in some sense. You know, there are other things like if you had to win a mouse or a keyboard or something, like you could just, in theory, just go and buy that. But this is something that your friend group isn't just going to be able to say, oh yeah, we've all been there, or we could just do that. So I think it's really sick. It's what a great experience.
Vince, I mean, I know the answer to this question because I'm presuming it's Forrest, but if you could choose one NIP player, legend or current, to team up with in a wingman tournament, would it be Forrest?
It probably would be Forrest. Yeah, I mean, I would love to also play with like Get Right. I mean, there's honestly a ton of people. Fiflaren, obviously, us that have been working events have met Fifi many times. He's a super cool guy. There's a long list of legendary NIP players, but I think Forrest is pretty much at the top of the list. And I also agree with what Anders is saying. Like he's gonna ease Axelson into this one. So let's see what happens.
Let's do that. Let's see what happens and get into game.
Okay, here we go. Oh, we're actually starting off with a bit of a knife round. I appreciate that, but yeah, you mentioned Fiflaren, and I was instantly reminded that Fiflaren is #1 in what has to be the best laugh in all of Counter-Strike ever.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
It's actually a cure for depression. Like if there was a way that we could bottle it and sell it to people, it'd be amazing. What a legend.
100%. And you also know he just loves to have a good time.
Yes.
So he's just having a ball. Like, yeah. Also, nighttime does too. Interesting. For our first game here. Yeah.
I like the vibes. Probably a little bit harder competitively, but still, I appreciate it. Now, I was told these wingman matches would be a little bit smaller, but I feel like, how are they going to find each other on this one?
Yeah, that is a good point. They typically are much more closed off, and it's normally just one bomb site as well. So, yeah, it seems like we have the full run of the roost. At this kind of range, you're expecting the USP to come out ahead, and Axelson has done a fair bit of damage. Forrest is wrapping around as well. If Axelson can just waste time, this is where Forrest can activate.
Yeah, I think he's doing a really great job. He even gets the headshot to take down Kaspersky. His dream has already come alive. He said he wanted to play Kaspersky, and already he takes a headshot against him, so great work.
Yeah, I think he said Kaspersky and Wrinkle, right? Were like his two players he wanted to play against. So we'll see if he gets a chance to do both. Of course, in order for that to happen, you'd have to win this game. Of course, it is going to be first to 13 rounds will be the victor, as 24 rounds will be played here. Boosting up onto the catwalk early on. Just little candles as lights. I can't say I've ever played this map personally. Obviously, Dust 2, but not the nighttime version.
Yeah, I remember I saw screenshots of it. I think it's a really nice, like if you're just playing casually for fun, like it's a really nice way to just make a familiar map look and feel different. So I approve of it. Kaspersky's going to be taken down. Forrest blows him up and leaving Axelson alone versus 2. What a rough position to be in. He's got a great lineup here. Looking to see if he can burst anyone down. Missing a first couple of shots there. Trying to get the reload in. Are they going to hunt him down? I think they were thinking about it for just a second here, but now instead they've just taken up position and waiting for him. That seems almost cruel. All right, there goes the smoke for the potential bomb plant here in Vilga. Has the high ground advantage, so she's going to come out on top of that one.
And if you had any doubts about whether players are going to be try-harding on this one, you better believe if they're trolling, they're both dropping into Axelson and trying to knife him, or they're going to try and take the fight to him. The fact that they played slow and used their smoke onto CT to guarantee the round shows you that Vilga and Kaspersky are here to win.
Definitely. That's what we want to see as well. Don't give Axelson the chance to say, you know, oh, well, they weren't really trying or whatever. Just, you got to give it your all here. Jiggling away at the corner. It's a good idea. He's got the 5-7. Forrest is coming in with a bit of a scout. And they're going to set up a smoke to try and buy some time now. I'm sure in 2v2 like this, slowing them down is going to be really hard to do. But let's see. Kaspersky thinking about going through. It looks risky. There was an HE here. He could have been caught, but he's already made the jump up. There's a good headshot, and Forrest going to be dead as well.
Yeah, they're in a bit of an eco round there, or a force buy, so money wasn't great, but it's not going to get too much better here either. Maybe some Deagles, 5-7s thrown in the mix, but there's not that much to play with. Yeah, it's the fact that, you know, I'm a big fan, and I think a lot of people are as well, that it's about the experience of materialistic sort of things, and that's what Axelson is getting right now. Plus, obviously, this is all being streamed. You can go back and watch it at any given time. So he's living the dream right now. This round's more of a nightmare. There's not much you can do apart from just eat shrapnel. So it is going to be a fast-paced lead to Vilga and Kaspersky, 3-1. But it should be a buy coming in, and this is a really important moment. You lose this, your economy is back in the dumps, and you're in real trouble. This is a very important round coming up for Forrest and Axelson.
Yeah, you don't want to be in a position suddenly, especially this early on, where you just crash out on the money front. They are going to stay grouped up, but unfortunately it looks like the bomb is making its way to the B bomb site. So sort of an out-of-spawn call here, which presumably, this is, I guess, why it makes sense to only have one bomb site in this format, just because of the potential for, you know, a straight-up bomb plant happening on the B side. But they're actually going back. They haven't really encountered anyone out through the middle, slowly but surely. And Forrest, in theory, is going to be able to spot them as they make their way into CT spawn. So this is a bit of a wild adventure. Vilga is going to be taking on Forrest, leaving Axelson in a tough position alone. Smoke is up towards long. He's hoping that there's going to be a split coming and that at least one of them will come out long, but that is not the case.
Yeah, but they also haven't fully bypassed onto the site just yet. That second smoke is going to help, though. It'll allow Vilga to get the plant in. Axelson, with the M4A1S, can't really afford to utilize the bullets needlessly, so he's going to wait for the peak. This is really where he's going to be tested. His skill will be tested, and he gets the first, nearly transfers for the second. That would have been a special moment for him, but Kaspersky says no, denies him, and secures the 4-1 lead.
Yeah, definitely. You could see that he was ready to switch up that aim and just continue the spray, which is kind of exactly the right move. Not far off of maybe getting the kill, but 4-1. So far, it's Vilga and Kaspersky that are doing a lot of damage early on here. And again, like we said, it's going to have an impact on the money. As you can tell, Deals picked up. HE out long is actually pretty efficient. Kaspersky takes a bit of damage. Forrest will take him down. That's a nice way to get themselves in the lead. They can't really pick up the gun right now, but Vilga is on her own.
Anticipating the car position, not the case. And that does at least cordon off the areas. She's going to be smoking up onto the site. I believe that's for the cross. Throwing the AK away. Making sure both weapons don't trade hands. That would be a nice boon to the CT economy. Thinking about rotation. We saw Forrest do this in the very first round. Oh, the spray's off. And Axelson will clutch. A big moment for our fan playing alongside one of his heroes. And it has secured the second round for Forrest and Axelson on top of it.
Scary moment when you're trying to land those deagle shots at range and you just kind of feel like every shot you miss, the chances that you get bursted down by that AK, it just goes up and up all the time. But he held his cool. What you want to see? Round number 7. Let's see what they do. Axelson really quick to get up onto the catwalk. This surely is a strong position to play the middle of the map. When the whole map is available in 2v2, I feel like playing short and towards mid is going to be a huge part of it. Again, Forrest on long, this time with the assistance of the smoke, and Vilga's right on the other side. She's thinking about walking straight through, but Forrest is so aware, so he's going to take care of the round.
Yeah, I think that with this being a custom map, I think they're only allowed to attack a site.
Okay,
but in the normal Wingman, it's like smaller maps, and one part is kind of locked off, like invisible walls you can't move through. So I think that's why we're seeing a lot of A-sided hits. Well, every round has been A-sided. Yeah, I think that actually makes middle even more powerful in some circumstances, right? Because you only have like 2-3 ways of pushing through. And Forrest is going to be occupying on long side. HE out, nothing forthcoming. Smoke also tossed in.
Oh, Axelson Look at this, he's got such a sick idea. Nice jump up, but he's a little bit trigger happy, and that will reveal his position, but Forrester's on the other side. It still kind of works, and he wants to run through. He's thinking about it. I kind of would have loved to have seen him do that. I mean, it's very risky, but what if he could have caught off Vilga, who's now making a way onto the site. She's got the bomb as well, so this could be a tough 1v1. He's already tagged up a bit.
He is going all the way around to long, and Vilga, assuming that she would get peeked from the catwalk side, thinks better of it. Now going to be watching on catwalk still. That's where obviously the last sound cue came from. Can't look there forever though, because Axelson will get the drive-by shot. Has a molly and a smoke. Now, where does he decide to toss this? If he throws it onto Gandalf, that's where things are going to get real interesting real quick for Vilga. You have this utility you need to use at Axelson. Smoke down onto the site. Going to try and draw away the fire. Sprays good and takes down Vilga instantly. A big clutch again from Axelson.
Ooh, that is really cool, isn't it? The smoke was enough to draw out Vilga, and just before it popped, Axelson actually got a chance to see what was happening. Like you said, he also had an incendiary, so there was a chance for him to maybe use that, but it was done in a great fashion there. That's going to tie up the game.
And it has to be said, like, although Forrest has more kills, it feels like Axelson's had some more of the more impactful frags here. And it looked like he'd kind of thrown this round away after he preemptively shot over on catwalk side. Now going down through on the B tunnels to try and deal with that very position that Axelson showed us in the last round is going to be Kaspersky, clearing all of these angles.
Ooh. Axelson's the right idea. Vilga, that's not a favorable fight for her. The fact that she was already out there kind of giving it away, and that's the bomb as well. Dropped up there. So 1 versus 1. Axelson up against one of his heroes in Kaspersky. Flash to set it up. Drops down. Oh my god, and he wins the fight! In spite of the fact that his crosshair was in the wrong position. What a great first half for him individually.
Man, he's playing really solidly right now. Like, I have to say. Also, it's not going to be 24 rounds. I was betrayed by the top stat there. It's 9 rounds per half. Interesting. So that gives the advantage to Forrest and Axelson. And I think, like, realistically, you wouldn't be human if you didn't feel the pressure here. Yes, Forrest is a super chill guy. He's going to ease you into this. But you're still going to have very high expectations of yourself, especially as Axelson's, like, clearly a legitimate player. So I think as time goes on, his confidence is going to build, and we're going to see him play better and better. We saw a couple of missed Molotovs early on as Kaspersky nails Forrest. But I'm expecting to see Axelson really start to stand up and deliver.
Out on long he goes. And actually, Kaspersky's missing a couple of shots there. I think you're probably right. The early nerves of the game have kind of been settled down now. A little bit more focus. I like the fact that he's expecting that there could be a flank. Now, we can tell from the minimap there isn't, but it's a really nice way to win a clutch like this if you're low on health. If Vilga's going to walk around the corner, and actually Vilga's getting a bit anxious herself, thinking about maybe positioning on this long spot out in the middle of the lane. So hard to stop, but the bullets are missing, and he's going to hit a headshot. Axelson is absolutely clutching this game.
All right, Nip. Give him a contract.
Yeah.
Come
sign him up.
Do it already.
That's great. Well, there is this thing that sometimes happens if you're a streamer or something. I've had it happen a couple of times on Faceit, where if you run into some of these Faceit level 10 type of people, once they recognize that, you know, either there's a pro player, or obviously in my case not pro at all, but just the fact that they're up against someone that has a bit of a reputation, I feel like they just play so hard, you know? Like, they play the hardest Counter-Strike that anyone's ever played. So maybe that's what they're encountering here a little bit on the Vilga and Kaspersky side, is Axelson really saying, you know what, I've got a chance here. And he's fully taken advantage.
100%, man. It's not really an opportunity that he'll probably get too many more times, right? So you got to make the most of it while you're here. And so far, he really has done that. I mean, I don't even think it's an argument at this point. He's had way more impact than Forrest has. What a crazy thing to say coming into this game, that Axelson's kind of carried this team a little bit. But they are going to be running into that CT side, and Vilga really putting that scout to use. Still, a round advantage in favor of the T's. Oh, they're pushing it so aggressive here. We didn't see this happen from Forrest and Axelson's perspective, pushing straight up mid. Kaspersky, I mean, we know how aggressive he is, how comfortable he is in these rounds, but he's lost his teammate. Do they really expect Kaspersky to be here? Well, Forrest does, but he just misses out his shots.
Yeah, nice attempt otherwise. Axelson getting up onto a good position. This can actually maybe catch in. There's a scout there as well. I don't know if he could safely pick it up, but yeah, the fact that the bomb is back there is obviously a big detriment to him in this round. He has to go back and look for it, and Kaspersky's already starting to go out long here, so he's going to be able to pick up the bomb, but this is going to finally take a lot of time off the clock, so very, very tricky. And as you said, if he has to go to the A bomb site, then I think Kaspersky's playing this pretty much perfectly.
Only 30 seconds, though. Yeah, I think he nailed it here, Anders. I mean, the one thing that could work against Kaspersky is if he goes into the CT side, then he is effectively allowing safe passage across, but Axelson has to pick up the pace now. Like, you can't keep walking here. You're leaving yourself so vulnerable to so many angles. Runs across. If you can force the plant down, there is a way forward here, but he's being very careful, showing Kaspersky a little bit too much in terms of respect, and he will get sprayed down by the Polish player as a result. There was a couple of moments there where I was beginning to believe, though, but we are tied up at 6 apiece.
I mean, the great news, if we've been saying, is that he can blame Forrest for this. You know, at this point, he's trying to. Come on, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing to help me out here? Why am I the one carrying this? That's going to be a great feeling.
And Forrest would laugh that off for sure. But I'm sure he's seething underneath. He's like, come on, I've got to get this W. We've got to get this fan, the win. Kaspersky having no chill. M4A1S spray, good for both, and he puts them down for another round.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. I mean, I didn't expect that from Kaspersky anyway. You see in the show match earlier, he was locked in and ready to go. He did not want to, he's not here to play around, and I'm sure in this kind of mode as well, he's looking to win this one. They do have a one-round lead, but some AKs to come back out on the Forrest and Axelson side of things, and I'm looking for Forrest to do something here. You can see Kaspersky is not lacking in confidence. He's just ready to go in the middle grenade. Not really going to do too much there, so actually they'll live for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Wingman typically does favor itself more towards the individually talented players. There's way less utility. There's only one bomb site to attack. So normally the better mechanical aim, the better reaction speed is going to prevail. And we have to say Kaspersky in that regard is head and shoulders above the rest on the server right now. So it's not too surprising to see him dealing some serious damage. Flashbang up and over for Axelson. If he does decide to jump up here, that could be a problem. Throwing the smoke for the cross, that's typically a B divider smoke. Not going to do much when you can only hit A, but I love the attempt.
That is just really interesting, isn't it? I kind of like it as well. Vilga could get caught off guard here. Forrest missing a couple of shots, and Vilga is lightning fast to react.
Yeah, great recovery for Vilga, but if we're being honest, Forrest has got to get that kill, right? Like, I'm sure he's slapping himself. Like, how did I miss that? It was a sitter. He has the AK. He can tap to the head, missed a bunch of bullets, and got punished. And we're getting towards the finish line here as well. Like, that was not a good time to whiff out.
Okay, well, this is getting a bit concerning now. Is it first to 20 or 21? I can't figure out what the format is exactly, but I feel like they get, or sorry, like 11 or 10 or something like that. I don't know how deep we're playing, but I feel like they've got to be close now on the Kaspersky side of things.
I think it was 9 rounds in the first half. Is that correct?
Maybe. I guess we'll find out when we get there. They're in the lead. We know that much.
Yes, 8 beat 6 for the time being.
Yeah, that's the level of analysis that we're operating on at the moment.
Math geniuses over here.
Number is bigger. Nice shot. Forrest with the scout. Gonna be taking on Kaspersky. Vilga not afraid at all, but Axelson, he actually turns around for the flashbang. And like we said, we knew from the elo alone he was going to be interesting to look at, but he's definitely outperformed my expectations here. So another round going the way of the fan side of things.
Yeah, I mean, to put it in perspective, being like 2600 elo, level 10, which is the max face-it level, is at 2000 elo. So it was kind of like before when you had CSGO, with the global elite. Didn't mean that much because a lot of players at global were nowhere near the level of the higher global players. So he's well over face-it level 10. And you can see it, right? Like his aim is on point, is crisp, he's got good movement, he's feeling himself, and he's getting kills where it counts. So now Kaspersky got to try and clutch out a 1 and 2, albeit a weakened Axelson, but Forrest, okay. He's starting to shift through the gears, Anders. That's where you start to get a little bit scared if you're on the side of the CTs right now.
We wanted to see that. We saw him miss a couple of shots and maybe cool down a little bit, but he's got to try and, play to the maximum here. Ooh, money in a weird position now for the CT side if they end up losing this round. Could be a strange spot for them to be in. Looks like, again, Vilga's going to go into the middle. Kaspersky not quite sure, but he's up on the catwalk. And, yeah, he surely is hearing some of the steps out here from Forest on the catwalk. So, yeah, now he definitely knows. Bomb is outside of long, and Axelson very close to getting caught, but just around the corner. Wants to take the fight to Vilga, it seems like. Not afraid, and he'll hit the headshot as well.
Kaspersky now at range against 2 AKs. Not an ideal position. He's going to try and tap himself in. Gets tagged down, though, to 72. Has a little bit of utility. A lot of damage done to Forest. And this is where Axelson will have to try and go above and beyond once more. The spray is a little bit off. Hasn't been fully finished just yet. 45 seconds. Going to have to try and close the gap here. Kaspersky's had a few opportunities. Going low on the magazine, but does get the kill with the last bullet in the M4. And ruins the dreams of Axelson. We are playing first to 10. So Vilga and Kaspersky are 1 round away from victory.
That's the kind of confidence you have, being Kaspersky, is even though he's down to just a couple of bullets, he's still taking the fight and winning it there at the end. I love everything else that Axelson was doing, like a lot of small details, ducking down while he's reloading behind the car, and just like very close to winning that fight, I think. Grenade in. Doesn't do nearly enough. And again, Vilga and Kaspersky kind of playing separate. They're not really grouping up that much.
Yeah, that is a good point. And it could come back to haunt them. The problem is that Forest is unable to deal with the threat that Vilga is posing. And this is going to waste a lot of time as well from the T's, because Forest does have the bomb. He is low HP. He needs to either fully invest and commit to dealing with Vilga or get Axelson back to help him out, because on 16 HP, if he goes down and drops the bomb, that is a real problem. That could be just GG right there and then.
Yeah, that's a good point. Super scary, but looks like the threat has been avoided for just a second. Vilga is walking back. Kaspersky's up on the A side. Axelson getting a bit close here. Could find an opportunity. Going to set up a bit of a smoke potentially here. Kaspersky now realizing they're both out there, and with Forrest already being tagged up, that's a very hard round to win at this point in time. Deep grenade lands right on top. That's great damage, but Forrest is out. All on Axelson versus 2 in just 10 seconds on the clock. Spray down on the first and a headshot to drop Kaspersky. What a sick way to end it.
Holy! The fan carrying the legend right now. How many clutches has Axelson picked up? 3? 4? I've lost count at this stage, but for all intents and purposes, that looked like it was over. That looked as though they were going to get eliminated in this quarterfinal matchup. Instead, they live to fight another day.
That is so sick. Alone versus 2 with 10 seconds. Now let's see what they elect to do. It's an out-of-spawn call. So let's see what they come up with here. Presumably they're going to run all the way through B into middle, where Vilga is just completely... She's dead already. No idea. Axelson finding his 15th kill. He's got so many at the moment, and now they're fighting Kaspersky. It's Axelson. Just a one-man army taking down the opposition.
Oh, man. I could see Vilga feeling a certain way about that. Like, really, boys? You're attacking me from B side? Like... That does seem proper ratty. But at the end of the day, if that's in the rule book and there's no areas have been cordoned off except it has to be an A plant, then I guess you have to expect it.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Or maybe if there's specifically no rule against it, then maybe you just kind of go for it, Better to, what is it, like it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission?
Yeah. Oh, in the meanwhile, Axelson going to be getting aggressive up on middle. And T's getting out onto long already. Smoke for the cross. There is a Molotov in play, being tossed onto the site as well. One thrown onto ramp just to stop the initial push. And one onto Gandalf. That is going to connect onto Axelson. He has to get out of there, taking a bit of damage. A flash up, but a counter flash also in, and Kaspersky misses his chance. Sprays all over the place. Axelson's still alive.
Oh, it's very hard to get out of that one, unfortunately, there. So, Forrest ends up dropping early, and it looks like a tied game here. So, I don't know. I can't still quite tell if that means we're in overtime now, or if we keep playing. I'm really confused, but I'm sure we'll figure it out.
It's OT, and I've been told we're playing to 2 rounds of advance. So I assume that means it's first to 12 at this point.
Okay. That makes sense. We'll keep you up with the math as much as we can even figure it out ourselves. So, going into it here. Again, because all right, they're giving back a little bit. They're saying, fine, if you want to abuse the speed bomb site, we'll do the same.
And no one's home. They have quickly got mid-control, however. But look, Axelson's anticipating this. He's got the read. He's watching CT. The one's going to be coming through there. It looks like they're going to boost back up onto Catwalk.
I mean, his position is incredibly exposed, but when that smoke fades, let's see if he doesn't try to reposition or maybe use the incendiary instead. Yes, great work here, just to slow them down a little bit, put the pressure on. They're fighting inside of the flames. That could have been very dangerous. Kaspersky, though, again, no fear at all. Going to take the fight. Axelson, without the backup at the moment here, Forrest has to try and clutch it in a 1 versus 2.
This would be a big moment for him to stand tall and reach the expectations. Maybe unfair expectations at this point. Kaspersky's going to be peeking across, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, double stacking when it comes to peaks and trading is so vital in a game mode like Wingman, and showing it firsthand there. Kaspersky top fragging on 17. Axelson just 1 kill behind him. Probably not what we were expecting. Sure, he's a solid player, but he's been going toe-to-toe with 2 legitimate pros on the other side.
Yeah, it's... You know, we kind of said at the start, you're just happy to be here. Like, it's a bit of an experience you can't really buy. You know, you just... but he's really stepped it up. So that is super fun and unexpected, but a welcome surprise, no question. Kaspersky back to this aggressive mid-play that he's been loving. Axelson is on the other side, aware that could be the play. Forrest is flashing his way out long, slowly but surely. Oh, and Axelson... Did he find the timing? The longer he stays now, the more dangerous it's going to be. Kaspersky's seconds away from catching him in the long, but he's just around the corner. That's absurd.
Oh, man. If Kaspersky decides to start sprinting now, it actually could cost him his life. He wants to try and close that gap. Molotov down. It's going to stall a little bit longer. This is going to potentially activate Kaspersky. He's about 4 or 5 seconds away from peaking, but instead he's deciding to hold his ground. And that could allow the Tees to actually get onto the bomb, get a plant down, and have this flank not really be worth that much. Axelson checks his back and gets the better of Kaspersky.
It's great work, and they'll take down Vilger as well. So, not bad at all. Forrest adding a little bit to the mix, but look at the fact he's actually tied with Kaspersky at the moment. They both got 17 kills. How crazy is that?
Really impressive, honestly. And you can see that Vilger and Kaspersky, they're trying. It's not a case that they're kind of messing around or kind of troll or anything. Like, they are legitimately trying in this game, and Axelson is doing himself proud. Tied up again. And one of the first AWPs we've actually seen him play. Vilger's going to be utilizing that up middle. Oh, I thought she was going to see the frag, and Forrest is plucked out.
Another tough position here for Axelson, losing Forrest early on. I feel like at this stage, all the criticism is going to be with Forrest at the moment. He's expected to do more, carry more, perhaps. Maybe the longer it goes on, the more he's going to start to wake up. Axelson, he's got about a minute to play with here. So obviously the advantage is the lack of information. But as soon as they find out where he is, it's going to get a lot tougher here on the one player left. And they just now realize where he is. So yeah, this is making it very tough. Actually wallbanging him down through Kaspersky, peeking on in. It's great work.
Yeah, it's well played. Kind of Vilger peppering the bullets, slowing him down. Kaspersky coming in and being the executioner's blade. And so if Vilger and Kaspersky win this round, I believe that they have got the overall W here in the first quarterfinal matchup. There are other games playing at the same time. Not sure on the results just yet. I would imagine most of them are finished, to be fair. This one's lasted quite a long time. It's been so back and forth.
Yeah, you're probably right. We didn't expect it to be close, but honestly, it's just very impressive. What a great time for somebody to step up like this. Never really know what you're going to get. This time, wrapping all the way around is Vilger. She's still hoping to punish someone from that position on B. Forrest, though, peeking it, seeing if he could get any information of what's happening down the middle here. And this time he is going to be able to spot her out. Bomb is out on long with Kaspersky, and that's Axelson holding this one. Smoke is up, so he's really trying to bind the time here.
Oh, it's scrappy on both sides. Axelson, though, 1 HP. Kaspersky definitely coming out in the better position. Limping away is Axelson. Couple of flashes tossed on long as well, but it's all a ruse because now Kaspersky is back with Vilga and they're going to push together, catching Axelson out in the open, but Forrest is able to actually neutralize Kaspersky at range. Vilga's position now compromised and Forrest needs to clutch, otherwise they are done. Vilga has the advantage, flash out, going to be pushing.
Right on top, but it won't make a difference here. Forrest, big victory for him. Finally started to step it up a little bit here. And we keep on going in that case. Wow.
This game will not end. I mean, it's great to see that Forrest does get on the scoreboard a little bit towards the end. A really important double kill for him, obviously, but got a question how the nerves over on Vilga and Kaspersky is at this point. Like, you've had multiple opportunities to close this game out, and you're being kept at bay by Axelson mainly. Forrest is deciding to go all the way to B site, and this may catch them off guard because they're coming through. You're not going to expect this if you're Kaspersky, and he goes down.
It's so weird how the meta just in this 2v2 has slowly started to evolve, you know? The addition of the B-bomb side wraparound, and then suddenly now we're getting actual boop duels happening over there, leaving Vilga in just a very rough position. Down the middle in the 1v2, and Forrest is right there, so she has to stay just ultra quiet. Oh, the sandwich is almost happening. Axelson on the one side, and he's got the better angle for it, already dinked up, and he's going to swing for it. He's really not lacking in confidence, this guy. 18 kills.
Yeah, you saw at the start of this game, there was a couple of flubbed sprays. He was kind of caught in two minds. He whiffed a Molotov as well, designated to the long doors. And as the game has continued, he's just got better and better and better. Yeah, a little bit of a trait here. He's got Ent stickers. He's got Gamer Legion stickers. Oh, dear, Axelson.
Maybe NIP can get him some NIP stickers. That's got to be a thing, you know?
There we go. Yeah, now you're talking.
Upgrade some of that a little bit. Oh, well, here we go. 13-12. And let's see how this one plays out. They are in the middle. Trying to see if they can group up. Very interesting that Vilga and Kaspersky still are playing this far apart on the map. I just would have thought it would have made more sense to just kind of stay near either A or that catwalk position, catching Forrest at a perfect time, with the bomb down as well. What a disaster.
Yeah, not an ideal start here, and Axelson once again needs to go above and beyond. Anticipating that peek, crosshair placement is perfect. And Vilga gets neutralized the second she peeks around the corner.
Try to see if he could fire into the mid-smoke there, catch somebody, but it's not going to happen. Kaspersky, right at the edge, great reposition, and he's going to be lightning fast on it. So, game continues to be really close here. Kaspersky just one kill ahead of Axelson at the moment with 20-19.
Yeah, I might have been too harsh on Axelson as well, by the way. Not a traitor, because keep in mind, he said he was a Kaspersky fan, right? And Kaspersky used to play with Ents until very recently. I think it was July he moved over.
Correct.
So those Ent stickers might just go to show he's been a long-time fan of Kaspersky's. Fair play.
That actually does make, I didn't even think about that, but that's a good point. Probably is exactly what's happening. That's kind of a really sick experience, but I guess, you know, the deeper we go, I'm sure the more he's going to be feeling at home. Just, you know, the novelty of it's wearing off a little bit. Actually starting to do a really, really fine job here. Forrest, can you help out? Just secure a couple of more rounds, and I think they'll be good to go. Surely 15 is the number that we're looking for at the moment, I think, to actually win it, or we could so I just play indefinite overtime at this stage, you know? That's kind of, I guess the format lends itself to more and more overtimes. Vilga spotting them out and realizing they're showing up, and Kaspersky's being called into assist smoke is really nice. It's going to block off Axelson from helping out. They blow it open, and he's actually in a really tough position here.
They've also replenished another smoke, and Kaspersky nails Axelson, who's trying to peek around and see if he can get a couple of pixels. It seems like Kaspersky's shifting into that next gear as well. And they are, again, extremely close to sealing this one up. It does always feel like it's been Vilga and Kaspersky on the brink of winning, as opposed to Forrest and Axelson. They've been constantly trying to save their own skin.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Definitely been a different kind of vibe here. Well, they need to finish it, though. They go for the B-bomb side again. Axelson is in the middle, and ooh, is he going to be able to hear them? Oh, it's Forrest, actually. Might hear the footsteps. I think they've got some great intel. Forrest is on this one. It could be more overtime coming this way, Vince. Axelson spots them out. Dangerous. He does get dinked, but unfortunately, or fortunately for him, it's through the wall, so doesn't take nearly as much damage you could have feared. And now Forrest shooting him in the back. Great impact here. Kaspersky gets jumped on Axelson. He's so ready to fight.
It's good teamwork, yeah. Drops down the second that Forrest has their back and is kind of peppering them with bullets. Axelson springs into action. I think it would be first to 16 at this point, gets the W. If it goes 15-15, we go again. And who's to say we don't get many more OTs? It's been so neck and neck. I mean, the other games have finished, by the way. We've got confirmation of that one. Double checking here. The winner of this game will play against Xana and Rez in the next matchup.
That is also a tough matchup, to be honest. Forrest moving up close here. Instant dink onto Kaspersky. He was down to no health at all right at the start. Vilga trying to get a bit closer. 1v1 as Forrest goes down. I feel like Forrest is just enjoying himself too much in these moments. He probably could have fallen back and just tried to play the bomb side with Axelson, but, you know, he's presumably just his jolly old self laughing his way through the game.
You'd hope so. You'd hope these aren't desperation plays because he's feeling the pressure that he's not performing to the level that's expected. I would assume he is just having a really good time. But at the same time, I'm sure he'd like Axelson to win this tournament. And at the moment, that doesn't look like it's going to happen unless things change around pretty quickly. Vilga giving them another match point. And Forrest and Axelson have to save their skin for the third time.
Are they going to be able to is the question. Yeah, Vilga and Kaspersky, between the two of them, you could see they are having a pretty great output. It's just a little bit more than on the Forrest and Axelson side. It's not a massive gap at the moment, but it does make a difference in the 2v2 formats. Again, headed towards the B-bomb side is Forrest. Axelson here with the bomb on his back. They've been pushed here so many times. Let's see if he's going to be ready for it. Vilga, though, crazy position. Very, very hard with that off angle to do anything about. And Forrest down in the lower dark position. Can't win that fight, unfortunately. Kaspersky with the headshot. And that means Forrest and Axelson, in spite of great individual performance, not enough to defeat Kaspersky and Vilga.
Damn, were you expecting that from Axelson, though? Because, like, my heart is broken that they lost that. What a fight that guy put up. What an impressive performance. I kind of wish he'd been able to make it through to the semifinals because he sure as hell played like he should, Vince.
No, he was honestly very impressive. When I saw his elo and how many games he played, I was like, okay, this guy's a legit player. But I still didn't think that he'd be able to go toe-to-toe the way he did with Kaspersky and Vilga. At times, just straight up getting the better of them in these opening trades. Like, they're 50-50 trades, and he was coming out more often than not. And you have to say, like, not to be that guy, but Forrest, you know, didn't really perform to the level that we were maybe expecting and was actually the weak link on that team.
And as the Forest fangirl has fallen, what is going on here?
I think listen. If you are gonna lose a game, at least let it be Forrest who lets you down. Like that's in itself is a great story to carry forward. Like he could go on for all future time and say I probably would have won that 2v2 tournament if Forrest, didn't. If I wasn't out fragging Forrest, that's still kind of a great humble brag, isn't it? So I think it's good news for him. For Axelson, ultimately, great play.
What a sick opportunity to come here to be able to play on the stream next to Forrest and to go toe-to-toe with Vilga and Kaspersky and has put on the show that we just saw. I mean, we're not going to see them in the semifinals or the grand finals, but I think we got a really good game on our hands from there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to...
Go on. I was going to say I'm not too sad about the affair overall. I still think it's good news for Axelson. Like, more power to him, you know.
We went so long without having one of those awkward online broadcast moments. I thought we were going to get through the whole damn thing without it, but there you go. Okay, so let me walk you through what's going to still happen here. Aim and Get Right are out of the competition. So we have two semifinals, Vilga and Kaspersky going up against Zana and Rez, and then Execta and Freiburg will be facing off against Shush and Wrinkle. I do believe that's the one we're going to be watching here on stream. So Vince, how do you think that's going to play out?
I've got to be honest. I'm surprised that Exeter and Freiburg were able to beat Get Right and Aim. I would have given them the favorites, actually, maybe to win the whole thing. So that, to me, is already surprising. But you're going against Shush and Wrinkle? Like, that's a crazy duo. Like, that on paper looks like it should win the whole tournament itself. So we'll see if they can do it back-to-back. Because I think they were the underdogs in that first game, and they did come out. They won 10-8, so it was a close one. But they did get the W.
How do you think it'll play out, Anders?
You're right. That Wrinkle Shush combination sounds absolutely deadly. So kind of excited to see how this one plays out. To be honest, they've got to be my favorites going into the rest of this.
Okay, so there we go. We've got a favorite. If you agree with Anders, you can let us know. Let's take a look at that other semi-final though. Vilga and Kaspersky up against Zana and Rez. I mean, Kaspersky and Vilga looked okay there, Anders. Do you think they'll be able to make it all the way through to the grand finals?
Yeah, I think so. I wonder if we're going to be playing the same maps or if we'll be switching it up. But you know, they certainly seem to figure out the meta a little bit on Dust 2. So I don't know if that's going to help them out or not. But yeah, I feel like they played better and better over time. So I'm sure they're going to be more than warmed up now.
Vince, you're in agreement on that second semi-final? You think Vilga and Kaspersky to take it?
Oh, I think Rez is going to be very good in these duos as well, alongside Zana. I've got to be honest. I can see that being a close one. I mean, let's be honest. Kaspersky and Vilga struggled against a Forest wasn't playing well and a fan player that we didn't necessarily expect the world from. So I don't know if that bodes well for them. Again, though, it depends. I agree with Anders. It depends which maps we're playing, I think, as well. So yeah, I guess we'll find out.
Hopefully we'll find out soon. We're waiting, obviously, for the players to get loaded into the lobby. I hope that you're having a good time wherever you are watching this. And we are ready to go into games. So let's see how this plays out.
Ooh.
Straight into it. We're on Inferno. For those of you who can't recognize it, Kaspersky hitting a good headshot there. 1 versus 1. Sana getting a bit closer here. This is what you want to be with a Glock as well, but you can't hit the headshot. Kaspersky dancing around down in the pit and winning that opening fight.
And if this is the proper Inferno wingman map, by the way, you can't go up Banana and you can't go into B site at all. So that will be something to keep in mind as this game goes on. You can't have any of those Dust 2 shenanigans pushing around onto the B side and flanking from the side here. So this is going to be way quicker. As you can see, the spawns right next to each other.
Yeah, that is going to be lightning fast in that case. Kaspersky actually goes down. Vilga, potentially tough position to be in here. Rez walking up behind her. She's going to get the first one, but is she ready? Rez hoping to find a bit of a high ground advantage. Deagle in hand, and that's an execution shot. I don't think Vilga even thought about the fact that someone could be up in the apartments.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about on Dust 2. You see how close up Rez is spawning right now, and you can't go up Banana. You can't go around on the arch side from B, or CT spawn. So it's just so much more aggressive. And I think that's going to lend itself as well, by the way, to more entry fragger players. Like maybe that's one of the reasons why Freiburg was able to get the better of Get Right in that opening matchup. So they're going to be getting straight up into it. Rez aggressive. Molotov down into the pit already. Draws out Vilga into the open. What a one-tap that is. And he just wins the round. 2 bullets and it's done.
If that's the kind of energy that Rez is going to be showing up with here, that certainly will make it a bit of a different fight. That looked very powerful. That first shot with the AK. He was doing pretty well in the show match himself, Rez. So maybe it's just one of those days where he's going to be absolutely on point with it. Early smokes coming out here. Surely, yeah, throw some flashbangs, but this is going to be about the speed of it here. 5-7 on the corner. Actually, it's Deagle as well, and they just peak at the same time. I think that's a great play. Double kill for Kaspersky.
Yeah, I do wonder which of these two teams is going to start to try and occupy through on the app side, because this is one of the most played wingman maps. Like, everyone's played this a ton. It's very easy to get the early grenades out. If you can get someone into the app side and like flank around and almost bait your second player, you can strike from above. The downside, though, is they've already seen Kaspersky and Vilga occupying the pit area multiple times, and that may be kind of second-guessing themselves. They're slowing the pace down so much, though, allowing those Molotovs and smokes to start to clear away and take a bit of arch control. So you don't have to worry about the CT spawn. It's locked off, as you can see from that bollard. And the library you can get into, but you can't go all the way around. So they're fully focusing their way onto the site now, where both the CTs are. And Rez, once again, so precise with the AK.
Ooh, Sana, though, she'll finish what Rez started. Bilger unable to hit the shot there, so yeah, he is looking super sharp at the moment. But yeah, I don't know. I never really played a ton of Wingman. Were you a lot into it?
I was at first, but unfortunately at that time there was a lot of cheaters, and I just got like turbo moldy, and so I just stopped. Yeah.
Too angry.
Yep.
Fair enough. That is sometimes, unfortunately, is the Counter-Strike experience when you're playing, you know, any kind of matchmaking. Here we go, Rez. Time to move a bit forward. Kaspersky grouping up here. They've got the right idea, but again, Rez so quick to get the kills here. Will go down, and Kaspersky's got enough bullets for the second kill there. So, alone versus 2. He's going to come up with a double.
We just got informed that one of the semifinals has just finished, which is that Freiburg game against Schuss and Rinkel. It was 10-1 in favor of Schuss and Rinkel. They absolutely slapped them. So they're already in the grand finals waiting for the winner of this game.
Okay, they are the ultra tryhards that we're gonna have to see if we can find a real competitor for. Smoke is up for Rilga. It's great, and it is a bit of a struggle, to be honest. That was scary, but Kaspersky's there to help out. So the duo continues, and you know what? They've got the lead now, just by a round, but still pretty good stuff.
Yeah, nice little comeback. It was looking a bit grim for them. Right now, it's pretty one-sided on the side of Rez and Zana. 7 kills to Rez, just the 1 for Zana. We heard before in the interview with Sam how passionate and excited she is. Vilga with a bit of a derpy Molotov. Bouncing off the side. That was designated over on the short side instead.
Yeah, it happens, you know. I'm sure that everyone's feeling pretty loose at the moment. Grenade does a little bit of damage, but not too much. Vilga's doing I think a good job just testing it out here. Kaspersky's sick of waiting. Wants to get put into a bit of action, and he will pick up another couple of kills here. So just overall, great input from him once again. He's up to 9 kills in total, and now they've got a 2-round lead. So it's slowly but surely swinging in favor of the CT side.
Yeah, I think when you have a map that's way more closed off and you don't have any of those crazy rotations through on B, it's going to allow a player like Kaspersky to be so much more powerful because he can fully focus his attention onto less angles and have a lot more kind of agency over how he plays. I saw him readjusting his seating position there as he peeked and did get punished for it. Zana picks up the Deagle headshot, and 5-4, still a close game, all things considered.
It definitely is. Not quite being allowed to run away with it. And I guess we'll see. Rez and Sana now on the CT side. So they switch at 9 rounds. Okay. Not sure if I can make sense of that. The math is too hard for me to figure out. But good headshot from Rez. Hiding behind the barrel, and he will make quick work of it. That's delightful. There's almost nothing as satisfying as a couple of good USB shots like that.
Yeah, just super clean. No real hope at that kind of range for the Glocks to prevail in any way, shape, or form. And no bomb plant either, meaning you're going to have to kind of force buy in with these Deagles they've picked up. It does give them a bit of leeway for the next round as well. And of course, Deagles are going to be so powerful in all these close sort of angles. Molly in, scout shot doesn't miss by much, but there is Zana on the approach with a double for Mass. That's going to do the world of good for her confidence going forward. And very good news for Zana and Rez overall, as they now have taken the lead.
Yeah, winning that follow-up round, great news. Puts them a bit closer, perhaps. AKs have come out, though, on the other side of things, so let's find out if there is more of a chance here for Vilga and the rest to get back into it. Oh, it's a nice shot in the middle. Kaspersky, now Sana up against the wall. Good spray down. It's so close. Vilga surviving on 34 health. That absolutely could have been a great double kill with the FAMAS, but it does not work out that way. So the game is tied once again.
Oh yeah, they're definitely playing loose. I mean, Rez deciding to drive by with a scout on middle is kind of absurd. That's lunacy. He does get punished for it. Not doing Xana any favors on that one, but I'm not sure he'll be making that decision again anytime soon, especially as he has an A4 now instead. HE's tossed out early, well placed smoke, 2 Molotovs. Going to keep the T's at bay for the time being, and Rez desperately wants to get aggressive, but Vilga's crosshair placement is perfect. Insta headshot.
Really satisfying kill right there. Xana for the high ground. Very quick to get that one, but Kaspersky lands a headshot. The time to kill on that first kill of Asana was really, really low, so it looked like she had an opportunity maybe for a double. Game is now 6-7 in favor of Sana and Rez. So they're getting a slight lead here, but not enough to make it, you know, super exciting.
Yeah, we saw how Vilga and Kaspersky were battling against it in the last one. Time after time. Molotov goes down. And getting aggressive behind it. Good opening pick from Kaspersky. Just checking his angles, making sure Rez isn't playing in one of these sweaty angles. The spray looked like it was good, but Rez still takes the head off of Kaspersky, and now Vilga needs to try and clutch this round. Rez just playing with the box, back and forth, and keeping his angles open as he darts past the Molotov. Vilga's going to start to run out of ammunition, and Rez takes her down. Unreal 1v2 clutch again from the Pistol Master.
I feel like from Vilga's point of view, you don't even see much of Rez in that 1v1. He's just dancing around the box all the time and somehow able to get the job done. Tied game. And let's see. Right as they can bring it towards the short side of things. Rez, he's got an AK, by the way. He's just doing this because he's like, you know, I'm that Deagle kill last round felt great. I want to try and do it again. Oh my god! How does that happen? What a disgusting kill onto Kaspersky.
Why not? Show match is the time to showboat. His confidence just coursing through his veins. You can see, I mean, he is just such an absurd mechanical aimer. He has been for the longest time. I remember when he initially came in to replace Freiburg back in, what would have been, like 2017? He was kind of this new rookie Swedish player coming through the ranks. Didn't really know what to expect, and he had some insane performances that definitely caught the eye.
Yeah. Think about what a wild thing it is for somebody like Rez to have to fill the shoes of that old NIP lineup. I think this is a discussion point even back then. People say, like, how do you even do that? Like, no matter what you do, people are going to say, well, it's not good enough, you know? So the start to some of the careers, some of the early players that had to replace the legendary lineup, that just always was going to be a very, very tough position to be in.
And you also think as well with Rez, like it's not a secret that NIP have struggled for the longest time. You know, like they want to try and get back to the top, as we've heard from the CEOs and the guys at the very top, like Potty, for example. And he went through so many roster changes around him, and he was always the survivor, right? Like they had so many players come in and then go off to greener pastures, and Rez was just consistent. Goes to show how solid a player he really was. As a spray through, and Vilga will get the upper hand onto Xana. Seems like Kaspersky and Vilga now starting to get closer and closer to that all-important 10th round. They win this, they are done. They make it through to the grand finals.
They're getting dangerously close right now. Let's see if Sana and Rez can find a way to put a bit of a stop to it here. Land themselves a little bit more OT, perhaps. It's at least a start. They did take a lot of damage for it, and Vilga's going to sneak on in. Rez is not that much healthier at the moment. Bomb is right there, and Vilga kind of stay on topic. Wants to get the bomb planted to put the pressure on Rez instead. Oh, he's chasing her down, but great use of the audio. She was well aware. That's smart.
Yeah, really well played by Vilga in the end, showing again how experienced she is and how really good mind on her shoulder she has for Counter-Strike and secure the grand finals.
There we go.
There we
Kaspersky and Vilga into the grand finals. A much closer scoreline than our other grand finalists who stomped 10-1 into there. What a matchup we have. Shush and Wrinkle up against Vilga and Kaspersky. That's going to be the grand finals here. And I'm curious, boys. Vince, we can start with you. Who do you think takes it?
I have to go Shush and Wrinkle. I think when you look at the two players combined, what they've done for the NIP's resurgence, and the fact of the matter is the 10-1 win is no joke. Like I'm gonna have to go alongside those guys. Like that looks like an incredibly strong duo.
Anders, what are you thinking?
Yeah, it's hard to argue against. We haven't seen them yet in 2v2, but just from how they played in the show match and the result that we heard earlier, here in the 2v2, I feel like they're going to take this one.
That was their warm-up. They've only played in the semifinals. So that was their first game, that 10-1. And Vilga and Kaspersky, they had that sort of long slog to get through their first game. Came into the semifinals, looked a little bit more convincing though from them, Anders. Almost like the warm-up helped.
Yeah, I think they started to play better and better all throughout. It was obviously close. I mean, really really close game here, so it could have probably gone either way. But yeah, a lot of credit to them. It was interesting.
I tell you what, let's talk about the current NIP roster that we're looking at, because we've obviously got a chance now to see 3 of those players in the grand final, 3 of those players going to the major. What would you say are your favorite things about each of them? Vince, we spoke about this a bit earlier, but I think for people that have maybe just tuned in, it might be fun to just rework why we think that these players have the potential to go so much further in the next year, into 2027 even.
Because I think you have this really interesting combination of kind of like younger, I don't want to say rookie players, because I mean Wrinkle's been around for ages. Obviously, he played in Bait before NIP for a number of years. Kaspersky's been around the block many times, but I think you've got this really interesting undercurrent of youth that has tons of talent, and then you have Snappy there. And again, I can't like speak enough about how solid I think Snappy is as an IGL. I think he's like 35, 36. He's been around forever. I know, Anders, you've known him for a long time as well, obviously over in the Danish scene. I've got so much like faith in him as an IGL, and I think he's going to bring a different level out in Wrinkle, because I don't mean this in a negative way or disparaging, but I don't think we've seen the best what Wrinkle can offer. We've seen glimpses. We've seen moments. We've not seen the consistency, and I think that's what Snappy's going to bring. And if he does, this team is going to be like legitimately a contender, I think, for top 10.
And is in agreement? Anything you want to add?
No, just I think one of the things that we're learning more and more in Counter-Strike is that somehow the sort of the feeling of the project is more important sometimes than whether they have the right superstar. So I think NIP can definitely bring that. I hope that this team is going to work. I think it definitely could.
Let's take a look now at our grand finals of our little fun wingman tournament. We're getting into game right now.
Let's go. Yeah, thank you, Sam. We are going to hit it out of here. Shush and Wrinkle versus Vilga and Kaspersky. And again, we're back on Inferno. I like it. I think the pace of this feels right for a 2v2 kind of situation.
Yeah, it felt a lot better paced than the Dust 2 one for sure. This is more like what I expect from Wingman, and I think this is where you're going to see that really solid mechanical aim come to fruition. Plus, Shush, I think, offers a different dynamic. He doesn't necessarily have to be an entry. Sometimes you can sacrifice him for the greater good of Wrinkle, who instantly gooshes Vilga around the corner with a Glock. Lucky to survive that one. But Shush is playing slow in the apps as well. Bit of a laboured spray, and it is Wrinkle and Shush kicking things off with a bang.
Yeah, they were actually slower than I expected. I don't know why. I just thought they were going to come in running here, but they took their time to go all the way up through apps, finding the kill on the Vilga eventually. They're going to win that pistol, which does give them at least a little bit of an advantage. There is a force-up in this round. That's kind of interesting. Vilga and Kaspersky saying, we're going to get some armor and some pistols out here. Kaspersky's been great with the Deagle so far in the, from what we've seen from here tonight, so maybe he could do it again.
Yeah, I think it's because with Wingman as well, one of the elements of Eco's working or force buys working on a map like Inferno is when you can force the enemy to kind of push into the stack. Right? Like we see this a lot, like 5 players sticking on a site. Well, you're kind of forced into that situation here where they are going to hit A. You know that for a fact. You're both going to be there at longer ranges. So forcing with Eagles makes a lot of sense. The 5-7 alongside it's solid, but Shush's aim is so crisp, so on point that Kaspersky barely could blink before a bullet was passed through his eye. And now Vilga, try as she may, it was always going to be an uphill climb, a 5-7 against 2 AKs. A fast 2-0. The downside of that, Anders, is like you force bought. So now in your next round, you're kind of in a similar position. You're still not able to get your hands on rifles.
Yeah, I do take your point, though. It makes sense to me that you since you know they're going to be coming for the A-bomb site, you feel like just one good Deagle shot, they walk in here, and we're going to be good to go into the pistols once again. Kaspersky, all right. Will actually burn alive there, but he did get the kill on the Wrinkle if nothing else, so trying their best to get onto the scoreboard here. It's a 3-0 in favor of Shush and Wrinkle. Now we've got some rifles coming out, and let's see if Kaspersky and Vilger are going to be able to start to slow them down, because this duo right now just seems very, very hard to beat.
Yeah, when we saw the teams, this was the one that definitely caught our eye the most, I think. Entry on point. Wrinkle just runs straight in, nails them both without too many issues in the end, and picks up a 3-kill half so far. I mean, Vilger and Kaspersky could barely do anything. They were just instantly dead.
That's pretty impressive, yeah. Maybe a bit demoralizing, perhaps, for the CT side of the moment. They've got pistols back here. 5-7 and a Deagle. Smokes everywhere in the middle. That's kind of chaotic. He walked right into the grenade. I don't know if it makes a big difference here, but he's in the smoke. Oh, actually, somehow Shush just saw that coming. That was so suspicious with the smoke that he was just ready for it. But Vilger spins around, gets the headshot on the Shush as well. That's a sick double as Vilger just bodies Shush and Wrinkle.
It's great to see a smile on her face as well. You know, you're 4-0 down. The rounds have been incredibly one-sided. So to get a bit of joy out of that double with a 5-7 means a lot. And it also stops the clean sweep into effect. It allows him to get rifles, puts a bit more strain onto Wrinkle's economy in particular. So that's maybe the first building block to get a way back into this. But look how slow Shush and Wrinkle are again. No rush, just waiting back, waiting out the grenades. Going to start to make a move into apps.
She's aware someone could be coming through there. It's a suspicious smoke to begin with. Oh, she's checking out a lot of this. If she goes in to clear the apps here, not quite moving forward, but yeah, she's going to see that no one is down there. She actually keeps on pushing. I feel like it's risky, but it could give them a massive upper hand. Kaspersky's now, I think, thinking about it. He's got the right read on the situation. Sees just the side of Shush, and yeah, they're closing the distance at the moment here. 40 seconds. Nice shot from Wrinkle. Has he got any idea where Vilger is coming from? It doesn't really seem like it. Molotov on top. I don't think he has a read at the moment.
No, I think he was throwing that Molotov more as a distraction, or maybe to see if he found any sort of like singeing of toes so he could exploit off that with. But he was worried about a potential flank around the back as well. So Vilger, second consecutive clutch to keep her and Kaspersky in this game. Has more frags than Kaspersky as well. But Shush and Wrinkle, they are still able to rummage together a couple of rifles. They've gone for the slow plays. Are they going to speed it up here?
Yeah, you're right. Vilger has been in charge of a lot of this, and that's a bit different. Kaspersky was the engine for a lot of these early ones. She's going to be around the corner again, this time taking down Shush. What an impact she's having on this grand final here. Wrinkle, though, catching her on the way back, and now let's see if Kaspersky can do his part for the team. Still a minute on the clock here. Spotting it out. Wrinkle with a bit of a jump up. A smoke as well to try and buy a little bit more space. And the Galil will come out on top. So Wrinkle getting them back on track.
Yeah, understandable why Kaspersky would try and bypass that smoke, knowing that once the smoke plumed, if the bomb plant goes down, you're in such a horrible position. And with so much time left as well, even if you hear the bomb plant going in, you can't assume that it's not just a fake. That's kind of the position that you're in. So he's going to try and take the initiative and play the round on his terms. Does backfire, but they still have a chance here. It's actually an AWP for Vilger. We've not seen this so far. This is a hefty investment. Very interesting. Watch Arches with it.
That seems like such a wild investment in this kind of scenario, but I do love it. Imagine if it works out. They do need the rounds as well. They can't really afford to just let Shush and Wrinkle continue on this track here. Eagle in the pit. Oh, he was not seeing that. I'm not really sure how, but now the AWP's been revealed. Oh, missed shot as well, and Shush will make sure that they get both the kills there. So the lead continues 6-2 at the moment.
Yeah, Kaspersky not doing her any favors on that one either, because the second that your second player goes down, your back is completely vulnerable to being shot from the side. So I kind of forced her into an awkward position. Obviously, she did miss a couple of shots, but it felt like even if she nails the first one, probably doesn't win out in the end. Flashbang over. Wrinkle's going to push that Molotov. Spray's good, but does burn alive. However, he saw the second player of Vilga, perched at the back of the site. He's now wrapping around onto short side, feeling like she has to be proactive with the MP9. Molotov's going to be at her feet momentarily, but has forced Shush away.
It again, very dangerous, but it works out the wide swing. I feel like all of the rounds they've had here in the half has just been Vilga, you know, basically, I think all three of them were just her.
No, spot on. She's been bossing it. 5 kills, but each and every kill has been vitally important. But the problem is, though, like, they got 3 rounds on us, but they're still 6-3 behind, and now they're on the T side, and this is where things should get more difficult.
We'll find out right now. No real delay. Shush and Wrinkle, great opening half for them. They're not that far away from clinching this one. Vilga hoping to land a bit of a long-range shot, but the Glock, it's Shush on the one side and Wrinkle on the other. The USPs, they're doing what they do best.
Yeah, that mid to long range, the USPs will always triumph. They will always be the stronger of the weapons. You have to close the gap with the Glock, and that's why, you know, you're seeing a lot of smokes tossed down early onto arches, onto the quad side of Molotovs. They did go for full on raw firepower this time. 73. 2 Deagles in play. Wrinkle's going to be slowly peeking down on arches. So they're just going to be playing pretty default positions for Wingman. But it is Vilga again with the impact. The entry, oh so important. And now Shush, who's low HP, in trouble. And Vilga clutches once again. She's doing this all alone.
Yeah, she really is. Maybe a bit of a sense of also how big of a difference the map makes. It feels like Kaspersky running into some trouble here, just not really able to find his aim at the moment. Not, you know, not enough of an output. 3 kills so far for him. They need a lot more at the moment. 7-4. Shush and Wrinkle. They only have Deagles now, but as we've seen, could easily be enough looking for the opening with the grenade on top. That's actually a great combination. Wrinkle's going to get this one, and now Vilga again on her shoulders to try and get them back into this round. Shush is very low on health here. Oh, it's awkward as hell. Nearly sprays one of them down, but the double peak comes in. They survive on 10 and 12 health.
Yeah, Rez showed us earlier just how devastating the Deagle can be in these sort of close, awkward angles. And Shush plus Wrinkle are repeating that occurrence here. And Vilga's got to be disappointed. I mean, I think she did a really good job initially of, she got baited out, but she actually fell back to a better angle where she significantly closed off the angle she had to spray down. That killing field was certainly shortened. But no bullets left in the magazine meant that she had no real hope. And now Shush, he decides to turn up the pace, and he's going to get aggressive into the abs with the Eagle. Wrinkle, head-to-head. Vilga has been sprayed down. Kaspersky with it all to do. 3 frags to his name. None of those bullets do connect through the smoke. But Shush and Wrinkle have a golden opportunity to get a 9th round.
Can't believe he didn't hit any other shots there. Wrinkle now flashing his way back in, not afraid of Kaspersky at all. They know exactly how good they are, and Wrinkle's going to be able to get the shot. Maybe would have picked Kaspersky to come out on top, but it really feels like he's hit the wall a little bit here in this game. 9-4. Shush and Wrinkle a step away from winning this one.
Yeah, there would be another fairly dominant victory after they smashed the semi-finals 10-1. They did get a bye in the first stage of the quarterfinals, and showing us why. We haven't really seen anyone occupying library deep so far, and it hasn't been checked that many times. I think Kaspersky's going to have no idea, and although it is a scrappy spray, not ideal, it's still good enough to stick the landing. And there are your champions in the grand finals. It's going to be Shush and Wrinkle to take the Wingman tournament.
I mean, gents, we thought it was going to go this way after we heard about their 10-1, but that looked really good watching what just happened with them winning the grand finals. Those boys are on form, Vince.
Yeah, we kind of expected it, you know, in terms of the consistent firepower that these two bring and the semifinals result. It did feel like it was going to be fairly straightforward, and it was. But Vilga, credit to her, like, she really did try her best. I think she landed like 3 clutches out of the 4 rounds they picked up. It was basically Vilga doing it by herself.
That's my goal. She was trying to carry, and she's got broad shoulders, that one.
Yeah, I mean, again, we said it from the start. She's a legend of the space for a reason, and you could see how much she could do in some of these moments here. So definitely would have been fun to see Kaspersky kind of trying to match that energy, but it just wasn't his time. A second time around there on Inferno, a bit too much. So Wrinkle and Shush coming out ahead. I mean, it's still they did look super lethal, so it makes sense.
For sure. I mean, how much fun have we had though, having a chance to obviously see the NIP legends, Anders, but then also getting to see those players, the ones that are currently representing Ninjas in Pyjamas in competition, and then watching them just like today, just firing off, popping heads. Like it looks so good, and it's exciting for the future.
Yeah, I think it's been fantastic. I've enjoyed the sort of walk down memory lane. I'm glad that we got to pull some more people into it. Like we had a couple of clips there with Threat, obviously a legend in himself, and an Executor as well. There are so many players that we could have pulled in, and maybe we will in the future, that have had some kind of run in with the NIP organization over the years. It's left a massive mark on the game, and yeah, I think it's nice that we get to stop every once in a while and kind of reflect on that and just appreciate how much the org has contributed to our little space.
I mean, Vince, I think it would be pretty cool to be able to do more of these, right? Throughout the year, and just to sort of celebrate, like Anders said, our little space here on the internet.
100%. I think it's a really cool idea, and I do hope that there are more of them, honestly, like and other orgs as well. It'd be great to see some of the old school sort of French players and old school, like German players, and you could go into so many different avenues with that one, like old school NIP playing old school Very games or something like that could be awesome.
Yeah.
So that's like a dream of mine. I would love to have a chance to cast those games as well. But yeah, it's just been a ton of fun. It's honestly been an honor and a privilege to be able to cast some of these legends again, and some of the sort of like new blood that's going to go forward and hopefully take NIP's org to that next level they belong to be at. Because let's be honest, CS isn't the same when NIP's not near the top. They don't have to be the best team, but for so long they weren't even making majors. They weren't making S tier tournaments. So fingers crossed that does happen from the neutral's perspective. That's going to be awesome to see.
It's like you said, it's been an absolute privilege. I got into CS broadcasting when the likes of Get Right and Forest and Freiburg had retired. So I never thought I would be in this space where we would get to be chatting about them, seeing them in the server, but also getting to celebrate the new talents as well. It's been so much fun walking down memory lane with you, celebrating NIP, and obviously just cheering them on. 25 years, here's to 25 more. From Vince, Anders, and myself, thank you so much for watching. And from all of us to NIP, keep going, keep showcasing, and keep showing us incredible Counter-Strike. Thank you so much for watching, and hopefully we'll see you soon. Good night.
You're not a player anymore, Forrest.
What? Well, neither are you, Björn!
I have lied to the NIP Counter-Strike team. I have told them, come to the media day where they're going to be playing a match against the fans. Sooner or later, they're going to discover it's actually Amcal Esports in disguise.
Why are they all leaving?
They're checking smokes.
No way.
They wrote like this. I have to check some smokes.
I'm super blessed to be one of the, you could say, pioneers in the esports industry. I remember back in the days when we went to the first big tournaments in both the United States and Cologne and everything like that. That's really historical like places nowadays for especially CS. It was so cool to be part of history where, yeah, actually NIP was, as I said, one of the first team that showed up to a tournament with jerseys. Nowadays it's obviously industry standard, but it was kind of cool that we were actually the first team that thought of it. And this is way back before we was a super organized company or anything like that, but still we showed up with jerseys. And I think we were one of the teams that drew the competitive scene into becoming more and more professional, because the next tournament was 2-3 teams that had jerseys, and the next one like 80%, and like the third tournament basically everybody had jerseys. So we were part of making history, both in winning on the server and the lawns, but also on driving the professional scene into just jerseys, how to think as a team and how to compete and everything surrounding it.
There's something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. You try so hard, hoping that one day something's gonna change.
Stop that.
I love it when you cook this.